Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Gallo here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins lost yesterday to the Ottawa Senators 3-2, ending the Penguins' 6-game winning streak. Penguins' next game is tonight. It's a road game against the New York Islanders at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. A long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at VaxAssist.com. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
ZeroRez wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroRezPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 79 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Happy It's Not Monday Day. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Tuesday. It's warmer. It's not going to get warmer later in the week, so appreciate the fact that it's like 26 degrees out now. Not going to be that way later in the week, according to forecast. Lows going back into single digits coming up over the next couple days. Thursday and Friday, to be exact. I feel all right this morning. Things are good. Things are good. I hope things are good with you out there as well. Plenty of ways to contact me this morning. If you want to by phone, 412-928-9370. You can call and talk to me directly. You can talk to me sort of indirectly, but still kind of directly. If you tag me in a post on X, at Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. You can type out a response on there. And another popular method is to go to YouTube. We've got a live video stream. The camera angle that's on me is back. It's active. So now you can see me again for the first time in several months. But not only can you see me on the YouTube chat, I also do respond to, or the YouTube video stream, you can see me on there, but there's a live chat section of the video stream on YouTube that I do acknowledge very frequently, both on this show and during the morning show. Sometimes I pop in there during the Pomp and Joe show or the PM team. I like swirling up a little bit of trouble. It's fun. It's fun to talk to everybody and see what they're thinking or stirring up their feelings about certain things related to Pittsburgh sports. But yeah, if you go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, you should find the live video stream, and you can join that chat if you want to talk to me. So there's 3 ways, 3 primary ways you can talk to me in the morning, 3 different media that I check: the phones, the X.com, and the YouTube chat that we have going on that accompanies our live video stream. A few things to go over. A few national stories going on. One local result: the Penguins lost. They lost 3-2 to the Ottawa Senators, and what was a pretty solid game, I thought, by the Penguins. You can't win them all. You know, it's tough whenever a winning streak ends. It's kind of sad. But they end their winning streak at 6 games with that loss. How about the NFL? They're looking over the Rooney Rule and trying to do whatever they can. I saw that Roger Goodell, commissioner of the NFL, released a statement, which I don't know how to get too much into depth with that story. I mean, that's tough. I don't know how you enforce that. I mean, if you require teams to interview at least one minority candidate for each coaching position, I mean, they still get to make their own choices with who they're going to hire as head coach. I don't know how you fix the system. I don't know how you regulate the system. I mean, it's just, that's a tough one. But that's a big story going on in the NFL right now, and I think it's ironic that that statement was made. Now we're in Black History Month. February is Black History Month, and we're talking about, finding more diversity in the NFL coaching positions. Again, it's I don't know how you enforce that. I wonder what the NFL is going to do. I'm interested to see what they're going to do, but that's the thing that's going on. Still very many opinions on Bill Belichick and his Hall of Fame status, which is the fact that he didn't get voted in to the Hall of Fame on his first turn on the ballot, which is something I do want to touch on. I've been talking about it for a few days now, and I want to finally get to it because I think it's interesting. Do have a quick story as well, though. I had an interaction yesterday. Went to the Green Tree Borough Council meeting. The monthly meeting was yesterday. After that, I went out to get something to eat because I hadn't had dinner yet. And at this place, I saw Emmanuel from Carnegie. He's a longtime listener. He calls in pretty frequently to each and any of the shows at any given time. I don't think he's ever called this show, but he recognized me. I mean, he literally walked past me while I was standing and waiting for food, and he's like, "What's your name?" I was like, "Oh, my name is Nick." He's like, "Are you on the radio?" I was like, "Yeah." So him and I got to talking. I sat at the table next to him. He was eating, and I was just like, what do I talk about? What do I talk about at 5 a.m.? What would you want to hear about? He told me that Aaron Rodgers is a hot topic. That was the first thing he mentioned, and I was like, huh. What did he say? He said Mike McCarthy kind of said it again, and I listened to Mike McCarthy and Bob Pompiani, their sit-down. Bob Pompiani aired it for us on the Pomp and Joe show yesterday. And I said it online, and I'll say it here. The more I listen to Mike McCarthy speak, just a lot about, how he reflects on growing up around the area, the pride he has for the city of Pittsburgh and for not only the Steelers, but all the sports teams. He talked about the Pirates as well. He talked about, when you're growing up, you want to be a part of the sports teams. When you love sports, you want to be a part of the Pirates and Steelers, and I've been blessed. He's talked about how he's been blessed because he's gotten to coach for three pretty notable organizations in the history of the NFL, being the Green Bay Packers, the Dallas Cowboys, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, he is a blessed man, that's for sure. And he acknowledged that. But one of the things he said was that he speaks confidently. He seems like he's got a plan, and he seems more vulnerable and transparent than Mike Tomlin ever did. His time with the Steelers. So, but one of the things he said was apparently he said that Aaron Rodgers is coming back. That he would be totally okay with Aaron Rodgers coming back. I didn't hear that particular portion. I heard a little bit of it on my drive home yesterday, so I didn't hear that quote, but that's what Emmanuel from Carnegie said that he said. And that's the big topic, and I feel like a broken record talking about it. Is Aaron Rodgers worth bringing back? I'm still going to argue not. But I think there's a fair amount of fans out there, and I do want to get your opinion. 412-928-9370. Please call. Please talk to me on X at Callis_33. Please join the YouTube chat. How many of you out there are actually wanting Aaron Rodgers to come back? And I don't want this to be a conversation where we bash Aaron Rodgers. I don't want this to be a conversation where we are spiteful toward Aaron Rodgers. What my intention is by asking this question is, are there Pittsburgh fans out there, are there Steeler fans out there that really believe that the best direction to go in with this organization is to keep chipping away by having players on the team that are veterans, that are experienced, but that might be over the hill? I mean, Doran and Adam talked about this a little bit yesterday, just in relation to all players. How much money are the Steelers going to invest in players? Are the investments going to be worth it? One of the names they brought up was, hey, was Darius Slay really worth it to bring on the team? Like, he was a big name. He was successful in Philadelphia, a Super Bowl champion there. There might have been a reason why they didn't sign him back. And we kind of saw that. He had his games. He had his moments. But he got let go because he looked old and slow. I mean, eventually, the season wore on him. He was fatigued. So, as it relates to every position, are the Steelers going to do that thing where they just bring in players that are veterans that might be at the end of their careers? Are they going to keep doing that? And then just to narrow it down to the quarterback position, like I said, like, is Aaron Rodgers really the choice that makes you go, yeah, yep, he's the guy I want? Like, I want to know what Pittsburgh fans think. I want to know what Steeler fans think about this. So call me, 412-928-9370. Like, I want to know. Do you really think that the best option for the Steelers, the best direction for the Steelers to go in this next season is to double down and continue roster construction the same way they've been doing it? Because I still argue that it doesn't even have to be Will Howard. If you want to draft a quarterback in a mid to late round this season and have a quarterback competition between the two young guys and then play that young guy or play the young guys in total, if one's not doing well and you give him a significant amount of time, put the other one in. I don't know, Will Howard versus a drafted quarterback. I want somebody in there. I just want to see how they do, understanding that they have the job for a significant amount of time. That the Steelers say, you know what? No matter what your results are, we're going to let you develop this season. Now, I know that Art Rooney II is seemingly adamant on not rebuilding ever, and that annoys me for sure. Now, Mike McCarthy seems to think that he's totally okay and interested in bringing Aaron Rodgers back, which aligns with Art Rooney II's mentality of not wasting a season and not rebuilding. And so what do you think out there? Like, I want to think, are Pittsburgh fans, are Steeler fans okay with this? Are Steeler fans agreeing with this? Like, I like Mike McCarthy, but that's the one thing that's rubbing me the wrong way about him, is that he's openly saying and doubling down on the fact that he would have Aaron Rodgers come back. (412-928-9370). That's 412-928-9370. Just a couple of comments here. We got Phil Boyd on the YouTube chat saying certain folks are in love with victimhood. Yeah. I guess people just like to lose in the playoffs every season and then cry. It's not me, though. Danny Boyd, under that, says, I guess you don't understand this, but there's nowhere this year that they can get a franchise quarterback, but best case scenario, next year's draft. So that's why Aaron Rodgers is coming back. Well, look, I mean, well, what do we learn from Aaron Rodgers is my point. I do understand that Aaron Rodgers is getting older and he has his flaws as quarterback. So I understand that much. And that I would rather go with a younger guy that's not a franchise quarterback to see what you can extract from that player. Because, Danny, there have been quarterbacks drafted in the later rounds that have had success in the NFL. And just because you draft a quarterback in the first round doesn't guarantee that player's success. I want to see what you have from a younger guy this season to see, prove that Will Howard is not the guy, if he's not the guy. Or you'll get the best out of him. That's my point. So, there you go. All right, 412-928-9370. I got some callers racking up here. Let's start with this one. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, it's GP. How you doing?
Good. Do you really want Aaron Rodgers?
Absolutely not. No way. We talked about this earlier. They need to blow it up, Harry.
Yeah.
This is going to set the team back a couple more years. Instead of 1 or 2 years, it's going to set them back 3 or 4 years. I would rather see them not sign him and just draft a quarterback, whether it's, it don't have to be first round. It could be second, third, like you were saying earlier. Have an open competition. We know what Rudolph has. Just let him loose. I would see what Will Howard could do. Either that or you just cut Will Howard outright. Just get it over with. I mean, why mess around? If you don't want to see what you have in him, I mean, it wasn't their fault. It wasn't the Steelers' fault last year. He got hurt. There was nothing they could do about that, Harry. You agree?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the call, GP. I agree. He got hurt. And they couldn't really play him anywhere because he didn't get enough reps at the beginning of the season. So, but regardless of that, I mean, now we're in this year. I didn't think he would have played much last year, even if he was healthy. In the regular season, as it relates. I mean, I really didn't anticipate to see him at all, and now that was sealed when he got hurt. But, I mean, what are you learning this season? By bringing Aaron Rodgers back, what are you learning about the rest of your team? I mean, that's just what frustrates me. There's so many other organizations. Both teams in the Super Bowl this year kind of broke their teams down a little bit and rebuilt them. The Patriots had a more dramatic fall and then growth back to AFC supremacy. The Seahawks, though, if you think about them, I mean, they were good. In Russell Wilson's last season, they were good. They were all right. They had an established core, but it was aging and it wasn't good enough. And so what did they do? They stripped some parts. They traded Russell Wilson. They ended up trading DK Metcalf. They replaced Geno Smith. They shipped him to the Las Vegas Raiders, and they took a risk on Sam Darnold, who did not play all that well with the Minnesota Vikings the previous season. But they stripped it down. They found the right parts. They parted ways with other parts that might not have been working, or they might have just wanted to rebuild. DK Metcalf, trading him was great for the Steelers in theory. And it was a benefit for the Steelers, I think, overall, despite the fact that, again, he went out and had an altercation with a fan who was in the stands. Right? But, Seattle's taking a lot of big risks, parting ways with a lot of talented players. And look at them now. And again, taking a risk on Sam Darnold was their biggest thing, maybe, you could think about, because he was an unestablished high draft pick, somebody that hadn't had a consistent success in the NFL, and this season he is having a year. So much so that he's led the Seattle Seahawks to the Super Bowl. I make that comparison to say sometimes when you try out quarterbacks, or sometimes when you let quarterbacks just kind of ride, you take a chance on certain guys that might be unproven, sometimes things go well. It's not guaranteed those things are going to go well, but we know what Aaron Rodgers is, and that's kind of my point. So I want to keep hearing from Steeler fans, though. 412-928-9370. Do you think that Aaron Rodgers is the best choice? Because it seems like Art Rooney II does not want to strip it down, and it seems like Mike McCarthy is totally fine coaching a quarterback that he coached years and years ago. Just now in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. 412-928-9370. Let's go with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Me? Jenny?
Kenny, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I do not want Aaron Rodgers back. That's going to go nowhere. With Mike McCarthy and Rooney are putting this team on a treadmill. We are running in place, and we're going nowhere fast. My opinion.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the call. Okay, so now I'm starting to hear, okay, Steeler fans not all right with this. That's good. I feel like my opinion's validated. Thank you all. We're going to keep going. I just don't understand it. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thinks this way. So I appreciate everybody calling in and participating at 5:25 in the morning. This is very nice. This is good. I'm not crazy. It seems like, and I'm scared because it seems like the Steelers are leaning this way as well, just from all the talks, from all the reports. It seems like Aaron Rodgers, there's a pretty solid chance he's going to come back. Does that excite you? Do you think it's a good idea? 412-928-9370. Let's keep on going. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. You had two stints in the Steeler history that they were very good, and they were both when they had two franchise quarterbacks, and they won Super Bowls and went multiple times. The only way you get to the Super Bowl if you have a franchise quarterback. Having a retreaded quarterback is not going to get you there. You could have the number one defense, you could have the number one rushing attack on several occasions that the Cowher had, and they did not win it. AR2 is just fooling himself, and I'm afraid the only way you're going to see this team get any better is when AR2 kicks the bucket.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but okay. I don't want to talk like that. Assuming this man is in power, we're going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about those type of really end-game scenarios. Not too morbid for me. Let's not. I get your point, though. But let's not, right? You mentioned franchise quarterbacks getting to the Super Bowl. There are times, I mean, just to the point, I don't know about retreads necessarily, but I know you don't necessarily need a franchise guy to get you to the Super Bowl. And I remember one in recent memory, Nick Foles replaced an injured Carson Wentz for the Philadelphia Eagles way back in the 2017-2018 season. He ended up taking them to the Super Bowl. So you don't even necessarily need a franchise guy. You just need a competent quarterback, somebody that's in their prime enough that they can get the job done. Aaron Rodgers, the way the Steelers are constructed now, even to think about it from a how the team is constructed standpoint, like the way they're built right now, Aaron Rodgers is carrying too much of the load. It's not like the Steelers have an endless amount of talent. They have lacked receiver depth forever. It feels like they're always one receiver too short. And so you're relying way too much on Aaron Rodgers, the way the roster is constructed, to do more than I think he's capable of at his age. That doesn't mean that he played poorly. Like, I think he played as well as he possibly could last season, and he gave a refreshed presence to the offense. Somebody who commanded things. You know, we gave him the nickname Rogue Rodgers, right? Because he went out there and he would command plays, and he would audible if he felt it was necessary. And I think for a lot of games, it yielded them success. But even Aaron Rodgers' influence was not good enough for them to win in a playoff game against a Texans team that's offense was trying to give the game away. C.J. Stroud looked like he was trying to lose that game. And they got thumped in the next round of the playoffs. The Texans' offense was so bad. But the Steelers' offense could not get around a prime Texans defense. And so, what are you going to do? Bring the quarterback back that did that? That was leading the Steelers in those cases, in those games? I don't think so. Aaron Rodgers, again, by himself is not good enough to command the Steelers' offense to be superior to other teams, against other teams. I don't think it helps the Steelers to bring him back. But it seems like, based on reports, based on what McCarthy's saying, based on how Art Rooney II is clearly approaching constructing this team, that Aaron Rodgers is likely to come back. How does that make you feel? I just want to make sure that I'm not crazy, and so far you guys are making me feel like I'm not crazy. 412-928-9370. Let's take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air. What's your name?
Todd.
Todd, you're on the air. What's up?
First-time caller. I was so excited. I was hoping they would hire Mike McCarthy, and I'm hoping Aaron Rodgers comes back. I think it'll be the best thing this year. But we just need to draft a wide receiver that can go down the middle.
So you think Aaron Rodgers will be good if they can get receivers around him? You think he'd still be the best option for the establishment and future of this team?
Yes.
All right, we'll disagree. I guess if they get more receivers, I'm not totally off board with that. That actually makes logical sense. I think I just mentioned that a little bit earlier too. He hadn't had receiver help. If he gets a little bit of help, maybe it could work. I'm still going to disagree with you. I don't think he's the best option a quarterback the Steelers could have for establishing a core that brings them success in the future. But yeah, maybe it is just a receiver. Maybe the Steelers are just a receiver away. I'm not totally against that. All right, let's keep going. We got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod. I appreciate what Rodgers did this year. It was entertaining, but I'm tired of just being entertained. I want to see wins. So the quarterback cupboard is bare. What you got the best out of there is maybe Will Howard. I'm sorry to say, but there's no quarterback this draft that I would go after unless you could get the Indiana quarterback. Other than that, you got a lot of other than that, there's nobody else. I kind of like the LSU guy, but maybe in a third, fourth rounder. But still, again, you're not getting your franchise quarterback, and we don't know. Even if you do get a number one pick at a quarterback, you never know if you're going to hit the home run. So, you know what I mean? I give Will Howard, wherever he's been a winner. I give him a chance. If you don't like what he's doing, you got next year's draft. You got too many holes to fill to, just keep going in this mediocre. I'm tired of the mediocre show. It's a B-rated movie every game. I don't want to see that. I want to see something different.
Yes.
I'll listen to your thoughts. Have a great day, buddy.
I don't have any more thoughts. That's the call. That's exactly how I feel. It's exactly how I feel. Great call. 412-928-9370. I got time for one more caller, so we'll take this one. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, what's up, Harry? This is Mac on the road.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, I just want to give my opinion why I'm totally against Aaron Rodgers coming back. And, for that matter, Mike McCarthy. Neither one of them brings anything new to the table. These teams know how to game plan for both of them. These two are old. They're the same old. These coaches nowadays, our coaches and Aaron Rodgers, they're running on the treadmill, and these coaches are running laps around them.
Yep.
And everybody's talking about Will Howard, but in the preseason, everybody seemed to forget that Skylar Thompson was balling out. Hey, I'll be quiet now and listen to your opinion.
Well, I'm out of opinions. Thanks for the call. I agree with you. That's just the whole thing. It's like, what is possible beyond the safe choices for the Steelers? And I agree with you. So I don't really have any more thoughts. I don't have anything new to add to that. That's pretty good. All right, so we had one person in favor of Aaron Rodgers, assuming that the Steelers could get more wide receivers to complement him and the rest of the offense. Literally every other call was against Aaron Rodgers coming back for similar reasons that I've laid out. So I'm glad I'm not crazy. I respect the one caller that was opposed. I understood his viewpoint. I still don't agree with it. So I appreciate all the perspectives. And with that, I'm out of time. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show is coming up next. You're listening to 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Cam with NFL Network now on the Westwood One Radio Network. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell addressed the media on Monday ahead of Super Bowl opening nights. He spoke on several topics, including the continued use of technology with officiating and a potential 18-game schedule. He also announced the Paul J. Tagliabue Academic Excellence Award in honor of the late former commissioner, which will be given to a player who demonstrates a desire to continue his education. Meanwhile, the international series is expanding. The league announced multi-year regular season games returning to Madrid and Mexico City starting in 2026. Paris will also host their first regular season game in 2026 with the Saints as one of the participating teams. Plus, the Rams have announced they've signed head coach Sean McVay and general manager Les Snead to multi-year contract extensions. McVay is excited to be able to be with the organization that continues to build. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
No major problems or accidents to report as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. However, you're going to find some slick spots as the temperatures remain below freezing. So give yourself some extra travel time. And due to the winter weather conditions continuing, the HOV lanes remain closed along the Parkway North, the Crosstown, and the North Shore Expressway. You'll have to use the main lines instead. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio's services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Don't miss the ultimate Sammy Hagar era Van Halen tribute around. Van Hagar has wowed audiences across the country. Don't miss their return to Jurgles on February 7th with special guests Pittsburgh's own Broom and Radio 45. Experience the best Sammy Hagar era tunes from Van Halen. Van Hagar, February 7th at Jurgles. Advance tickets are on sale now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
HOV lanes remain closed along the Parkway north of Crosstown and the North Shore Expressway as crews continue to work on reopening those. Be sure and give yourself some extra time as you'll have to use the main line instead. I-79 southbound remains restricted approaching the interchange for Kerwin Heights. This is due to the damage of the bridge. That work continues, and there is a right lane restriction until further notice. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online. Awaken180weightloss.com. You can watch us on X. Check us out on the YouTube. worldwide on the Odyssey app or the old school way, 93.7 on your FM radio dial. Dickerson and Callis are here. I'm Crowley. What's up, boys?
How you doing, boys?
Boys.
Good morning. Callis, how you doing, boys?
Felt like a summer day this morning.
It did. Nice and warm. 16 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
How you doing, Harry?
Hey, good.
He's got a bright, shining, smiley face. We do have a bone to pick with him, and we will get to that in a moment. It's not a serious matter, but it could potentially lead to one. We'll explain. But first, I feel like we need to drop a little optimism on the humans out there. This winter feels like it's taking forever.
Yes.
And that chubby ass groundhog yesterday said there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter.
Yes.
Well, in the next 27 days, gentlemen, we will gain 77 minutes of daylight.
Nice.
We'll pick up the hour with daylight savings, and we will get time in addition to that.
Awesome.
That's the best.
That's the best.
The best.
Yeah. Spring forward, fall back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Something about that. Yeah.
Next week's going to be, there's 3 days out of next week that's going to be 35, 39, and 40 degrees.
And it's going to wind up melting some of the snow, but not all of the snow, and it's going to be even grosser out there.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Nasty.
I drove my dad, just for fun, down to Mercy Hospital yesterday. Just for fun. We love just to drive to Mercy Hospital. Now my mom, she's taking some new pills, and she was getting all dizzy at work. So we picked her up.
Okay.
And my dad drove her car back because she didn't want to drive while she was dizzy. But we're going along the bridge on the way down towards Oakland, and the snow's black.
Yeah.
It's so dirty. In the roads, you can barely see any of the lines on the street because the salt stains are so bad. It's bleh.
Nasty.
So 77 minutes of daylight coming our way in the next 27 days. Texter, you said boys like you watched your first hockey game last night. I'm in a hockey mode. How can you not be? I mean, the Penguins weren't last night. God, did they suck. We'll get to that. Texter, why did you guys change the opening? Texter, no Sandstorm. This sucks. Texter, you got to get Sandstorm back. We're not allowed. We're not allowed for streaming reasons that I can't explain. That being said, a loyal listener did tweet us yesterday a version of Sandstorm that probably wouldn't violate any copyright laws. Harry, we're going to have you take a listen to that, and then if it's...
I did.
Can we play it?
I think so.
Then why didn't we play it?
Because you didn't say it. You didn't mention it. You want me to pull... It was a tweet we got. It wasn't even like an email or anything, and you didn't even mention it before this moment.
I mean, you were clearly aware of it. You said you listened to it. You said it should be fine. But that's not even the bone we have to pick with you.
No, it's not.
So you think we can roll with that tomorrow at 5:40?
Okay.
Can you play it now? We can try it out.
Yeah, it's pretty long, but we could cut it.
I just fade it down.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Because I miss it too.
I do too.
I don't feel like the juice is where it needs to be. Yeah, you take your time.
All right.
So
I can't find it.
That's okay. We'll play it tomorrow at 5:40. So, Harry...
Is it about me talking about race on the early morning show?
You were talking about race? Please do. Fill us in. No, it wasn't.
Well, they were talking about the NFL was saying they were going to look into their hiring practices after only
10
one
coaches.
minority coach got hired and it wasn't a head coach.
Yeah, 0 of the 10 head coaches are minority coaches. Although, I thought Saleh, you know what? I don't want to play that game. I don't want to play the guessing game.
I thought it was too.
Is Saleh a white guy?
I guess.
I'm on it. I guess. We can tackle the big race topics on the early morning show. Is Robert Saleh black? Let's see.
I thought that he had a little bit in him. Could be wrong.
I don't know how to Google this. Born to Lebanese immigrants in Dearborn, Michigan. He's Lebanese.
Is that?
That's minority.
That's minority, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what I am?
Well, they
Mount Lebanese. So 1 out of 10.
No, they said black coaches.
Oh, out of 10. 0. Big old zilch to celebrate Black History Month, Doran.
Yep, 0.
Yeah.
Nice little present. There you go.
I am happy we discovered this about Robert Saleh. It was a big shock to me when I found out that...
You're happy about that?
Mike Tirico?
Mike McDaniel.
He's not black.
Are you kidding?
Are you kidding?
Are you kidding?
No, Mike McDaniel's black.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he is not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. Why would I? All right,
prove it.
McDaniel's biracial. His mother is white and his father is black.
Where'd you see that at?
This is on Wikipedia. Anybody can put information on Wikipedia, so you know it's true.
Get the heck out of here.
I don't know if that...
It's 100% true. McDaniel's biracial because he qualifies for the Rooney Rule. I'm serious. I learned that last year. I was...
Say swear.
Flummoxed. I swear. Dude, you really think I want to just sit here and make up that
my
the guy's
gosh, it's
black?
real.
I know.
Are you kidding me? This is... Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
How did I not know this?
I know. Wow. That is shocking information, is it not? Shocking. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah. He played college football as a wide receiver at Yale.
Wow.
Graduated with a degree in history.
Did you know that he's from here, too, or his family's from here?
He was born in Aurora, Colorado.
Okay, his family's from here. I used to work with his uncle at a charity.
I think you got the wrong guy.
Mike McDaniel, former Miami Dolphins coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to work with his uncle.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. His name was Kevin. He passed away in 2022.
Oh, R.I.P. This is going all over the place.
Wow, I'm honestly shocked right now. Honestly shocked.
I got nothing from Pittsburgh on the wiki page.
Huh.
I'm on it.
You learn something every day.
So we've learned this morning, I hope everyone's taking notes at home, that we're going to play a bastardized version of Sandstorm, that Robert Saleh is Lebanese, and that Mike McDaniel is biracial.
Wow.
If Mike McDaniel had ties to Pittsburgh, he'd be on the staff, because that seems to be what our guy McCarthy's doing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing on this, Harry. Are you sure you're thinking about the right guy?
Yeah.
Maybe his uncle just lived here. You know, that can happen too.
Well, did his uncle said that his parents, or that Mike McDaniel's parents, obviously his relatives, lived here? Or just his uncle lives here?
Maybe just his uncle lived here, but I thought he had some ties to Pittsburgh, but maybe I'm wrong.
No.
He could have been born in Colorado and come here, but the AI, I mean, it.
Oh, wow.
His high school was in Aurora, Colorado, Smoky Hill.
Okay, maybe his uncle just lived here then, but I mean, I swear it's the same guy.
Or maybe he didn't.
How do you know it was his uncle?
Yeah.
Same last name, and
You're like, there's no McDaniels?
I have source.
Half the NFL's mixed these days.
Did he pass away in 2012? How would you know?
2022.
Oh.
Yeah.
If he had passed away in 2012, I wouldn't have got the chance to work with him because I would have been way too young. But
I think you said 2012.
I have sources that tell me that Mike McDaniel came up for his funeral. That's what I know. So,
interesting. Wait, is his uncle black?
No.
He's white?
Yes.
Okay. I should say was.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. A lot of respect for him. I was hurt when I heard he passed.
Did you go to the funeral?
No.
Man, weren't hurt that bad. Mike McDaniel, biracial. Robert Saleh, Lebanese. And Harry, today, this is...
Now, wouldn't you switch those, though, if you're just, like, looking at both of those guys? Wouldn't you think that it was opposite?
That Mike McDaniel was Lebanese and Robert Saleh was black?
Yeah.
I mean, I could have sworn he was black, yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I'd have bet you a lot of money that he had.
There's nothing about Mike McDaniel that looks black.
Well.
I have biracial kids. They look like they're black. He does not. Just saying.
Now I'm scared. I don't know where to go.
Oh, I'm just saying.
I don't know what to say.
I got one. Race. So.
Oh, yeah. What were you talking about?
So my sister and.
Oh, boy.
So her boyfriend, her now husband actually, is biracial. And so their child looks white to start. So
well, he's biracial.
To
he's not black.
start, he said.
So, well, now my question. Well, who knows what's going to happen in the future? What do you mean? Adam's clearly been pasty with his entire life. He doesn't know.
You say pasty?
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to how the mixed races work. So technically, would that make?
Hold on, wait, real quick. Time out. Stop.
Would that make my nephew quadracial then?
Don't.
Because my brother-in-law has a black mom, white dad.
He's biracial.
So he's biracial, and he had a child with a straight white woman. So would that make my nephew quadracial?
Triracial?
I think it's quad.
Quad because
it's 4.
It's black, white, white, white.
Yeah.
So
quadracial.
Yep.
A quarter black.
So is Mike McDaniel actually biracial?
His parents are white. His parents are white and black.
So he would be.
That's biracial.
Purely biracial.
So we don't know.
His kids aren't. His kids are quad because he has a kid.
But can we just for 1 second here?
Right? Is that?
Can we rewind to when Harry said the kid is white to start?
Well, he might develop. I don't know. I mean, that happens.
He might develop. He's telling me that
we don't know what's going to happen with his genetic.
I don't know. Wind up looking like
right
he looks
now,
white
he looks
to start.
You're telling me he's going to reverse Michael Jackson?
Well, he looks white to start, and then maybe the black features may come through at some point in his life.
Is that?
That's a thing. What are you talking about? Like,
I don't want to hear him say it's a thing.
I used to have blonde hair, and now I have black hair.
I don't think that's the same.
It might be. It's a genetic feature.
Yeah. I mean, we all change. You don't look the same that you did whenever you were younger.
I didn't get black.
You're not biracial. You had 2 white parents living in Mount Lebanon.
I don't think it works like that.
The only thing brighter than the sun is you Mount Lebanon people. I mean, like
Harry, you have the same pigmentation that I do.
I think brighter than the sun is.
He's not wrong.
Okay. So my brother-in-law is biracial. I'm dating a biracial person. That these things, that genetic things happen. We don't know. Right now, he looks whiter than blacker.
I mean,
that might change.
My
I don't
kids
know.
in the summer, like they'll get like really dark.
Well, yeah.
And then like sometimes, like
Me
my
too.
kids, sometimes my kids will look like they have black features, and sometimes they'll look like they have Italian features.
Yeah, but They don't grow into getting darker.
But the features can kind of just like settle, and they may look different than they do now.
I'm just, what am I doing? You tell me.
You're arguing with Doran about
That's right.
race.
Well, I'm kind of arguing with you.
Is that not like the white man's history right there, arguing?
Yeah. On behalf of both
Actually,
races.
I'm not black at all, or I don't know anybody, but I can tell you.
It is just funny to me that Harry's like, well, they're white to start. We'll see where it goes.
Right now, he's white. That's
white.
He's right to start. Right now, he looks white to start. That could change. We don't know.
I just don't think the kid's going to grow up and start looking like Kobe Bryant. I just don't think that's how it
not
works.
necessarily it,
Yeah,
but like he could go from white to a lighter brown.
Okay.
What do you?
Now I'm scared. I mean, it did happen. Like Sammy Sosa, you seen him lately?
That's different.
But he had surgery.
Right.
Yeah, something happened there.
Let's see what Mike McDaniel looked like as a kid.
Yeah, you know what? This will
See?
inform.
Oh my gosh! Now he looks like he's.
I'm coming around. I'm coming around.
He looks like he's biracial.
I'm coming around.
And he does it now.
Oh my God!
That's crazy. Yes.
All right, Harry, I think you're vindicated here because McDaniel started black and now
I'm
he looks
always
a lot more
vindicated
white.
when we have arguments. Always. Every time.
Wow.
You think you know everything, and now you've tried to master race as a white man.
I'm not trying to master anything. I just didn't know you changed races over the course of your life. I didn't know that's how that went. But Mike McDaniel.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Huh.
There's a side-by-side, too. Wow. This is amazing. This is unbelievable. Holy. Oh, my gosh.
And here I thought we were going to start the show ragging on Harry for something that he did today, which I think we need to bring up later.
Yes.
And you stepped in race today.
You stepped in the race. You brought the race into this.
And I'm the one that came out correct.
Well, I think we've all learned something, which really I think is what...
No, you learned something.
Yeah.
Which I think is what Black History Month is all about.
Learning something about...
I think so, sure. Absolutely.
Not asserting your opinions and pre-biases.
I was just asking questions, that's all.
No, you weren't. You said he's going to start white. What? What is that possible? What?
I think, hey, Cal, instead of here, this is what we're gonna do. Instead of dead or alive tomorrow in the pre-show,
no,
we're gonna do Are They Black or Are They White
no.
for Black History Month.
Probably a pretty good idea.
Is this celebrity black or are they white?
That you can command that segment.
I got you.
Yeah.
Didn't I get confused by Angelina Jolie before? I think I did.
What?
I don't know if you were here or not.
Yeah, I think we did. I think you might have. Yeah. I think you might have. But there was a connection to it. What were we talking about?
It was from Landman.
Landman.
Because didn't Billy Bob Thornton marry Angelina Jolie?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Isn't her... Who's her dad?
John Voight.
Yeah, John Voight. Right.
And her mom is Marjolaine Bertrand. So I don't know what I'm doing there. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
You're assuming.
Mm-hmm. Texter, LOL, you guys talking about race is funnier than talking about the Pirates. That's right.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Before we get, so I went out to eat yesterday after the Green Tree Council meeting, and I saw Emmanuel from Carnegie at the place.
Nice.
Do you know what race he is?
You know, I don't know that I'm allowed to guess.
Yeah, you are. You're the master of all things.
Don't say master.
I know.
He actually...
The master of the Fan Morning Show.
Stop it.
He kind of steered my conversation this morning because we were talking for a little while waiting for the food. You know what race he is, though?
Yeah, I met him before. He's a black guy.
So it wasn't a guess then if you met him.
No, but I don't know that I'm comfortable with this game we're going to start playing tomorrow.
Why? Black History Month.
But if I start misracing people...
Well, you should do your homework.
You know what? Guess what the confidence you had when you thought that biracial people couldn't develop over time. Say it with that confidence.
All right. Now I feel like we got to start looking into all the
the what?
Kubiak. All right. In 30 seconds, Dan Muse talked after last night's game in a way we have not heard him speak about his team before. On a putrid night at the old paint can before a must-win game tonight against the Islanders. In 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It was flat. It was execution. It was races, battles. I mean, there wasn't. It was, I think Artie had a really strong game. I think our penalty kill did a good job. Outside of that, I don't think there's much else that I'm walking away here liking.
That's a pretty good synopsis by Penguins head coach Dan Muse. The penalty kill went 5 for 5. Arturs Shilovs kept the game a 3-2 loss instead of a 6-2 or 7-2 defeat. Dan Muse would go on to say as well, we have to be better than this. For me, this is so far off the mark of where we've been playing and working to get to. It's an opportunity tomorrow, that's against the Islanders tonight, to show ourselves there's a much better game that we have the ability to play than that.
They play the Rangers tonight?
They do not. They play the Islanders. I'm 100% sure. I appreciate your interruption and your incorrect
Oh, my
correction.
God, I was wrong.
I know you were. You often are. Erik Karlsson, after the game last night, quote, "It can't get any worse, can it? This is not the brand of hockey we are accustomed to playing. We got to wash the one away. We know we are a much better hockey team. We got a big game Tuesday, that's tonight, against the Islanders, and I think everybody is ready to turn the page and move to that one." I said yesterday that I was viewing this Penguins season as one where they're playing with house money, that there was no expectations for them to contend, and if they made the playoffs, I would just be happy, and I'm just simply enjoying the ride. And you know what, Doran? I want to go 180 degrees against that right now.
Oh, I tried to get you there yesterday.
Last night was unacceptable. This team, going into the game last night, had an 89% chance to make the playoffs. Now, that's not going to move that much based on one flat, awful, horrific performance against the Ottawa Senators. In fact, the Islanders lost last night too, and so they're still behind the Penguins, and the Penguins have a couple of games in hand. So it's not the end of the world, but I feel like I need to change and start viewing this team the way that I would view other contenders in town.
Correct.
If the Steelers had a 90% chance to make the playoffs and lost to the Las Vegas Raiders, I would come on the air and absolutely eviscerate them the next day. If the Buccos were in the throngs of a 6-game winning streak and they just simply didn't show up and it cost them in the standings, I would eviscerate them the next day. If Pitt was on the bubble and lost to a quad 3 team because they missed a bunch of free throws, I'd crush them. And so you know what? I got to keep the same energy. I can't believe that they came out the way they did last night. They were awful in the first period. Generally, they've had great starts. I know they scored the first goal, but it was a mirage. They played like crap. And I figured, okay, sometimes you're flat. I thought they'd come out in the second period and be better. They didn't have a shot in the second period. Then in the third period, yeah, they bounced back and found a way to tie the game at 2. But from start to finish, wire to wire, they were outperformed, outskated, out-hustled, out-muscled, outperformed by an Ottawa team that, yes, is playing good hockey of late, but is not a good one. And they deserve a bunch of scorn for it. And if this leads to them stumbling into the Olympic break, you can point back to this game as the start of the spiral.
If you're in it, you're in it. I mean, that's kind of just how I go about things. Like if you're, I don't care what the perception or the thoughts were before something happens. I'm all about in the time of the process. Like, so right now they're a good hockey team. We've kind of examined, why they're a good hockey team, and they've proven that they can be a good hockey team consistently. And that's kind of why I'll reserve judgment of last night's game. And there's so many hockey games in a season. Like, can they come out tonight whenever that game really matters?
It's a big game tonight.
It's a big game. Can you win that game and bounce back? And they have bounced back a couple times this year. That's a sign, I think, of a good team in general, not just in hockey, in every sport. Can you bounce back after something bad happens? So if you're in it for me, like, I'm going to judge you by your play now, not by what I thought your play was going to be months ago.
Yeah.
Like,
what have you done for me?
It is what it is. Like,
you change your expectations on the fly.
Exactly. Goalpost shift. I'm going to be where my feet are at. And they're a good hockey team. They've proven it to us. So that's how I'm going to judge them, night in and night out. Now, I understand the dynamics of how long a season is in baseball and hockey and in basketball compared to football. I understand that. Not every game is crucial, but every game is crucial. Last night's game, like, you came out flat, you got whooped. It's going to happen. It's the NHL. It's going to happen. But can you bounce back tonight and beat the Islanders, a team that you're going to potentially see whenever things really, really matter? So that's kind of where I am with this hockey team. Can they bounce back?
You're on the road at the Island, and that's why I thought last night's game was important, because after the Islanders, you play Buffalo on Thursday, and it's been a pretty soft schedule for the Penguins since that road trip they took. This homestand has been pretty soft for them, and they had swept it up until last night, but I thought it was big because you got the Islanders next. They're 2 points behind you in the Metropolitan. Now you have 2 games in hand, which means if you took care of business in your 2 games, you'd have 71 points. They'd have 65. You'd actually be 6 points up, which is why if you win tonight, that's massive.
Massive.
But it's a hard place to play against a good team, one that historically you have trouble against. So I thought, hey, you better pick up 2 points against Ottawa at home. And it's one thing to lose. It's one thing to, hey, we had a bad start and the rest of the game you play on even footing and you lose in a shootout. We've seen that fish before.
Mm-hmm.
Or we've seen it at times. You play well and you don't get puck luck, or the opposite goalie's hot and you lose, but you can live with that. What's so strange is that's by far the worst the Penguins have played since the Christmas break.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the worst game they played in a month, and if not for Artur Shilovs, they'd have been dominated. And I got to ask a question here, and I'm not freaking out about it. Lulls are going to happen. What's up with Sid? A simple question. Is 1 assist in his last 4 games, a -4 in his last 4 games. The Penguins went on a run of 15 consecutive goals scored where he didn't factor in on them. He's not racking up points. He did on that road trip, Seattle, Columbus, Philadelphia. He had 2 points in each of those 3. So it's not like the guy sucks. It's not like you're not allowed to have a 4-game stretch. You're not playing great hockey, but he's been largely invisible for 4 games, where you really just haven't noticed him. Now, I know the Penguins had to kill penalties for 10 minutes last night, and so that's 10 minutes where he's not going to play very much. But against the Rangers, it was his worst face-off winning percentage of the season. I think he won 6 out of 27 face-offs. He was a -1 again last night. I'm wondering what's up.
Is his mind in the Olympics?
For anybody else, that's what I would jump to. But for him, I can't get there. I know he cares about the Olympics as much as anybody, but I just don't see him. He's never been a guy that's not one skate in front of the other.
Yeah.
Like when he's warming up and he's stick handling around the McDonald's logo, like that guy focuses on one game at a time, one shift at a time, one shot at a time, always. So I can't put that on him.
Long season.
Carlson, I could. Carlson was a tire fire last night. Absolutely garbage. Now, I think he's been mostly pretty good this year. But there was one shift where he fanned on a shot in the offensive zone that led to a break the other way. And then he wound up corralling it in the defensive zone and attempted to clear the puck and flubbed on that too. Multiple giveaways in the game. I thought Gino was pretty lax. I thought he was guilty of some of the same stuff, just careless turnovers in the offensive zone. But he's dealing with a shoulder injury. I think this time off will be really good for him. But, it's one thing to lose. It's another to put that out there. And I didn't realize, and this might be naive because to your point, it is a long season, but I didn't realize that this was in there for them.
But they still only lost by 1 goal.
Yeah, that's only because the goalie was great.
Yeah.
If Shilov's played an average game, we're talking about a 6-2 loss today. I mean, he was that good.
But isn't there something to take from that, though? Like if we're projecting out and they say they get back on their momentum train, that Shilovs has that in the tank to at least keep them into something keep them in a game whenever things aren't going well?
Sure, you need that because you're not going to have your best every night. And I had thought, okay, after the first period, they're going to get their act together, and when the game's over and they win, because that's all they've done lately, we'll look back on it and say Shilov's got them 2 points. And he almost did. And that matters. Like, goalies count too, no doubt about it. But if your goalie's your only bright spot, I just didn't think they had it in them.
Yeah.
And it gives me a little pause. I don't think they're going to fall out of playoff contention. I don't think this team's going to go in the tank. Nothing like that. But I thought this team with this coach had flushed stinkers like this. We hadn't seen them play like this since December, and I didn't expect them to be this hot the rest of the season, but I did expect them to play better hockey consistently. Like, I feel like that's been their superpower.
Right.
Is that they just show up every night and play hard.
Yeah.
And they roll 4 lines. And even the 4th line wasn't all that wonderful last night. The bright spot, Chinikov scored again. I'm in love with him.
Are you?
Oh, I'm in love.
In love.
In love.
You don't just love him. You're in love
I'm
with him.
in love. Wow. Head over heels.
Wow.
Weak in the knees.
Swooning.
Can't form a sentence. Swooning in love with Igor Chinikov.
Wow.
Him and Gino got that Russian mind meld thing going, and it's beautiful. This guy's shot is unreal, and his speed to boot. I don't know what the hell Columbus was doing, but Kyle Dubas, we bow down. Now, all this will get flushed if the Penguins go out and play a good game against the Islanders, but the Isles lost too. So I think we're going to see one of the better hockey games of the year tonight. I think there's going to be bodies flying, desperation, and for good reason. If the Penguins do not respond, at least with a quality effort tonight, I do think the conversation gets a little bit more serious. I don't want to make too much of any of this, but you lose tonight or you play poorly tonight, that's not a good sign. You need to be able to bounce back. And usually Muse has been able to get that out of this team. 412-928-9370. Give us a call if you want to talk some Pens. Dan Muse did something real dumb last night. Haven't been able to say that very much this year, but I think it's worth talking about. At the bottom of the hour, one of the best quarterback gurus that the league has seen in the last 25 years is a big Will Howard fan, and it stopped me in my tracks. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins losers yesterday 3-2 against the Ottawa Senators. The Penguins ended a 6-game winning streak with that loss. Penguins' next game is tonight. They play on the road against the New York Islanders. One of 2 games left that they play in before the Winter Olympic break. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for thepeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
LeBron James and the Lakers are headed towards some kind of divorce. It was reported on Monday that both sides are ready to part ways with one another. Cool. Both sides are talking the talk, but will LeBron James actually walk the walk? With a full no-trade clause, the ball is fully in. No more pettiness. The NBA trade deadline is Thursday. These headlines bore me. Give us action on Denton Day.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Cloudy with flurries today, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo.
Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway East inbound delay starting right around Edgewood Swissvale. Heavy to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Also a little heavy on the inbound Parkway West past the runaway truck sand pile. No problems on Route 28. Inbound Parkway North, however, watch for a left lane restriction on the ramp leading to the HOV lanes around that area as crews are working to remove the snow there. You have to get to that right lane to get by, so expect some delays. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter, Pens win 6 in a row, finally lose, and Crowley loses his mind. Pretty unrealistic to think they'll win every damn game. Hey, man, I'm not as mad as Dan Muse was after the game. I ain't as mad as Erik Karlsson was. They were pissed. And if you watched Karlsson all night long, he was really bad, but he also had terrible body language. At the end of the game, the Penguins had a power play, or nearing the end of the game, Penguins had a power play, and they missed an opportunity. And it looked like you ran over Erik Karlsson's puppy with your car. Like, he made that kind of face. Mm-hmm. It's all forgiven if they go out and take care of business against the Islanders tonight, play a good game. But I'll respond to this texter one last time. It's not just that they lost, it's the way that they played.
Right.
Like, I hate, you're in the midst of a homestand. Usually, if you go out west and you play well, and you have a lot of time off, and you come home, the game you're going to lay an egg is that first game of the homestand. We've all watched hockey our entire lives. That happens all the time. And really, the first period that they played when they came back against, Chicago, it wasn't very good. That's to be expected. But the last game of a homestand where you've been playing your best hockey of the season, you're about to go on the road for 2 against 2 legitimate playoff contenders, one in your division, and you don't even show up? Maybe they were looking ahead to these 2 games. I mean, I guess that could be a possibility. But
would this be affected by Letang being out?
I think that doesn't help, of course, and Brian Rust too.
Yeah,
and I think that explains some of the Crosby. You know, Crosby 1 point -4 his last 4 games. Well, he hasn't had Brian Rust the last 3 games, and that top line just hasn't looked the same. Mm-hmm. And Brian Rust is obviously a big time piece of that, and he'll be back tonight against the Islanders. So perhaps things will get better for Crosby and the Penguins' top 6. The bottom 6 has been carrying them, really, the last week or so. Dan Muse has had a wonderful season and should probably be the head coach of the year, win the Jack Adams Award in the NHL. He's been that good. They were expected to do nothing, and here they are, really, truthfully, one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. But Claude Giroux scores that goal last night, and he gets brought down by Carlson, a clear penalty. They call a penalty. He slides into Shilov's, and the puck goes in. Because it's a penalty, because Carlson forced Giroux into Shilov's, that's going to be a goal 100 times out of 100. And I was surprised that they needed to go to review to confirm it. Well, it was a goal live by my eyes. It was a goal upon review. And then with 5 minutes to go in the game, Dan Muse challenged it? That I didn't understand. Because it was clearly and obviously going to stay the call on the ice. And then you're going to spend 2 of your last 5 minutes having to kill a power play because of the delay of game. Here's what Dan Muse had to say about that after the game. I thought this was a really bad decision by Dan.
I didn't get an explanation. I saw it as, call a slash, makes a save. He has, he gets run into, no chance at all. There's nothing else that he can do there. And so, I felt like that was one we can challenge. That's why I challenged, and I don't have any explanation. I didn't get anything, so nothing for you.
Yeah, I don't like that explanation from Muse either. It seemed like pure desperation. Like, it's one thing if it's a call on the ice and they just call it a goal and they don't review it. But they reviewed it already. And so the powers that be were sitting around talking about why it should be a goal.
Right.
And then you're going to ask for a challenge. And so the same powers that be are going to rule. Why would they do anything different? And look, again, this isn't a big deal. Like, Dan Muse has been wonderful. The Penguins have been largely wonderful. The way they played was eye-opening. In that decision, I hope we don't see something like that in the playoffs.
Man, this game is really affecting you.
It pissed me off.
Yeah, it's really affecting you. I mean, we're diving deep into the little nitty-gritty things. I mean, we're in February. Yeah, it's really getting to you, huh? You think that this is going to affect them? Maybe. I think deep down. I think that you don't want it to happen, clearly, but I think that you think that this could be something that they may pop up in March, at the end of March, because they lost this game.
I think, hopefully, after tonight, it's a footnote. Like, wow, can you believe they played so well against the Islanders? Oh, boy, they played so well against Buffalo. Can you believe they just randomly laid an egg like that against Ottawa? But I don't get this emotionally tied to games typically in February.
Right.
The fact that it got my juices flowing, it has me a little worried. That's all. That's all. And I also pay attention to what the guys in the room say. Like, if Muse said something along the lines of, we just weren't at our best. I can't explain it. We'll bounce back tomorrow. Okay. But Erik Karlsson, he basically set the dressing room on fire. And Dan Muse has really all season long, even when they've played bad hockey, been pretty easy on his guys. And last night he wasn't. So I think he wants to make sure that that's a one-off.
Yeah, it doesn't happen again, right?
Yeah, exactly. Steven in the car wants to chime in. Hi, Steven.
Hey, guys. Sorry, it's not about the Penguins. I was kind of on hold for a while. Just a little bucko talk, if that's all right.
Yeah, why not?
Just real quick, I'm curious about your Andrew McCutchen section you did last week. Why don't you think anybody picked up on that? Do you think the Pirates are trying to block that? Because I've not seen anybody pick up on what you were saying last week about that meeting.
Kutch met with
Bob Nutting.
Bob Nutting? Yeah. So I heard Gormy on yesterday from the Trib, and thank you for the call, Steven, with Starkey. He said he heard that they met.
Yeah.
And Mackey was in here. He confirmed it. And I talked to Zangrilli. We talked to Zangrilli. He confirmed it. The question is, what did they discuss?
Yeah.
And there's only two people that will know 100% what was discussed, and that would be Andrew McCutchen, who I'm guessing doesn't want to talk about it, and Bob Nutting, who's not going to reveal that. So I don't know if that means that they're close to him coming back, or if this was a, hey, Kutch, you're not coming back, and I want to smooth things over. No idea. We'd just be speculating at this point.
And not if there's rumors of like Marcell Ozuna joining this roster and then paying Marcell Ozuna and may have gone a different direction that might be moving on from Kutch. I don't know. We don't know. It's all, like you said, speculation, but I don't think it was, I don't think it was a great conversation. Because I think it's initiated by Andrew McCutchen
You know what?
From something that happened that he's perturbed about.
If it was a good conversation, and good in this context being Andrew McCutchen feels like he's coming back, that probably would have gotten out.
Right.
we would probably know. Now, we also know that the Pirates were willing to spend $15 million on Eugenio Suarez. Were they willing to go 2 for $40? That much, I'm not sure. But they were definitely willing to go 1 year 15 or 2 years 30. If they spent that money on him, they weren't going to have Kutch come back.
Right.
So just connecting dots here, that meeting took place before that. So I'm guessing, yeah, you're right, that he wasn't telling Kutch, hey, by the way, just wait around your phone because we're calling you real soon.
They probably would have told him before the whole deal with Pirates Fest.
Exactly.
So
I'm not thinking it's likely right now. I think they're going to make a play for this Ozuna. There was another bat that came off the market last night in Brendan Donovan, which sucks. Although he gets out of St. Louis. St. Louis
Where'd he go?
Bad. He went to Seattle.
Oh.
So Seattle wastes no time. Suarez leaves, and they get Brendan Donovan, who had a 13% strikeout rate last year to 29% for Suarez. So they figure they struck out so much. Get a guy who doesn't. He would have been a perfect Pirate. Oh, well, there's another name off the board. We'll get more into the Buccos perhaps a little bit later on in the show. We've got Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, at 7 o'clock. You can chime in on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, one of the best quarterback gurus of the last quarter century, loves Will Howard. And I have a question for Doran regarding Mr. Howard. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins play the New York Islanders on the road tonight at 7 o'clock in one of 2 games that the Penguins have left on their schedule before the Winter Olympics break. Their last game will be on February the 5th, so it'll be this Thursday. Penguins won't play again until February the 26th. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. That's all for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say a hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whaley Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com. And be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see see signs of winter roofing problems? Don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yeah, I thought the Steelers did a great job in hiring Mike McCarthy. Obviously, he's got a great track record offensively, developing quarterbacks. I think the big hope, obviously, is to keep Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, and they have a great relationship. So that makes it very easy. But I think he'll do a good job of developing the young guy, and who I think has a ton of upside, Will Howard, who I think is the future of Pittsburgh. And I think it's a great hire by the Steelers.
Bruce Arians, quarterback whisperer, 2-time coach of the year, saying that Will Howard is the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Doran, I think there's some serious collective groupthink going on here regarding Will Howard.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone too far for me.
I agree. I agree.
Seems like a nice kid, handles the media well, won a national championship. But my man's a 6th-round pick.
And Bruce Arians is a guy whose quarterback opinion I'm going to trust. But is he really doing his homework on this guy? Is he sitting there evaluating Will Howard? I don't know. Like, what the hell?
I mean, I think he's just going based off of, all right, if Mike McCarthy likes him, then I'll probably like him too. Like, it's like, I want Mike McCarthy to be successful in Pittsburgh. Love the story. If you're Bruce Arians or you're John Gruden, John Gruden actually was the first to talk about Will Howard. So, but Gruden knew that he was coming to Pittsburgh. He was going to see Will Howard about a month or a couple weeks after he did that. I'm not saying that Will Howard isn't good, but I think that there is a lot of intrigue and upside to him.
Sure.
But that just, I could see if he was a second-round pick. But like,
right. It's just because he's here.
It's just because he's here.
It's just because he's breathing.
And he won a national championship at Ohio State.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Tim
odd.
Tebow won too. What's his ass doing?
It makes the intrigue higher for me to see him play.
Yes.
That's what it does for me. And that's about it, because, I mean, just like McCarthy's story, Crowley, like, it's great right now, but you got to win games. You got to perform. You got to go out in the practice field. You got to throw. You got to complete the football. You got to march the team down the field in certain drills in 2 minutes. You know, all the stuff that we talk about in football. It just makes the intrigue very high for me to see him actually play.
Yeah, and I was super excited about watching him in the preseason last year, just to seeing if there might be a diamond in the rough, because as we've discussed, and Mulsey brought this up yesterday. They were looking through a whole bunch of old mock drafts. He was a projected fourth-round pick.
Yeah.
And you and I looked at him and said, you know, we could, if he went at the end of the third round, that wouldn't have been shocking to us. But it's not like he was ever considered as a first-round pick. And texters are writing in, Bob in Johnstown, Tom Brady was a sixth-round pick. Another texter, in case you forgot, Tom Brady was a sixth-round pick. Stop hating on Will. What pick was Brock Purdy? Blah, 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 blah. No quarterbacks in the NFL right now that were starters were picked in the sixth round. One was picked beyond that, and that's Brock Purdy. Look around the NFL. Look at all the best starting quarterbacks. They're all first-round picks, or Jalen Hurts a second-round pick. And Lamar Jackson was a late first-round pick. But the vast majority of guys who have success are first-round quarterbacks. That's just a fact. You know, Dak Prescott was a fourth. That's probably, him and Purdy are the best examples of guys who weren't picked in the first round.
It may be Russell Wilson,
who was a third-round pick.
Right.
And it's the exception, not the rule, people.
I'm on both sides of this when we talk about that. That's not a great place to be as a radio host, but I'm on both sides of this. It's like, why did Will Howard get picked in the sixth round? Did, all these teams miss on him? But how could at one point, and this is where, I will be on Will Howard's side, and where I say that I think he should have gotten drafted at least higher than he did. I don't understand how you could sit there and at one point during the season of last season say that Shedeur Sanders was a top 5 pick, but not have Will Howard as a first-round pick. You're trying to tell me that Shedeur Sanders, remember he was like, well, he's going to be the first or the second pick, and he had evaluations for that at the time. It fell off, obviously.
It was Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders for the longest time, yeah.
But you're trying to tell me that Shedeur Sanders' evaluation was that much better at the time than Will Howard?
Yeah, that's bizarre to me.
So what do we do? Maybe the process is messed up, maybe. And I know that the things have changed in the scouting department over the last 5 years, going more analytical. You're not having the former, actual hard-nosed football guy. I've seen that transpire, but I just can't put two together right there. That at one point, legitimately, Shedeur Sanders was a top 2, top 3 pick, but Will Howard was never considered as a second-round pick? You're telling me that the gap, and to look. You're trying to tell me that Will Howard couldn't have done what Shedeur Sanders did this year?
Make the Pro Bowl? I don't think so, Norm.
I mean, I'm just saying. It's just something's off here, and I can't figure it out, and it's bothering me.
Yeah, Shedeur had 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. I feel pretty confident that Will Howard could go out there and do something similar to that. He did have a terrible pro day. I mean, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
Listen.
People care about that. If you can't.
I know, but come on.
He wasn't even close on some of those throws.
Come on.
And if he's not a great prospect to begin with, I think that could be a reason why he fell. Because I'm looking for reasons just as you are.
But how is he not a great prospect to begin with, though, is where I'm at.
He was good in Kansas State, but he wasn't great.
And then, Okay, so Fernando Mendoza was okay at Cal, and he wasn't great.
Yeah, he's got better measurables, though. I mean, he's got a better arm. He's more accurate.
6'4", 230 pounds. That can
He's
run.
not accurate.
I mean,
and his arm's not that strong. It's a nice arm. It's a nice arm. It's not like a great arm. And if you don't have a great arm and you're not accurate,
but you're trying to tell me that nobody would want to take a chance higher than the 6th round.
It's what happened.
I know. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that everybody, but like, I just don't get it.
The whole league could be wrong. I mean, that is absolutely a possibility. It has happened before. I doubt it. Like the 2 best 6th round quarterbacks in the last 15 years, Tyrod Taylor and Gardner Minshew. Like it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't. And even if you want to whittle it down to, like, let's say he gets picked where we kind of thought he should have in the 4th or 3rd round, you're talking about Dak, you're talking about Russell Wilson. That's pretty much the list there, too.
Yeah, I mean, but that's, I think, where it should have been warranted, which would make the case a lot better for what people are talking about right now.
Yes, if he was a 3rd round pick,
okay,
it would make a lot more sense for Bruce Arians to talk about him the way that he did, and for John Gruden to talk about him the way that he did, and for Mike McCarthy, frankly.
Like, are all these older coaches, those 3, let's put those 3 out there, they'll do that. They'll evaluate guys even if they're not in the league or whatever. They still pay attention, obviously. Like, do those 3 know something that everybody else doesn't know?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, they definitely like his brain.
I mean, they're all old school. They're all around the same time, so they think differently than probably the newer age.
And I'm sure McCarthy and Arians have a good relationship through the McAfee show. And Arians was here in Pittsburgh for a long time, and McCarthy obviously from here. Like I'm sure those guys, the way they view quarterbacks, they get along. I think word of mouth is this is an impressive kid. And I think that's a reason why you'd like him too. But like texts like this drive me nuts. Josh Allen came into the league with a terrible accuracy rating. He did.
He was a 1st round pick.
Yes, he also came into the league and instantly had the best arm. Like the guy can throw it
90 yards
on the run. Yeah. Like, can we not? Please. This isn't even what I wanted to talk about this
I know. I just can't help it.
I had a different question for you.
It is bothering me so bad because I am on both sides, as you can tell, of like, I'm here, I'm there. Like, well, Howard is a 6th round pick, but should he have been a 6th round pick? What am I missing? Like, it just is. This is a weird case of a draft pick that really doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense of why the Steelers took him in the 6th round. It's like, oh, okay, like he's in the 6th round. I'm gonna take Will Howard, but like, why? You're gonna tell me that Dylan Gabriel has a better arm than him?
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. Dylan Gabriel he didn't look draftable to me.
No.
I mean,
he's 5'9".
He's short. He doesn't. He said publicly he didn't like playing outside. He doesn't have a strong arm. He's not mobile in the sense that you can make things happen at the NFL level. Yeah, I never understood that either. But that's just the Browns being the Browns.
I think I just want somebody to come out and say that they had a grade of Will Howard from the 2nd to the 3rd or the 4th round. And then I think I can ease my mind of the situation of everybody getting on the Will Howard train.
Well, that should be.
Need that.
That's a follow-up question. I thought Pomp's interview, he spent 16 minutes with McCarthy, was really good. A follow-up question I'd love to hear in any of these interviews is, all right, you're impressed with Will Howard. Like, you did draft work for the McAfee show. What was your grade on the guy? I would love somebody to ask that question. We'd love to have him on here, but I doubt the Steelers.
I can ask somebody right now that would give a great opinion that would be warranted.
Why don't you send out that text? 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. I had another question about the Steelers quarterback position that I will throw Doran's way coming up next, and it is this. The Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Let's say Rodgers decides, you know what, I'm retiring. What the hell should they do at quarterback then? That's next. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour talking Pens, Steelers, and more. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 3-2 to the Ottawa Senators yesterday, ending the Penguins' 6-game winning streak. They've got 2 more games left. They're both on the road. They play before the Winter Olympic break. And the first of those 2 games is going to be played tonight at 7 o'clock on the road against the New York Islanders. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
All right, it's big game week, and Fanatics is officially cooking. They've teamed up with Kendall Jenner to deliver fans a 100% moneyline profit boost on the big game. All you have to do is decide whether you're riding with Kendall or betting against her in the Kardashian curse. And when it comes to the big moments like the big game, fair play makes all the difference. Fanatics protects all your player prop bets from first-half injuries, plus with hundreds of markets, live betting options all game long, and every prop you care about, passing yards, rushing yards, and receiving yards. Betting with Fanatics Sportsbook for the big game is a no-brainer. Bet on the curse and protect your bets only on Fanatics, America's fastest-growing sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Max wager applies. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. # Fanatics Sportsbook partner.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Snow removal continues on the Parkway North's HOV lanes. In the meantime, they have closed the left lane on the main line past that Perrysville interchange and the slip ramp up to those HOV lanes, resulting in delays heading toward that interchange back around Bellevue Westview. Once you are past it, you're fairly steady down to the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg, while Route 28 heavy past Shaler Waterworks, and then again from the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Home security isn't just about break-ins anymore. With Guardian Protection, every home security package now includes full protection from intrusion, fire, and water. For a limited time, get a free water and freeze sensor with any Guardian home security package. That means added protection from leaks, frozen pipes, and costly water damage at no extra charge. Don't wait for a problem to happen. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here, and Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Another text. Hey, Harry, can you tell Crowley Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick? Thanks. Here's the funny thing about Brady. Guys like whatever version of Bruce Arians there was, a talking head back in 2001, weren't sitting there saying that he was the future of the Patriots organization.
No.
It was Drew Bledsoe until it wasn't, and it wasn't because he got hurt. And the talk leading into the Super Bowl because Brady got hurt in the AFC Championship game against the Steelers was, is it going to be Bledsoe or Brady? And it was Brady, and they won the Super Bowl, and then Bledsoe was traded to the Bills, and the rest is history. But I don't think Bill Belichick even thought Tom Brady is the future of the New England Patriots until he led them on that incredible Super Bowl run that was really stymied by their tremendous defense.
Did you get the round he was drafted in wrong, though?
No.
What?
Oh, he was just saying, yeah, because I understand now. Sorry.
That's Harry's second quality interruption of the show so far.
They went with Brady because he was a hot hand at the time.
Yep. Bledsoe got hurt.
Yeah.
And Brady won them a lot of games in the regular season. And then Brady ran them through the playoffs. And yeah, Bledsoe came in, played well against the Steelers when Brady got hurt. But first of all, I can't imagine having to make that decision.
Yeah.
But he made the right one, did Bill Belichick. It's why he's a first ballot. Wait a second. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the Fan Morning Show, of course, is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I just can't ever remember a situation quite like this. Like, you've got 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL. One's a 7th-round pick, Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy. The next closest thing you've got to that is Dak Prescott, who was a 4th-round pick out of Mississippi State for the Dallas Cowboys. Like, all the good quarterbacks in the NFL, save for Jalen Hurts and the two I just mentioned, are first-round guys. And you've got Steelers fans saying Will Howard's the answer. And more than that, you've got smart people like Mike McCarthy talking him up, and you've got smart quarterback evaluators like Bruce Arians saying this kid's the future. He hasn't played a snap. He didn't play a preseason game.
Did people even say this about Mason?
No.
Right. Mason was drafted in 3rd round. They had a 1st-round evaluation on him. Where I don't remember people being like, oh, he's the next franchise quarterback when Ben retires.
Ben was scared, but there was less, you're right. There was less talk about Mason, a 3rd-round pick who set all kinds of records, who also had a nice arm and a big frame, than there has been about this guy. And I think part of it is we've just been mired in such quarterback mediocrity now for the last 6 years that we've all become Cleveland Browns fans, and that the next quarterback is going to be the answer.
Yep.
Like, I'm sure in Cleveland, like if we listen to Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, they're probably saying, what can Todd Monken get out of Shadur Sanders? Well, let me tell you something. Probably nothing. But that's probably their conversation because it's Cleveland, and this is what they deal with every single year. New quarterback. Well, this guy could be the next one. We just haven't had one that is young and under contract. And I guess there was some talk after Mason led them to the playoffs. He won those 3 straight regular season games and kept them competitive against Buffalo in the playoffs. Hey, should he come back next year? But I don't remember people banging on the door.
I mean, what year was that for him? 5?
Right. And that's different because he led them to the playoffs.
Right.
And this guy,
he's a rookie. Basically, he didn't play last year.
And now we got people texting, and he won a national championship, which, yes, okay, that's great. And congratulations to him. You can never take that away. But Tim Tebow won 2.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Greg McElroy won a national championship.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Well, Tim Tebow is special, too, because he played baseball as well. Never made it to the majors, but yeah. I get it. That was my sarcasm. He didn't do much in football. I get that. Other than beat the Steelers.
He almost came back as an H-back for Urban Meyer.
Yep.
For God's sakes.
Or tight end, too.
Josh Heupel won a national championship.
Right.
Jason White won a Heisman. So what?
Doesn't translate.
No. Now,
well, Tim Tebow has had more. He played more NFL games. Will Howard hadn't played any games yet. You see what he got.
Do you think Tim Tebow was good? He wasn't. That's the point.
He had one good playoff game.
He was a 1st-round pick.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he wasn't good. He wasn't good for being a 1st-round pick.
He wasn't good as an NFL quarterback, full stop, period.
But Will Howard hadn't played in the NFL.
What is happening?
Will Howard hadn't played in the NFL yet. That's what I'm saying. Give him a shot. In my perspective, I'd rather have him than Rodgers.
See, the only reason...
But why?
Because you don't know what you have with him, and I feel like you already know what you're going to have with Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers is safe.
The only reason that I would want to see Will Howard were if they were trying to tank. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, Harry kind of just nailed it a little bit there. Like, there's this feeling by some Steelers fans that Howard deserves an opportunity.
I don't think that way.
He's a 6th-round pick who's never played in a preseason.
Right,
I don't
got hurt.
I don't have the perspective that he deserves a spot. But if I'm picking between him and Aaron Rodgers, I want the unknown because I'm tired of doing the same thing every season. And the Steelers' methods over the last several seasons have yielded no significant results. At least if you play Will Howard, it's like, all right, you play him for a year. He either does well and you got your guy, or he doesn't do well and you go into the next draft.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but the idea that people, a lot of them, and I'm not saying you, Harry, think that he'd be good, I just don't know why you'd think that.
Yeah.
That's the sticking point for me. We'll get into this a little bit with Jeff. Also, Jeff was in the Penguins dressing room last night after arguably their worst game of the season. A bunch to cover with our sports director when we come back. It's Fan Morning Show.
Morning, just light snow expected for western Pennsylvania today, but if traveling south, 1 to 3 inches of snow is expected to fall in Morgantown and communities south of there. Besides that, highs today should hit the upper 20s with temperatures right now in the upper teens and wind chills in the low teens. Skies will be partly cloudy. Frigid air returns overnight with Wednesday morning lows in the single digits and wind chills falling below zero. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Ah, the internet. A place where your curiosity can flourish. Unless malware gets in the way. It's a place that can surprise you with phishing websites and trackers. The internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN. TechRadar named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people,
love.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning Rush continues to crowd up for you. Inbound on the Parkway West, we do have reports of an accident around the top of Green Tree Hill. You have delays approaching that Green Tree Mount Lebanon off-ramp, and then it's jammed approaching Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, also an accident recorded right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. You're stacked from there down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 jammed past the Route 8 at the bypass towards Shaler Waterworks. Parkway North, that is easing up, and it appears those crews have wrapped up work. Just a slight slowdown as you pass Bellevue Westview. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Yeah, it was flat. It was execution. It was races, battles. I mean, I think Artie had a really strong game. I think our penalty kill did a good job. Outside of that, I don't think there's much else that I'm walking away here liking it.
Fair assessment from the Penguins head coach after they played maybe their worst game of the year last night. Jeff Hathorn was in the dressing room. Penguins get set to take on the Islanders in a big one this evening. Jeff, heard what Erik Karlsson had to say, what Rickard Rakell had to say, heard what Dan Muse had to say. Was that as angry, upset a Penguins dressing room as you have been in this year?
Yeah, it wasn't even as much anger. It's just like they're disappointed in themselves. Like, man, we went out there and laid an egg. Here's what I loved about it. You could have thrown it. Man, we'd won 6 in a row. It's been a tight schedule. We just had a bunch of guys for the 10-year reunion, probably hit it hard over the weekend, but you didn't hear any of those excuses. It was about looking in the mirror. We got to play better. And I think I loved hearing that. Like, I'm glad Karlsson was like, yeah, I stunk. Like, he must have hung around Mike Sullivan too much because he looked like Erik Karlsson under Mike Sullivan.
He did.
It was bad. And again, I'm glad it wasn't like, oh, you know, that was a tough call at the end. I know Shilov's had a little bit to say about that play, and I understand his thought process. But there wasn't excuse making. It was, we got to be better. That's a good sign to me about this team.
Jeff, what do you think is up with Crosby as of late? Not really showing up that much.
I mean, his line's been, you know, he's had some different people on his line. They changed it mid-game yesterday and put Mantha up there to try to get something going. I mean, I don't worry too much. It's been weird, though. The last few games they've won, and he's had, like, an assist. I think he'll get going. And it's not like he's making glaring mistakes. But, again, another great thing about this team, Sid really hasn't been going, yet they've been winning games because they're finding scoring elsewhere.
Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show, our sports director. The Hawk Report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Jeff, what do you make of Mike McCarthy's staff so far and some of these rumored interviews they've been having?
A lot of people he knows. I mean, I don't mind Tolzien. You hear a lot of good things about Tolzien as a potential offensive coordinator. I think both the guys that they've talked to are good candidates. And I'm not as concerned about the OC as I am about Patrick Graham working on the other side of the ball and some of the other hires they have to make on defense. And I do think this, if any of us have been successful in anything we do in different places, you're probably going to bring people that were successful with you. People that that you can work with, people that you've had success with. I hope to see a couple of different faces just to bring a few new ideas. But if you've been doing it for a long time, and it's unlike, other Steelers coaching searches, because none of those guys have been head coaches before. So they hadn't had people that they know, man, this guy's a good coordinator, this guy's a good this coach. So I guess to a point, I get it. It's just been crazy how everybody's been tied to McCarthy, Pitt, whatever it might be.
Jeff, who on this roster do you think should be back this season that potentially couldn't be back this season? Jalen Ramsey, Kenneth Gainwell, those Isaac Seumalo. Who should be back, you think, to head into this season?
Well, I mean, the first one I'm talking to is Gainwell. I don't know what kind of outside, discussions there have been as far as, what his agent is hearing that other teams would be willing to pay for him. I thought that duo really started to work out, and I think under McCarthy it could flourish as well. That would be the first that I'm talking to. I mean, there's some Calvin Austin, someone you might talk to, but when you look at the free agents, there are three guys that kind of stick out. One is Aaron. What do you do with Aaron? That's the big one. Gainwell is your team MVP, and then you're kind of looking at guys that are. Your special teams captain is on that list. Is that someone you might like for leadership potentially, especially with a new coaching staff? But there aren't others that really jump out. What's the other thing that's crazy about getting all that work done is there are a ton of guys going into the last year of their contract that they're going to have discussions in a few months on.
What do you think about Broderick Jones and Dylan Cook? I mean, do you think their plan is to have those guys battle it out? I know it's a long way away, but, I've seen some people mock tackles to the Steelers in the first round of their mock drafts.
Yeah, with needed receiver and, maybe corner, I don't know if tackle is the place I go, but I have seen the same thing. I think Broderick comes back and does battle, but now we're looking at a new offensive line coach. I don't know how that's going to affect positively or negatively what Broderick's done. I think Dylan at least has to be in the mix for a swing tackle. I mean, what he did and his opportunities, I think he's earned a chance to compete in camp. And we'll hear more. James Campen is a veteran offensive line coach. I'm interested what he's going to bring to the mix here.
Jeff, the Pirates missed out on Suarez. Do you anticipate them making a move for a third baseman?
I hope so. I mean, it's like I like Jared Trillo, but I like him as my utility guy.
Yes.
Not as a guy that's going to start every day at third. So, yeah, I mean, you're kind of to the trade market. Like Andujar is an outfielder / third baseman. He's your best war look at free agents, but there isn't anybody left in the market where you're really excited about or think can make a big difference. So, yeah, I mean, I'm exploring those markets. I mean, listen, this team's still a little short. And I love some of the things that Skeens has said this offseason about how he hates the word urgency. Why should there be urgency? You should always be putting yourselves in position. And if there's anyone that can move that needle on that roster, it's Paul Skeens.
And it is a little bit frustrating that, not that I was a massive Ke'Bryan Hayes fan, but you trade Ke'Bryan Hayes to get some salary relief, and now you don't have a third baseman. This coming out last night, Mike Rodriguez, who is an MLB insider, he says, according to my sources, Marcell Ozuna is drawing interest from the San Diego Padres. Additionally, as reported earlier, the Pittsburgh Pirates are also pursuing the three-time All-Star. Is there a fit for a Marcell Ozuna? I mean, I don't think he can play the field at all.
No, I mean, that's not that you probably don't feel like it's this way, but that closes the door on McCutcheon.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. With O'Hearn being able to DH, it seems like there are days they want Brian Reynolds out of the field and in a DH position. Like, I'm okay if you rotate different guys, but I mean, at this point, I'd probably want someone that could play a little bit of the field. Not that, I mean, it's a quality bat. Don't get me wrong. If that's who they end up with, I'm not like petrified or just bothered by the fact that they would bring him in, but you can't just go, you know, throwing darts at a board. Like, go identify a third baseman that you could trade for and go get him.
Brendan Donovan now off the board. The Cardinals ship him out to Seattle. Jeff, this was wonderful. A lot of great stuff on the Penguins last night. I saw anything else you got cooking on 93.7thefan.com.
Yeah, we've got some more stuff about some of these coaching searches. It's going to be posted a little bit later today. And in an interesting theory, you know, is Aaron Rodgers that bad of a decision? Like, is their thought we're going to have Aaron this year because 2027 is when we're going to go for a quarterback anyway, and it's going to be deep enough that no matter where we finish, we feel like we're going to find a guy. That's something that was floated out to me. We're going to put that up on the website and have some discussion about that.
Yeah, it does make sense because I think that's exactly what they thought last year. They just thought it would be a better draft in Pittsburgh here. 79 days away, by the way, here on, what is it? February 3rd. Jeff, thank you so much for your time, buddy. As always, we'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Hey, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. I want to get into this Steelers staff. Something that we have been and everyone's generally been bitching about under Mike Tomlin for years looks like is now a thing of the past. And don't look now. I think the Ravens are putting together a hell of a staff. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 3-2 yesterday. The Ottawa Senators, ending a 6-game winning streak that the Penguins were on. Dan Muse was not happy about it. His post-game press conference sounded a bit disgruntled at a lot of the results from the Penguins in that game yesterday. But the Penguins have another chance. They play on the road tonight against the New York Islanders. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop for the Penguins and the Islanders, and it's one of 2 games that the Penguins have left before the Winter Olympics break in the schedule. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It's a little warmer today, and that means it's 16 degrees. And if your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should, you got to ask the question, why? Is it your furnace? Well, that's super expensive. Is it your insulation? Ditto. You might be surprised to learn it could be because of the insulation in your windows and that they've failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out, the cold gets in. You need help. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. I got new windows and the hot air stayed inside, the cold air stayed outside, and my energy bills went down. So you could get big energy bill savings and big savings with this deal during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale and 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now. You'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now online at windownation.com.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. 23 years in, and the Rooney Rule facing its toughest battle yet, staying alive. Commissioner Roger Goodell calling for a total reevaluation. The focus is shifting from interview quotas to fixing the play caller pipeline at the coordinator level. This is an overhaul times rate told.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush settling into a pattern. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, that is stacking back at Greensburg Pike down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 is heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass and toward Shaler Waterworks. Additional delays between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. Parkway North, most of the earlier delays are gone, but you still have slowdowns from Bellevue Westview to Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doran tweeted out on January 29th, keep an eye on Brian Angelico potentially being the Steelers' next offensive coordinator. Yes, he was my tight end coach at Pitt. This, again, on January 29th, so last Thursday. Caboli tweets out yesterday that Angelico is a legitimate candidate. And as we understand it, Angelico will meet with the team today. I think a lot of folks out there just assumed Scott Tolzien was going to be the guy. And maybe he will be the guy. He's 38 years old, doesn't quite have the same level of experience. But you were all over this.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, Brian Angelico having a real connection with Aaron Rodgers, a real connection, obviously, with Mike McCarthy, has been in the league for 15 years. Coached tight ends in multiple stops. Is right now the tight ends and pass game coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. So we'll see. I know that Mike McCarthy is very comfortable with him, and we'll see how it rolls out.
I like them both. Tolzien gets a lot of credit for Tyler Shook, who had some nice games this year, and it's not like that guy was a mega prospect or anything like that. Plus, he comes from Kellen Moore's staff, and Kellen Moore's done a lot of good stuff as OC in the National Football League. Angelico working in Minnesota, that's another great offensive head coach there that he'd be working under. So you bring a little bit of either Kellen Moore stuff, maybe. You bring a little bit of what they got going on in Minnesota. I like that. Both guys not especially old, which is sort of what you were expecting with McCarthy calling the plays.
Well, yeah, I could see them bringing both in in some capacity, and that's a home run, in my opinion. You get both of those guys, and you would obviously have to up their titles for them to leave their situations they're in now. Maybe it's Brian Angelico's the offensive coordinator, Tolzien's the tight end coach and pass game coordinator. And you get both those guys on your staff that you're comfortable with. That gives you so many resources on offense. You really wouldn't miss a beat.
Oh, my God.
You wouldn't miss a beat.
I mean, now we're talking about you've got everything that McCarthy brings from a play calling standpoint and a schematic standpoint. And, my God, we're going to see a lot more 3 wide receiver sets than we did last year, and you're going to see a lot less of the double, triple tight end sets. But then you've got Brian Angelico, if you could bring him in with Kevin O'Connell's, some of the stuff that they've done, and then some of the stuff that Kellen Moore brought to the table, and they're going to have their own ideas.
Nice.
The thing that I teased was, Tomlin got criticized fairly forever for not having a coaching tree, but also not having an expansive staff. And I think these are good coordinators, candidates, and I think he's building a good staff, but also a big staff.
Yeah.
Like consider this. You have Tom Arth. They just hired Frank Signetti Jr., whose title at this point is not, I think he's an offensive assistant right now. An offensive assistant. And you're going to have a quarterback's coach in Tom Arth, and you're going to have an offensive coordinator that likely, unless it's Lunda Wells, is going to have significant experience training quarterbacks. And Lunda Wells, I wouldn't rule out as him maybe being a tight ends coach and a run game coordinator, because they still need a tight ends coach. So the offensive staff looking quite substantial at this point.
I mean, bringing in Jari Evans, who's probably going to be a Hall of Famer as an assistant offensive line coach.
Yep.
I mean, that's the player. And Campen played for a while in the league, too, and he's been around forever in the league, the offensive line coach. That's two big-time resources for a young offensive line. I've said this from the start. That was the biggest hire, in my opinion.
Yes.
And they nailed it. On paper, they nailed it.
Doran, if they brought in Jari Evans as the offensive line coach, I think we'd have been excited.
Yeah.
And now you have basically 2 offensive line coaches. It's refreshing. It's refreshing. It's one of the reasons why we have said it's not going to be just a continuation of the Tomlin era, because the staff's going to be largely totally different, And we expected the staff to be bigger, and it is. And that's just keeping up with the Joneses. That's the way it is everywhere else in the NFL. Defensively, they made a hire yesterday, according to reports. Domata Peko, Steelers fans will remember him for wreaking havoc against the Steelers with the Cincinnati Bengals. That dude's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been a coach for very long, but I like that hire.
I do too.
Patrick Graham at DC, you and I like. They retained Scott McCurley at inside linebacker. Outside linebackers coach, I saw that the Texas Tech OLB coach was rumored to be taking that job. And then Jason Simmons, who that's a home run hire as your secondary coach and pass game coordinator. Special teams, they just hired Danny Crossman yesterday. Longtime special teams coach in the league, came from Buffalo, correct?
He was at a bunch of places. I was with him in Buffalo. That was one of his stops.
That's right. That's what you said.
And in the Senior Bowl, I had him. He was with the Lions.
Are you allowed to tell your story?
Yeah, how about at one point?
Yeah. Let's let him get settled in, Danny Crossman, and we'll figure that out.
Played at Pitt.
So did everybody on the damn staff.
Yep.
Strength and conditioning coach. They got 4 of them now. The staff is bigger, and we've been asking for this diversity of ideas, diversity of thought, upward mobility possibilities. We've been asking about that for years. And if you get, let's get greedy here. Let's say you get Tolzien and Angelico. Now, Angelico's 53. Tolzien's 38. And McCarthy, when he was in front of the media in his opening press conference, said he wanted a mix of young and old, and he wasn't fibbing. So I like the size of the staff. That's what she said. Meanwhile, the Ravens, I love what they're doing now. Like, Jesse Minter was a hot coaching candidate. Who knows how that's going to work out, but I think they view it as, hey, maybe this could be like what happened in Seattle with Mike McDonald. And they hired Anthony Weaver as their defensive coordinator.
Now, is he going to run his defense? He's going to run Minter's defense.
You know what, man?
Which it doesn't really matter. You have two big-time, two biggest defensive candidates outside of Shula.
I thought if the Steelers, the way it transpired, I sort of figured if the Steelers didn't hire McCarthy, then they would have hired Anthony Weaver.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's the defensive coordinator of the Ravens. That's 2 guys, and they made a home run offensive coordinator hire too. Declan Doyle, OC from Chicago, worked with Ben Johnson. Everybody loves Ben Johnson. And now Declan Doyle will be charged with getting the most out of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, they're putting it together.
They really are. They really are. The Minter hire in and of itself, I liked the candidate. He wasn't one of my favorites for the Steelers, but I can see why they liked him.
Mm-hmm.
If I were them, I thought I'd have hired a guy who'd already done it before.
But they were familiar with him because he was on Harbaugh's staff.
Exactly. And then he's just hired 2 great assistants.
Yep.
Let's just call that what it is. All right, coming up next, who wants to be smarter than a plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating. And then at 7:50, the Buccos miss out on yet another bat. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 3-2 losers yesterday over against the Ottawa Senators, I should say. They were under in the score, and they ended a 6-game losing streak with that loss. Penguins have 2 more games coming up before the break for the Winter Olympics. They play tonight at 7 against the New York Islanders. They have a game on Thursday. Then they won't play again until February 26th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 79 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous local football greats. On March 11th, Lamont welcomes Mel Blount and friends. Proceeds benefit the Mel Blount Youth Initiative. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for sponsorships and ticket info.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whaley Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whaley believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. Who wants to be smarter than a plumber? A little trivia with our guy, Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. And he looks beat, but he's never defeated. It's a tough time of the year for him and his crew, but they work tirelessly to get it done. How are you, buddy?
Everything you said is correct.
That's right.
We are working tirelessly to help everyone, and I can't commend the crew enough. They're nonstop as well. So I do appreciate you acknowledging that we are kind of like first responders in a little bit of a way right now. So thank you. And trivia, let's get it.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Again, Super Bowl. We know it's Sunday, the big game. I'm sorry. Sunday. So we're staying with that. We're going with that again. So here we go. Only QB to throw for over 300 yards in 3 different Super Bowls. Who is it? A. Troy Aikman. B. John Elway. C. Kurt Warner. Or D. Peyton Manning.
It's Kurt Warner.
Yep.
Confident? Wow.
Yes, 100% confident. Never been more confident about anything in my life.
That's good, because it is C. Kurt Warner. Great job.
There you go. Nice.
Man. Did you hear that stat before, or you just knew that?
I just knew it.
That was pretty good.
I just knew it.
I didn't know.
Doran knew it. We didn't even need the options. But we've learned not to just blurt it out in case we need to get to 50-50 and you want to screw us that way.
All right. Steve Spagnuolo is the only coordinator to win a Super Bowl with 2 different franchises. The Chiefs are one, which he is currently the defensive coordinator. Who is the other? A, the Ravens. B, the Saints. C, the Giants. Or D, the Eagles.
Gigantes.
Oh. Giants.
Yeah.
C, final answer.
Yes, and I said it in Spanish.
I know. That's why I
Gigantes.
See, Giants. 2007 Giants is correct. Very good.
Nice.
Very good.
You're on a roll, baby.
Oh, I mean, he was kicking Brady's ass.
Yep.
They just rushed for the entire game. Brady's like, oh, you really think we're only going to score 14 points? They did. Plexico Burrs. Remember it fondly.
You know who else's ass you're just kicking?
Yours. Just wiping the floor with you.
Yep. Yeah. Getting in that ass.
It's embarrassing. It's actually very embarrassing. I mean, my God. All right. Last question that means nothing because I lost anyways. How many teams have won back-to-back Super Bowls? A, 6. B, 7. C, 8. D, 9.
Patriots or franchises?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Back-to-back?
Yeah.
Yes, back-to-back teams.
So are we talking about franchises? Or just how many times has a team gone back-to-back?
How many times has a team gone back-to-back?
All right, Steelers twice.
Mm-hmm.
Nailed it.
Hard one.
49ers?
Yeah. Ugh. Now I'm getting hazy. Steelers twice, Patriots in 03-04. Did the Patriots do it twice?
No. 50-50.
Oh, yeah, go 50-50.
50-50. Great. So, C, 8 or D, 9?
I think it's 9. We've won anyhow, but I could have sworn I heard this stat recently.
Okay, we'll go with you. Yeah, you're on the roll.
I mean, we already won, so it doesn't matter. I'm just firing up the heat check.
Yeah, you're right. Well, 9. The franchise has done it 9 times, but there's only been 8 teams to do it. The Steelers are the only team to do it twice.
See, that's the clarifying question I was asking.
You should have asked Callis because I would have said 8.
Okay. It said teams, not franchise.
Well, that's what I was asking. It doesn't matter. Thank you for your time as always, Jake. Be safe out there, buddy.
Yeah, thank you guys, and good win this week.
Thank you, Jake.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. People are texting in about Will Howard still, an hour after our initial discussion, saying stop mentioning the round he was drafted. It's irrelevant. Well, Antonio Brown was a 6th-round pick. So was Vince Williams. Other than special teams guys, those are the last 6th-round picks that have made like a considerable starting impact on the Steelers. That's just for one. But then I went back and looked at all the Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And to this point, there are 26 in the Hall of Fame. Now, not all of them are first-round picks. You have Fran Tarkenton, who's a third-rounder, Kurt Warner, UDFA, Staubach in the 10th, Stabler in the 2nd, Favre in the 2nd, Young undrafted, Montana in the 3rd, Warren Moon undrafted, Dan Fouts 3rd round, Breeze 2nd round. So that's what, 8 guys. 18 of the other guys in the Hall of Fame are first-round picks. And that's not even including, so you would include Brady because he was a 6th rounder. So that'd be 9. You would include Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. He's probably going to get in the Hall of Fame. So that'll be 10 out of 28 then at that point that weren't first-round guys. But then you got Mahomes, and then you got Allen, and then you got Lamar.
Burrow.
And you got Burrow, and you got Ben, who's going to be in the Hall, who is a first-round pick. Eli Manning, who is a first-round pick. So the vast majority of quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame are first-round picks. And if you are looking for a franchise quarterback, you are hoping that you're going to have a guy that flirts with Canton.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that Will Howard can't be a good quarterback. And yes, I want to see what Will Howard can bring to the table. And I respect how Harry has couched it, saying, I just want to see something different. I think that's a good argument. That's been my argument at the start.
Well, but you made a dumb post on X, though. You said people have Will Howard derangement syndrome, and I don't think that was nice. Are you a doctor?
I think that's exactly what people have.
It is because of what Art wants to do. The Steelers want to do. They were going to win now.
Well,
they're not going to go that direction.
I also don't think Harry's opinion is the majority opinion. I don't think my opinion's the majority opinion.
You think people just flat out want Will Howard to play because they think he's going to be the next guy?
Correct.
Yes.
And we can see that via the texts, the calls, the tweets that we get. So, Harry, I actually agree with your take 100%.
Oh, wow.
If that's all that people were saying, hey, give Will a shot because maybe you could tank, fair enough.
Okay.
Other teams do that. They tank. Fine.
So
the Steelers don't. But this idea that he deserves a spot, this idea that he's going to be the next one, this idea that guys like Bruce Arians and John Gruden and Ben Roethlisberger think that this guy's going to be the second coming, I don't know what they're seeing.
Why do you conflate their opinions that he could be good with he deserves a chance to play?
Because I've heard a lot of that too, Harry. You're the only person who's confused here.
What are the other options that they would have, though? I mean, other than drafting a guy, but you're not really going to draft a guy this year,
I hate
right?
that. I hate that. And this isn't specific to you, but a lot of people have said that of late. What are your options? Last year at this exact time, nobody knew that Aaron Rodgers was an option.
Right.
No clue. He wasn't even a fart in the wind. No one had any idea that Aaron Rodgers would be your starting quarterback. So on February 3rd, I don't think we should rule anything out. Maybe Dak Prescott will be here.
You know, actually, the PM team a couple years before that, he was a betting favorite to get on the Steelers. He didn't, and it was on the Jets. But then after his tenure with the Jets, here he is. So it has been talked about in the last 4 years. I'm just saying.
How do we feel about Harry's performance today?
They did. They said he was a betting favorite, and they talked about it. I remember I produced one of their shows.
Yes, I know they talked about it. I'm just wondering about the relevance.
Because you said that nobody was surprised. So
last year.
So on February 3rd last year, we were all sitting here talking about Aaron Rodgers as quarterback for the Steelers. No, we were not. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. If you want Will Howard to start because you want to see the Steelers suck, I get it. Now, that's not how the Steelers operate. They want to win games, and Aaron Rodgers to them represents the best opportunity to do that. But if you think Will Howard is the answer, I'm just curious. We're not going to yell. I just want to know why.
Me too.
412-928-9370. Anthony in Oakland will get to you and others coming up next. We've got Trey Essex at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 3-2 losers to the Ottawa Senators yesterday. Penguins have a game tonight coming up on the road against the New York Islanders. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
What do you want from your building supplier? No nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience knowledge, integrity, service, all from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush delays all over. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Taking a look at the Parkway North delays starting back at the bend at Bellevue Westview. You are heavy down past Perrysville and then again at McKnight Road down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and jammed onto the Crosstown heading over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge. Parkway West stacks between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jammed back at the bend at Churchill, while Route 28 slowdowns start back at the Highland Park Bridge toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. So what did we come to? Like 10 out of 33 Hall of Fame quarterbacks are outside of round one. That's including guys like Mahomes, and even given the folks Brady and given the folks
Ben.
Well, Ben's first round pick, but we even gave them Russell Wilson outside of round one.
You said Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes is a first round pick. Like we're including, right.
People that are going in.
Yeah, all the people who are going in. So we got to 10 out of 33. Also, you've got 2 quarterbacks in the NFL right now that are good. 3 that are good that were drafted outside of round one. Dak at a 4th round pick. Purdy is 7th, and Jalen Hurts a 2nd round pick. And yet people seem to believe that Will Howard can be the answer, and we're just wondering why. Anthony in Oakland, good morning. And it's not just fans, by the way. It's guys like Bruce Arians, too.
Fellas, I don't want any part of Aaron Rodgers again. Against the better defenses, he looked like Mitchell Trubisky. Even with Aaron Rodgers, they still haven't scored more than 7 points in 70-something games. He doesn't want to get hit. He gets the ball up too quickly, which doesn't allow the passing game to develop downfield. He's a hindrance to where they want to go. So I could understand why McCarthy had brought his name up, his deference to the, but he would not help this team. So it's time to move on from we do not want to become the Indianapolis Colts. Let's move on from the experiment. Get some younger guys in here. Get a Malik Willis. Let him fight it out with what we have and even draft a quarter. I don't want any part of Aaron Rodgers.
See, Malik Willis would make more sense than Will Howard to me.
Yeah, because he's played.
Exactly.
Even he played bad in Tennessee, he still has played. He played decent this past year whenever he got his opportunity, but he's played football in the NFL. Yes.
And listen, he's not a first-round pick either, but he's going to get paid this offseason. Probably not by the Steelers, but he's going to get paid by somebody. And that makes more sense to me than guys like Arians saying, oh, this kid's the future. This Will Howard's the future. That's why I say that people got the Will Howard derangement syndrome. Because, if you say, hey, tank, okay, fair enough, fine. They're not going to do that. They'll never do that. It's never going to happen in a million years. But if you want them to tank, fair enough, you can have that opinion. But when guys like Arians come out and say he's the future,
it's crazy.
That's not just, put him in there to see what he's got. That's him saying this kid's going to be good.
Crowley, it'd be crazy for him to say that even if Will Howard lit it up in the preseason last year.
Yes.
If we saw Will Howard in the preseason last year and say he lit it up, I'd still think it was a crazy take to say that he's the future of the franchise just based off of preseason. He hadn't even played at all. I could get on board with people and where they're at if he did play a little bit in the preseason and he did very well. It's like, maybe there's potential there. I haven't seen anything. Bruce Arians never seen him throw an NFL football in his life.
Correct.
Never.
It's never happened. Not to mention,
John Gruden's never seen him throw an NFL football in his life.
Right.
Like in a practice setting. Yeah, at pro day. Okay. But in a practice setting, nobody's ever seen it.
Right. What are we just a staff that's not even here anymore.
Right. What are we doing?
Like Mike McCarthy has never seen this guy throw a football in an NFL uniform. It's flabbergasting to me. 412-928-9370. Trey Essex going to be joining us in a couple of minutes to get into this. Your calls as well. Kenny Pickett had a dynamite preseason. He literally had a perfect passer rating. It didn't translate. He got molly-whopped week 1, and the rest is history. We saw Skylar Thompson have a great preseason last year. The most noteworthy thing that happened to him this year is he got mugged in Ireland.
Yep.
We saw Dwayne Haskins, God rest his soul. He had a great preseason. But was he thought of as the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I could get on board with that back in the day because he was a first-round pick.
He was at least a first-round pick. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, early morning show, one of the best you've ever done. I need to go back and re-listen. I agree. You'll never guess what we talked about. I'm not going to explain it now, please go back and listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app. Up next, Trey Essex, his thoughts on Will Howard, plus the staff that Mike McCarthy is putting together. And then I promise we'll get to your Will Howard calls on the other side because, man, we talk about the Penguins for a half hour. You get 2 calls. You say hard, and you could do a 4-hour show on that. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Mark Parkway North, you are jammed as you head past the bend at Bellevue Westview and all the way down the East Street Valley. Another delay as you approach that East Street off-ramp onto the North Shore Expressway. That's stacked over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. And on the crosstown, you are stop and go all the way to the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway East, you are jammed at Churchill, while the Parkway West is stacked between Carnegie and Greentree. And Route 28 delays at the Highland Park Bridge on-ramp down to the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Some breaking NFL news. This is wild, man. Patriots owner Robert Kraft, like Bill Belichick, was not selected for entry into the Pro Football Hall of Fame class.
Wow.
I mean, Brady can't then, right?
No, that's what that means.
I hope the people who are making these decisions understand that. Like, you can't have Kraft not in on the first ballot. You can't have Belichick not in on the first ballot and then say, oh, Brady, if these guys cheated, how can you say Brady didn't and then not kick his can down the road?
Unbelievable.
Absurd. Everything's dumb. Everything is dumb. Trey Essex joins us now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Trey, two-time Super Bowl champion and the host of the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch. Good morning to you, Trey. First things first. You got Bruce Arians coming out saying that Will Howard is the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What? Why? What's happening here? Like, do you think Will Howard's the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I have no clue, but BA knows how to whip the Steeler Nation into a tizzy. He does. Right? That is exactly what Steeler Nation need to hear this offseason. Never a dull moment, but I'm going to tend to lean in BA's direction when it comes to when he gives an opinion of a quarterback. I'm going to listen. He's worked with some of the best. He has worked with the best, and three of the best of all time when you think about Peyton and Ben on top of Brady.
Well, Brady's not even a first ballot Hall of Famer, so
he's not, right? He's not even the first ballot. Who cares? But yeah, I'm gonna trust what BA says, and at least gives me some optimism when it comes to Will Howard, when it comes to training camp. I'm looking forward to it.
Trey, James Campen is the offensive line coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jari Evans is the assistant offensive line coach for the Steelers. Did you have an assistant offensive line coach whenever you were playing? If you did or you didn't, what does that entail? What do you think Jari Evans will bring to the table when it comes to coaching this offensive line?
Oh, this O-line coach is super important. We had the best in Harold Goodwin, who is, I believe he's down in Carolina now coaching the O-line and run game coordinator. He was in Tampa with BA as well. So I was excited about both of those hires. Sad to see Pat Meyer leave because I thought he had a redemption year this past year, but he seems to have landed on his feet in Buffalo. So congrats to Coach Meyer. He deserved it. But getting Campen and then the pedigree that Jari Evans brings to the table, I think that experience is going to be amazing. I've seen the clips of Aaron Rodgers talking about James Campen and how nice of a dude he is and what kind of leader he is. And I'm excited to get him in the building. I think he's going to work wonders with these young guys.
All right, three-part question here for you, Trey, in regards to the offensive line. Do you roll the ball out and have Dylan Cook battle with Broderick Jones next year? That's question one. You know what? We'll just do them one at a time.
Absolutely. Dylan Cook is the starter. going into camp. And it's incumbent upon Broderick to show the coaches that he has worked in the offseason, that he's fully recovered from his injury, and that this is a contract year. It's a make or break year for Broderick, not only for his career in Pittsburgh, but his career as a starter in general. Because if he doesn't win this job here, I think he has a career as a swing tackle, but him being a starter might not happen if he doesn't win this year. So this is a super important year for him, but I think you definitely go with Dylan Cook as a starter with the way that he ended the year and see if Broderick can supplant him.
All right, question number 2. Do you bring Sayamalu back?
Absolutely. You bring Sayamalu back. He was nicked up quite a few times last year, but there was a distinct difference in how this O-line played, especially in the pass protection, especially with what he did with the rotating door that was left tackle last year, playing next to 4 different left tackles, keeping that stable. I think you absolutely keep him and bring in some more young guys, maybe a mid-round draft pick or a free agent. But I think you bring this exact 5 back how it ended last year and see what they can do in 26.
So would you not draft a guy even as like the eventual replacement then of Sayamalu?
Yeah, I think you do.
Okay.
See if you can find another Mason McCormick in like the 4th or 5th round. We stumbled upon gold with him, obviously being a starter in the later rounds. It's hard to do, but you can find one, and I think you absolutely do that. Well, we got 12, 13 draft picks, so I think there's some room in there to find a diamond in the rough in the mid-rounds.
Trey, do you like what Mike McCarthy's doing with his staff? I mean, this is something that Pittsburgh fans aren't used to, the expansive staff that he has, the multiple pass game coordinator. You know, this coach is doing this, assistant here, assistant there. Do you like it, and do you have a problem with it being kind of under the umbrella of Pittsburgh connection type guys? Because most of the guys that he has hired have some type of connection to Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I guess the question is still out there. I'm excited about Patrick Graham, like specific hires. I'm excited about what he does. I've heard all about the players that played underneath him love playing for him. I love that hire. I am, obviously the James Cameron hire was huge. I am a little, I guess it gives me a little pause when you bring back guys that you've worked with before and not bringing any fresh new minds, innovative minds. I think you tend to think when you bring back people that you've worked with before, even though the last stint that you had was a losing one, a 7-10 season in Dallas, you wonder if you're bringing back yes men. And that's always an interesting dynamic because I think you bring in somebody that's going to challenge the status quo when things aren't working and go against the grain when things aren't working. And you might be bringing in guys for that, but it always looks like you're bringing in yes men when you're bringing in people that you always have worked with before. And so that does give me a little pause.
I'm a little bit worried about what the Baltimore Ravens are doing too, Trey. Jesse Minter was a hot candidate, and then they bring in the offensive coordinator from Chicago, and then they bring in Anthony Weaver,
that was big.
Man, I thought if McCarthy wasn't the Steelers' hire, I figured that Weaver might be the next man up. So that's a pretty good move, a shrewd move there, and you're kind of doubling down on defense.
Yeah, I'm impressed with what Baltimore did. I think Jesse Minter is the perfect guy to follow up Harbaugh, and then bringing in another head coaching type personality. Because I think from seeing Anthony Weaver talk, man, that guy can lead a room, and he was impressive. And so him being defensive coordinator back in Baltimore, where he's got a history there, I think was a great hire for them. Doyle, what is he? The same age as Lamar Jackson, 29 years old. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there. He's going to be coming in to call plays because Minter's a defensive guy. So he's leaving this offense in the hands of a sub 30-year-old. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens with Lamar Jackson.
Trey, you're a wonderful man. We appreciate your time. Actually, you know what? Two questions. One, who do you like in this Super Bowl, and why is it Seattle?
Oh, we can't have New England get number 7.
That's right.
It's that simple.
That's right.
It's that simple. Yeah, those bunch of cheaters.
Now, your first – so that was the other thing. Like, your first year in the league was 05, correct?
Right.
So you weren't there for the 04 AFC Championship or the 01 AFC Championship, but were people still bitching in the locker room about some of the stuff the Patriots had been accused of doing?
Yeah. I mean, there was not I don't want to say bitching, but it was definitely this air that you always knew that they had that extra advantage a little bit when they stepped on the field. There was always something working in their favor. It wasn't just 11 on 11, so to speak.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Essex, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and came about those rings honestly. Thank you, Trey. Appreciate it.
The honest way, fellas.
That's
the
right.
way to go.
Hard work and a 4.0 in high school. See you, Trey. Trey Essex. He's the man. 2-time Super Bowl champion.
I wanted to ask him if he knew that Mike McDaniel was biracial. But still, I just can't believe it.
I think Harry's mad at me because I was trying to give constructive criticism, and I'm not very good at it. But the best segment I think we've done today, and maybe in the last few months, was the pre-show, all because Harry brought up race, and it just went off in a totally different direction.
It sure did.
I think your inability to understand biracial development of children and people is what made that hilarious.
I would urge people to go back and listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app.
Why do you have a bone to pick with me, by the way? That was supposed to be what you were going to talk about, and then you made it about race.
Well, I feel now like I'd be piling on if I brought something up.
No, go ahead.
We'll do it later. But coming up next, I did promise we would get to calls on Will Howard. Hey, look, I don't want to talk about Will Howard, but you do.
Yep.
The numbers reflect you do. The phone lines reflect you do. The text line, my God, reflects you do. So if you think Will Howard, like Bruce Arians said, can truly be the answer, we're not going to yell at you. I'm just wondering what gives you that faith. 412-928-9370. Tyler Kennedy at the bottom of the hour to get into last night's woeful Pens outing. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins losers 3-2 to the Ottawa Senators yesterday, snapping a 6-game losing streak. Penguins will not go on the road. They've got 2 games on the road coming up this week. One is tonight against the New York Islanders. They've got one on Thursday. Then they are off until February 26th for the break for the Winter Olympics. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Big game this Sunday, and you're going to have wings and veggies and chips. Well, that means you need dip, and Daisy makes the best French onion dip I've ever had. Great tasting, delicious Daisy French onion dip, and my personal favorite, great with wings, Daisy Ranch dip. In fact, anything you put in it is going to taste better. Made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. So do what I'm going to do before the big game. Get Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams, only 2 didn't make the playoffs. That doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Drake May is throwing. There it is. Yeah, that's what you needed. A quarterback battle between Sam Darnold and Drake May where both guys are banged up. Drake May might be close to 100%. I'm Drake Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switching. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the right lane of inbound Route 28. This is approaching the Highland Park Bridge off-ramp and causing delays back to RIDC Park. Once you're past it, you're in line again right at the Route 8 at the bypass and down past the 31st Street Bridge. Meanwhile, the Parkway North, you are jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview. Stop and go down past McKnight Road and then remains heavy until you reach the East Street off-ramp. That is stacking across the Veterans Bridge and onto the cross down past Bigelow Boulevard. While the Parkway West, that's jammed just about to the bend at Carnegie. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Why do you love Will Howard? Bruce Arians does. Mike McCarthy, if you take him at face value, does. And I'm starting to do that with him, with McCarthy. He said he wants Aaron Rodgers, and then he kind of let slip to Bob Pompiani. I almost said Labriola.
You forgot his name.
I almost said Labriola. He let slip to Bob Pompiani that basically the plan is, bring Aaron Rodgers back. He also said he was going to meld together a staff of new and old, and he's doing that right now. So Mike McCarthy seemingly believes in Will Howard, as does Bruce Arians. Why do you? Because you and I aren't necessarily writing the guy off, but I don't think either one of us feels like Arians does that he's the next future franchise savior.
I just haven't seen it. Got to see it.
To Emmanuel in Carnegie, who was also mentioned in the early morning show today, in the pre-show today.
Man.
Hi, Emmanuel.
Hey, I got to listen to the Odyssey app. I listened to show Howard while I was mentioned. Hopefully this is a good thing.
Always good things for you, Emmanuel.
Appreciate it, man. Much love. I don't think Will Howard is the future quarterback, and I think most people in there, like, you give them truth serum, they will know that he's not. There was 32 teams that passed on him 5 times for a reason. And with all due respect to Bruce Arians, he was outside of the locker room. I'm not sure he actually saw what was going on in the practice fields. That was the only time that Will Howard showed exposure. I just feel like fans are just longing for a future quarterback, and they're willing to hinge it on anybody, even if it is a 6th-round pick. Will Howard hasn't shown, like, extremely talent in the running game. He's not a strong thrower of a football. He has made blunders before in the crunch. He's not the future, and I think everybody knows that. And the last point I want to make is, y'all talked about last year, this time, February the 3rd last year, we didn't really have Aaron Rodgers in our plan. Look at the 2 teams in the Super Bowl. You can go one way by thinking, getting Drake May, or you can go through free agency and grabbing a Sam Darnold. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
No doubt.
There's a quarterback out there that we can get that we probably don't see through maybe even trading up, through free agency. There's somebody out there. So I'm not going to hinge my hope on Will Howard and hope that we go 6 and 11. I want to be entertained. So I'm still going to ride that Aaron Rodgers train. I hope we can win a playoff game. But at the same time, if we don't, I think we can get a quarterback without stinking.
Thank you, Emmanuel. You can definitely get a quarterback without stinking.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bills made the playoffs the year before they got Allen. Lamar was 32nd pick of the draft.
Jalen Hurts,
2nd-round pick. Patrick Mahomes, they made the playoffs the year before. Like, you don't need to suck. And Sam Darnold, a 1st-round pick, how many stops that guy take? And now he's playing the best football of his career, and he's probably, in my opinion, at least going to win a Super Bowl championship. If not, it's Drake May, who was a 1st-round pick.
Correct.
Top 10 pick.
Now, would Steelers fans would they be clamoring to Dylan Gabriel if the Steelers had drafted him in the 3rd round? And, like, say we didn't see Dylan Gabriel last year. Say he got hurt, like Will Howard. Would they be saying the same things about Dylan Gabriel?
They wouldn't have the national championship to fall back on or the size or anything like that, but I think the desperation.
Okay, say it was J.J. McCarthy, and J.J. McCarthy was drafted in the 3rd round after the year that he won.
I think they'd be saying the same stuff, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I think we have become, a lot of us, Browns fans, where, hey, we've got a young guy, and there's no clear answer for, like, the future franchise quarterback, so we're just going to believe until he gives us reason not to believe. His unknown, the fact that he hasn't thrown a football helps him.
Yeah.
Because nobody can say this guy sucks.
Right.
Nobody can say he's great, but a lot of people are, because they're assigning the unknown. They're assigning greatness to what is unknown, I guess is what I should say.
What has Rodgers ever said about him that we know of football-wise?
Football-wise,
anything?
It really hadn't been the football
it was
stuff.
like he's a good kid, like all the little.
Yes.
It's never been like this guy he could sling it.
And I do wonder too, like, what is Rodgers like? I find Rodgers to be somebody who's going to tell it like he sees it. I don't look at him as a liar. I think he just blurts it out, kind of. But what are you gonna say? Like,
he can say he has a lot of stuff to work on. He's young.
He could say that.
He
could say that.
Yeah.
He's not going to say, "Oh, this guy sucks," though.
Yeah. He's young. He's in the league. It's going to take some time, but once the time, does pass and he develops, he's going to be a really good player, something like that. But that's a way of saying, like, yeah, he's not ready yet, but he could be.
And he's tactful enough to know how to say stuff.
Like if Rodgers signs back and it's OTAs and say he does participate, like that better be one of the questions before OTA starts. Like would you see out of Will Howard last year?
Sure.
Football-wise.
Yeah, compared to now.
Right.
How's he grown? Leaps and bounds, baby steps, what's that look like? I'll meet the Will Howard derangement syndrome people here. I want Will Howard to be the backup. Like, if Rodgers, we figure, is going to be the starter, if he gets hurt, I'd like to see Howard because we saw Mason as a backup this year. It wasn't pretty. We know what he is. Like, I think that way you can kind of split the baby if you're the Steelers. Like, say it's a competition. Will Howard wins the competition. He's the backup quarterback. Rodgers goes down week 7. Howard plays 3 games. I would much, much prefer that over Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they're going to release Mason Rudolph and sign another veteran to be the backup.
I don't necessarily disagree. That's not what I'd do.
Right. I would roll.
Yeah.
With I mean, well, I if I was the coach and I was a part of this organization, I probably wouldn't do that until I, got through June.
He'd have to win. He'd have to be impressive enough
in the OTAs.
Yes. In minicamp. In training camp.
And feel comfortable to be the backup for sure.
Yeah, and I believe in meritocracy, and he should have to earn it. You're not just going to give a 6th-round pick the backup job. 412-928-9370.
I can't believe we spent this much time.
That's what the people are clamoring for it. There's a clamoring.
I can't believe it.
Bruce Arians says he's the future. It's the word I keep saying is flabbergasting. It's stunning to me. Like, I think it's a totally different thing to say, hey, give him a shot. If he's great, great. If he sucks, well, that's not the worst thing. But it's a totally different thing for Bruce Arians to say he's the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wild to me. All right. Wild performance by the Penguins last night. It ended in controversy. It was probably the worst game they've played all year. We'll get Tyler Kennedy's opinions on the game and looking ahead to the Islanders when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 3-2 yesterday to the Ottawa Senators. Penguins have a couple more games left on the schedule before the break for the Winter Olympics. They've got a game tonight against the New York Islanders at 7 o'clock on the road. Their last game is going to be on Thursday before that break. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid
kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yeah, it was flat. It was execution. It was races, battles. I mean, I think Artie had a really strong game. I think our penalty kill did a good job. Outside of that, I don't think there's much else that I'm walking away here liking.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. The Penguins with their worst game, at least since before the Christmas break. And Tyler Kennedy joins us now to discuss. TK, brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people, their families plan for the rest of their lives. Good morning to you, TK. You look nice on TV yesterday. Quite the crap game, though.
Thanks, boys. It's nice to be back with you. I know I haven't been back with you for a while, but yeah, it was one of those games that they just looked sloppy. They didn't execute like Coach said, and they just couldn't find their rhythm. They couldn't find their momentum, hanging on to pucks, this and that. But you got to give some credit to Ottawa. Ottawa came in and they played on their toes. They look fast. They played a heavy game, and they bring it to the Pittsburgh Penguins for most of the night.
TK, what are you seeing out of Sid lately? Just really not showing up that much. They've been winning, outside of him not showing up. Are you worried at all? And what do you think's going on with Sidney Crosby and not showing up on the stat sheet, really?
No, I think he shows up in different ways, right? Not always on the stat sheet, but just the little plays, just having him around. Like he shows up in different ways, right? And is he still producing at that high pace? No, but the points are up there, yeah. But when I watch him play, I think it's trying to find some chemistry with his line mates right there. Russ has been gone for 3 games. I thought he plays really well with Russ, so he's been having some guys coming in and out of that line, So it's been a little tough for him, but there's one guy I never have to worry about to produce and show up when we need him, and that's Sidney Crosby.
Tyler Kennedy joining us here on the Fan Morning Show on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. TK, we'll get into the controversial ending, the Claude Giroux goal, in a second, but talk a little Chinakhov to me, man. This guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's come in. He's found instant chemistry with Evgeny Malkin. He's one of those guys that has a knack for being sneaky and getting behind the defensive players on the other team, and Malkin makes a great play and gives it to him. But I would think he has the best release on the team. He's got a Phil Kessel-like release where he doesn't stick handle. It's on and off his stick so fast. He doesn't really pick spots in the net to shoot. He just throws it there really fast, and he catches the goalie, sleeping or not being able to move fast enough. But he's been such a great pickup, and I can't believe Columbus traded him to us for Dan Heinen, right? This guy's 24, a first-round pick. Something must not have been going well there, but when he's come here, he's found his game again. He's found his chemistry. It looks like he's having fun, and I think he's got a very high ceiling with the way he's playing. You can see his confidence is getting higher and higher every game, and that's a great thing for the Pittsburgh Penguins.
You mentioned Kessel. Another guy that pops into mind is James Neal, who could fire the puck like that. Is there anybody else? I mean, this dude truly does have a special shot.
Yeah, one of the coolest things James Neal ever said to me was I always came down and tried to pick these little corners and, try to go post it in and do all this. And he came to me, he's like, TK, think of the net in 4 boxes. Just try to shoot as fast as you can in one of those boxes. It's not always about picking corners. It's about doing it with speed and catching the defensive player, the goalie off guard, and that's how you become an elite goal scorer in the league. And I was like, well, maybe that's my problem, But no, there's guys that just have a knack for getting that thing on and off their stick, and usually it's, guys are a little taller because they use that leverage of their stick and really flex that thing and let that thing explode off it. But again, that's a skill that is hard to find in a player.
TK, do you think this Olympic break will bode well for this team, or do you think it'll have a negative effect momentum-wise on this team?
I think breaks for this team help this team so much. Obviously, they have a couple guys that are older on the team, but when you think of the past, right? They come back from Christmas break, they're on fire. The beginning of the year, they come from summer, they're on fire. I think breaks like this really help the Pittsburgh Penguins make a pretty hard push to get into that playoff spot, because it's not going to be easy. And starting tonight against the Islanders, who just got pumped last night by Washington, they are going to be excited to play against Pittsburgh. It's not going to be easy, but breaks like the Olympic 2-week break is going to help the Pittsburgh Penguins tremendously.
Tyler Kennedy joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. TK, what'd you think of the Claude Giroux goal? Do you think they got it right?
I do think they got it right. Jay Coffey was saying, well, let's try to spin the roles here and see if that was, a Raquel coming down on their goalie. Would we want that to be a goal? And it's like, yeah, we would. Carlson slashes him 2 times, and in the second slash, it throws Giroux off, and that's what makes him make contact with the goalie. And as he's making contact, the puck's going in. I do think that was the right call.
I agree with you, and I just hate that it's Claude Giroux because I hate that guy with a dirty, burning passion. And I'm just wondering, is he as much of a jackwagon the way he talks on the ice as he looks? That's probably not fair for me, but he just looks like I want to punch him in the face, TK.
Yeah, it's when you're good, and some guys play better when they're emotionally in the game, and starts with mouthing off and getting in guys' grills and getting that emotion and letting guys know he's in the game, and he's very good at it. I used to hate him. I'd honestly try to fight him all the time, and he'd always go to me, you want one? I go, yeah, I do want one. I've been asking you for years that I want one, but he'd always play that mind game because he was a very skilled player, but he thrives off that kind of game. Think of Barnaby and those guys. They need to have the other team's attention at all times, and that's what they make. That's how they play better. That's how they get that energy in their game. He's a great player. He's like another guy that just roasts the Penguins so much. I think he's the highest point guy against the Penguins ever, or in the league right now. So he's a great player. Could have been anyone but him, but it sucks that it was him.
TK, last couple of things for you. We've had you on a bunch of times before, obviously, but I don't know that we've ever talked about that 2012 Flyers series. I mean, that was one of, I'm sure, your least favorite. I mean, as a fan, one of my least favorite. But at the same time, the non-hockey elements of that series, incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, there was, I hate using hatred because it's such a strong word, but there was a lot of dislike in that series. And the way Couture, the way Giroux, the way those guys were running around and this and that, and I thought Dan didn't. I didn't think Dan played the game didn't let us play the game because he didn't want us to go after their guys and all that. And it was a weird series because both goalies struggled. There was a ton of goals. Obviously, Max was on the other team, and I wanted to kill him. And there was it was just again, they played really well. They played to their strengths, and we kind of fell into their strengths. But I'll never forget Giroux, Couture. You'll love this one. Couture was all over Malkin, and I think we were in Philly, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna grab him, and I'm just gonna start punching, and whatever happens, if I get jumped, whatever. But I need to send a message here because he was kind of in we call it a weight class. I'd be able to fight him and not get killed, So I'd always shower before the game just to get my mind right, just to loosen up a bit. And I remember Dan didn't come in, but he said, hey, don't do anything stupid tonight. Do not take a penalty on Giroux. And I'm like, what? And he goes, do not. We need to stay out of the box tonight. And I had a pretty good opportunity to grab him, and he kind of put the reins on us and on me. And again, they played to their strengths, and it sucked because I thought we had just as tough a team as they did, and their coach kind of let them run around, take penalties, take liberties on certain guys, and we were kind of just sitting there kind of taking it. So it was a very, very frustrating series all around.
Yeah, I'm getting mad over here just thinking about that Flyers team and stupid ass Claude Giroux scoring last night. TK,
they haven't won the cup though. They haven't won the cup in a long time.
That's right, 1975.
Yeah, we got a couple here. So I know they are very jealous. When you go to Philadelphia, they are very jealous of us because we have we have some Hall of Fame players, and we have a lot of cups and a lot of years. So they're more jealous of us than we are them. So
Shoot, the Pirates have won more recently than they have. TK, you are the man. We appreciate it, and we will talk to you next week, man.
All right, boys. We'll see you later.
Thanks, TK.
What a guy.
Thanks, boys.
I thought he was going to say, like, I skipped the shower so that whenever I'd be fighting with Couturier, that he'd have to smell my nasty BO.
I thought he was going to say Bausma came in the shower with them and was telling him not to do that. Naked.
That's like when you were in the sauna with Bill Belichick.
Yes, naked.
And who knew at the time you'd be sitting there talking to a second ballot Hall of Famer?
Right, and the owner.
Yeah.
Yep.
Texter, I watched TK fight Luke Shen. Respect for TK. TK was tough as nails.
Mm-hmm.
Tough as nails. Not a big guy, but he was never afraid to throw.
No, he wasn't. He knew his role.
That's right. Texter writes in, Doran needs to interview TK as TK next week.
Boys, like when I was in the shower, Bausma came in and said, enough with the crap. We can't take penalties. We got to stay out of the box.
Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Big game for the Penguins tonight. We'll get into that in a second. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. He shifted days. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins losers 3-2 yesterday over the under the Ottawa Senators. They did not win. They lost 3-2. That ends a 6-game winning streak for the Penguins. Their next game is tonight. It's a road game against the New York Islanders. That's one of 2 games left on their schedule before the Winter Olympics cause a break in the NHL schedule. After Thursday, the Penguins will not play again until February 26th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Crews remain on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the right lane approaching the Highland Park Bridge off-ramp. Traffic gets by in the left lane and stacks all the way back to RIDC Park. Once you're by it, you're in line again at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks, and a third delay from Millvale to the north side. Parkway North remains jammed around the Bellevue SU stop and go all the way down and across the southbound Veterans Bridge. It's jammed on the crosstown as well as you head past Bigelow Boulevard. Parkway West, you're stacked between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, and the Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer & Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer & Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer & Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Penguins were losers last night. Big one tonight against the Islanders. And as much as I may have overreacted a little bit earlier in the show about last night's performance, the response will be telling. If you get a good performance out of the Penguins tonight, all is forgiven. But if they lay another egg after playing as poorly as they did, I don't like it.
Right.
At all.
Right.
Because you're going to get the Islanders' best. The Islanders lost last night to a bad Capitals team. They lost 4-1, so they didn't bathe themselves in glory. So you got two desperate teams butted up against each other, separated by just 2 points in the standings. I'm expecting a humdinger.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I feel like the Crosby line's been the Penguins' worst line for like 5 games now.
Well, Rust coming back.
Rust will be back tonight.
That makes a difference.
It should. I'm also wondering, we talked about the Olympic break and if Crosby was thinking about it. I don't think so because he's one skate in front of the other.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what it's like as an employee, like 3 days before Christmas break.
Yeah, but he's playing though.
Him, I'm not worried about him.
In general?
The fact that every single guy to a man yesterday played bad hockey except for the goaltender, I wonder if it's like, we've been playing so well. We're busting our ass. We're outworking teams consistently. I mean, that's almost been their secret sauce all year. You can see in your windshield.
Maybe they just tried to show up last night
Yep.
and not do the, yeah.
And they're not good enough to do that.
Right.
Like this team is not, they're not that good.
Mm-hmm.
They are good, but they're not good enough to just, hey, we're the Pittsburgh Penguins. Let's take the ice. We're going to beat the Ottawa Senators. It doesn't work that way for them. Coming up next, Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. We had to move him up a day. We're excited about talking to Doug a day early. Get his thoughts on what McCarthy's doing with his staff so far. Aaron Rodgers, the Will Howard conversation, a million different things to get into with our executive insider, Douglas Whaley. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
The list of accident troubles grows longer. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Latest accident, it's tying up the inbound Parkway East approaching the Boulevard of the Allies, causing delays back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and on the suburban side to Wilkinsburg. Also, an accident still blocks the right lane of inbound Route 28 approaching the Highland Park Bridge off-ramp. That's causing solid delays to RIDC Park. And then a second delay at the Route 8 at the bypass. Reports of an accident now approaching East Ohio Street. And yet another accident, this one on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard at Stewart Avenue in Brentwood. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday Thursday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's right. Doug Whaley joining us now through the magic of the internet. And we'll start right here. Mike McCarthy in a one-on-one sit-down with Robert Pompiani.
Can you recreate the magic that you guys had Green Bay?
That's the plan. That's the plan. I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be a great chapter in our career.
Other than Mike McCarthy doubling and tripling down on talking about Aaron Rodgers and saying he's talked to him multiple times, even since his introductory press conference, and the entire staff being guys that Rodgers is familiar with, I don't see any reason to believe, Doug, why Rodgers would come back.
Well, first of all, morning, fellas.
Good morning, buddy.
I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. We all know that from what we're hearing, Mike McCarthy and the Pittsburgh Steelers would welcome Aaron Rodgers back with open arms. But with the song and dance that they courted Aaron Rodgers with last year, I think it's going to be all on Aaron Rodgers and if he wants to do it. And I don't think anybody right now is close enough to him, because I don't think he has too many people close to him besides his wife that know what he's thinking or what he wants to do. Now, is there a better chance because Mike McCarthy's here? Absolutely, because a guy at this stage of his career, I think he would lean more toward going back to a coach that he has familiarity with, a system he has familiarity with, than going to a new team that he has to learn not only the system, but the players and the culture of the team to try to chase that championship. But again, you're talking Aaron Rodgers, and who knows what he's thinking.
Doug, do you think that if Aaron Rodgers does come back, that they will still draft a quarterback at some point in the draft? Or do you think that they like the way the room is if Aaron Rodgers is a part of the room with Mason Rudolph and Will Howard as the backups?
I think, in my opinion, you got to bring in competition because, again, Aaron Rodgers, if he comes back, he's a year away. You know what you have in Mason Rudolph, and you don't know what you have in Will Howard. Why not throw something else in there to worst case scenario, you get competition, makes everybody better. And then the best case scenario, you find a diamond in the rough, be it Will Howard, another draft choice, and you can develop that person for future years. But the loser of that, you can still market. Think about everybody talking about Will Howard now. He goes in, throws a couple gems in preseason. Then you have a tradable asset, which you can obviously get some pieces to help bolster the team around whoever that next quarterback's going to be. So there is not a downside for drafting a quarterback almost every single year, even when you have one. Because, again, they are such precious commodities. You can always get, hopefully, most of the time, a better return than what you invested in them.
Would you be giving him a deadline, I'd imagine, Rodgers, this time around? Say before free agency, please?
Well, see, I would, but you're talking about, I think, with his relationship with McCarthy, that throws that dynamic in that may not have to give them a deadline, because they can say, hey, if he comes back, great, we'll welcome him with open arms, like I said before. But if he's not, that's not going to deter our plans to try to bring in someone else. Now, the value of that person who you're bringing in may alter because of his plans. So maybe they're not going to draft a guy in the first round if they see Rodgers coming back, but maybe they will. So there's so many variables right now you don't know. But my thinking in the way they're talking, and we'll see soon if Mike McCarthy is the showman that Mike T was and lead you down one road and expect you to think one way and do the opposite. So this will be an interesting test of what Mike McCarthy's going to portray to the public and what messages he gets out, and if they are truthful or if they are just head coach speak.
So do you like some of these offensive hires so far? I mean, Henry, the receiver coach, Chin Young, the running back coach, Campen, offensive line coach, Jari Evans, assistant offensive line coach, and Danny Crossman, who they just hired, who you brought in Buffalo when we were in Buffalo in 2013. Yeah. Did you play with Danny Crossman at Pitt?
I did not. He was before me, but know him very well. His wife texts my wife, guess who's coming to Pittsburgh? And he's looking to rent my place, but unfortunately we have a renter already in there. So,
do you like these hires?
Great hires. I think so. But the one thing that, and I know I heard you guys talking about before, is There is a little trepidation when you see everybody has worked for him before, because there's sometimes, and head coaches, you have to walk that delicate balance. You come in, you want people that know your system, know how you work, know what you expect from coaches, but more importantly, they know what you expect from the players and how to set up practice and the culture in that building. But there's also that fine line of getting the coaches sometimes fail because they get the coaches that they know the best instead of the best coaches for the job. So if he still feels these guys are the best coaches for the job and he absolutely knows them, great. But every once in a while, you need to sprinkle in a new voice, a new diversity of thinking. And that's one of the things I think it is. It's diversity of thinking. It's not diversity of people. When you get diversity of thinking, you get new ideas that you may not have thought of, but can be rooted in what you believe in. Hey, coach, I know you look at it and your system is this, but here's another way to look at it, and it may be a little more efficient or more constructive way to accomplish that same goal.
I think we'll learn a lot next offseason, too. Like, if there are certain position groups that are lacking, certain coaches that would be underperforming, if whether or not they'd move on from people who are under contract. That is something that didn't happen before. Is that a Rooney thing? Is that a Tomlin thing? I think we'd learn a lot. We've lost Doug.
We've lost Doug, but to your point, I mean, maybe some of those coaches move up and get better jobs, which is something we're not used to, too.
That, too.
And then who's the replacement? Like, who you bring in next? Who's that next round in batch of guys that you're going to have take their spot? And I think that would be a good thing, because if you're moving up, you're clearly doing a great job. So,
and I would think guys like Tolzien and Adam Archuleta. Brian Angelico, sorry.
Sorry about that, fellas.
No,
every time someone calls in, I get jocked off.
You're good, Doug. Yeah, I would think if it's Angelico or if it's Tolzien, who aren't going to call plays this year, but if the offense is good, I could see them in a position where they're calling plays elsewhere next year, and then perhaps, that's how they move up in the coaching ranks. Doug, we were just talking about, I don't know if this is a Rooney philosophy or a Tomlin philosophy, but if guys underperform, maybe they're not going to get to just coach until their contract's up the way that we saw under Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, and that's another thing that's going to be interesting. And if you look at a lot of coaches, that first year, there's more turnover from year 1 to year 2 with new coaches than subsequent years. And it's one of those things because sometimes they may not have been the first guy on his list to that he wanted, and he couldn't get that first guy. So it's maybe a second or third choice, and they may not fit what he's trying to do, or he gets in and he finally works with these guys and say, yeah, back in the day when we were working in Green Bay or Dallas, you were bringing this to the table. Well, this is not what we need here in Pittsburgh, or we've diverted from what we're trying to do, and you haven't been able to keep up or adjust your coaching prowess. So it's going to be interesting, like you said, next year and see how many coaches stay from his original staff.
How about Jesse Minter in the Ravens? How about the staff he's putting together? Anthony Weaver, D coordinator, and what's his name, Declan Doyle, as offensive coordinator. They're really putting something together for Lamar Jackson and company.
I'll tell you this much. It's been very impressive, and just from his hires, and if you look at his introductory press conference, you can understand why they hired him. I mean, he is a polished person. He has a plan. He's got and everybody knows that it factor. And when you say, what is it factor? Well, when you have somebody walk in the room that you don't know and they have that it factor, you notice. You're like, all right, who's that guy? And he can come in and he has a presence, and it seems like he can command a room, but more importantly, he comes across that he can command a locker room and be in front of a team. And then you add the firepower at the coordinator level that he has, and that's right there is a perfect example of a guy hiring the best people for the job. I don't know if he's got a connection to either one of those two, and I know Anthony Weaver, and I don't think he does have, except maybe that Baltimore connection from
2000.
I don't know what. Yeah, maybe 2000 or something. But Doyle, I don't think he has a connection to. So that's where I say that's gives me a little pause for a Steelers standpoint. But it looks like the Ravens may hit right on this coach.
Doug, I don't think I've asked it like this, but forget what the Steelers are doing, and maybe you agree. What would your plan be at the quarterback position?
My plan, like I said before, would be I'd have a scout dedicated just for quarterbacks. I don't want you to do anything else but look at quarterbacks, and I want you to look at quarterbacks that are starting as a freshman, sophomore, junior, and see what year do you have multiple options at that quarterback. And for me right now, it is 2 years from now. You have a freshman class or redshirt freshman class of quarterbacks. There's like 4 or 5 of them that are playing at a above average to good level, and you just think the maturation process by year 3, when they're 3 years removed and eligible for the draft, that's going to be 3 years worth of games. So you're going to not be holding to guys like Anthony Richardson that maybe have started 9 games that have incredible talent, but not quarterback talent. You're going to have guys that have matured in a system or maybe 2 systems for 3 years worth of seeing them start and play and produce. So you'll have a better resume to understand their capabilities, but more importantly, be able to project their capabilities. So I would say that this year's 26, 27 to 28 draft class, that's when I would be positioning to have as many draft assets as possible to be able to maneuver up and down that board. And if you do it that way, you can have Aaron Rodgers back for this year. Throw in Will Howard for 2 years from now, but it's not going to affect your long-term plan.
Yeah, that's more what I was trying to ask. Like if you're okay with Rodgers as a stopgap. When we come back, we will get more into Will Howard because Bruce Arians says he could be the truth. Also more into these staff hires. Doug Whaley with us from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost 3-2 yesterday to the Ottawa Senators. The Penguins next play tonight at 7 o'clock against the New York Islanders. They've got 2 games left before the Winter Olympics cause a break in the NHL schedule. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Adam.
Thank you, Harry. Doran, nobody thinks about water damage till it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and free sensor with every home security package.
So now you've got intrusion, fire, and water protection.
That's a real peace of mind.
Especially when you're not at home.
Don't wait for a surprise. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Call it an understatement. Justin Jefferson says the Vikings likely would have been better if Sam Darnold stayed. Sam Darnold, the guy who's starting in the Super Bowl, probably would have been better. The Vikings opted with J.J. McCarthy, and it cost their GM his job. The future in Minnesota is a question mark. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, it's Crowley for ZeroRez. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees, adored, how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the bigger investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. Lucky for you, ZeroRez is going to spread the love to you and your home. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at ZeroRez right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroRezPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroRez has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Again, this month, 3 rooms, carpet clean starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. ZeroRez. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up.
Cash flow, tariffs, payroll, taxes, every day starts with a full plate.
So you got ahead of it.
Had to. That's why I checked out LendSeek.
How was the process?
It was simple. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding options. Fast, clear, and no games.
Any upfront costs?
None. Zero out of pocket. No prepayment penalties either. Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours.
Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Still some obstacles in your way at the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Inbound Route 28, still have an accident blocking the right lane approaching the Highland Park Bridge, and still with solid delays there back to RIDC Park. Also an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway East near the Boulevard of the Allies off-ramp. Watch for slowdowns there as well. And we have an accident in West Mifflin tying up Route 837 Kennywood Boulevard at Glen Street. Meanwhile, the suburban side of the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West stacked between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway North still heavy approaching the East Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, LGKG.com, your local super lawyer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yeah, I thought the Steelers did a great job in hiring Mike McCarthy. Obviously, he's got a great track record offensively.
developing quarterbacks. I think the big hope, obviously, is to keep Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, and they have a great relationship. So that makes it very easy. But I think he'll do a good job of developing the young guy, and who I think has a ton of upside, Will Howard, who I think is the future of Pittsburgh. And I think it's a great hire by the Steelers.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A little change of plans for today. Doug Whaley in with us until 10 o'clock. Bruce Arians saying that Will Howard is the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the quarterback position. So add him to the list of Ben Roethlisberger, John Gruden, seemingly Mike McCarthy. Doug, what am I missing here, man? It's a 6th-round pick, and Doran and I have gone back and forth on this. Like, we feel like he probably should have been drafted higher based on his measurables, the way he can run and the arm strength and yada, yada. But I am flummoxed why so many, and people whose opinions should be taken not as gospel, but should be taken into account, think that this guy can be the guy.
Yeah, it's the unknown, because he has had something in the resume that shows you he is a winner, and that's one of the key components of playing that position. Can you elevate everybody else's play around you, or get them all on the same page and direct that to a winning formula? And he's done that. He does have some athletic ability. He has size. He has arm strength. But Doran, you know as well as I do, there's nothing given to you in the NFL. You have to go out and earn it. Now, they may say, all right, we're going to give you a fair shake to go and show that you can be the guy, but they're just not going to walk in and say, first team meeting, Mike McCarthy's not going to say, TJ Watt, Hayward, you guys are at the twilight of your career. You want to go out and win a playoff game, but more importantly, make a run in the playoffs. We're just going to hand this rookie 6th-round pick the keys to the kingdom and let them go without having a competition, going out there and seeing what he can do. Because if he did that and Howard was not the guy and Mason Rudolph was better, he'd lose that locker room, because the locker room and the players know who should be on the field better than the coaches do. So this thought of process, let's just give it to him. No, you have to earn it. And if he doesn't earn it, then Mike McCarthy will never accomplish anything as a Steelers head coach, because the players will distrust him and not believe he's out for the betterment of the team and them as players, because in the end, players will go to bat for a coach that they believe is doing the best to put them in positions to succeed.
Do you think that he fell in the draft because of accuracy? Is that the main reason why you think he went in the 6th round?
I think it's accuracy, and then also I think the system. Again, that Ohio State system is a very good system for college quarterbacks. And I thought we had broke the mode with C.J. Stroud, and after that first year, and I'm like, all right, I'm wrong. I'm going to start looking at him in a different light. But he's starting to regress back to the mean now these last 2 years, and especially in the playoffs. So it's a combination and think about it this way too, that air raid system, the only person that has come out of that air raid system that had success in the NFL has been Mahomes. So those systems do not translate well to the pro game, and they haven't yet. So that's going to be a knock on him as well. And he's just not a pure passer. He's a better passer than thrower, but he's just not that pure passer. Does he bring some things to the table that are coveted in quarterbacks at this time in the NFL? Absolutely. And he's got the mentality, and when you hear people talk about him, he is that leader, and he's got that self-confidence. But he's got to translate it to the pro level and the pro game. And again, no one's going to be giving him, especially at that position. He's got to earn it.
What would you do if Rodgers says, you know what, I feel great, but because I feel great, I don't want to play another season of NFL football? Where do you turn then? I'm sure that even if they feel good about Rodgers now, I'm sure they've got a list on what they'd do should he say, you know what, I'm just going to travel the world with my wife or something.
Yeah, I mean, then you have to prepare for it. And the way I always looked at it is, when you go into any situation, give me the worst case scenario, and let's work from there up. And the worst case scenario, they say Rodgers isn't coming back. Okay, you know you have Mason Rudolph, and you know you have Will Howard. where are we going to get that other competition? Is it free agency and then a lower draft pick of quarterback? Is it a lower second-tier quarterback in free agency? And then you may identify a late first-rounder, early second-rounder quarterback. So that's where the scouting department and Omar and Andy, this is where it starts to come into focus for them. And two reasons. One, you have a new coach that is going to be involved but isn't going to oversee that player procurement process because he's going to have so many other things on his plate.
Yeah.
So this is where these guys have to be smiling and saying, finally, I can step up and show what we really bring to this organization and put us on a stool to be accountable for what we're doing. And that's not only identifying, but picking the right quarterback or having the right quarterback plan going forward to put this organization in place to either develop or find or draft their next franchise quarterback.
Doug, what do you know about Patrick Graham, and what do you think he's going to bring to the table? How's that going to look? I mean, obviously it's going to be different because Mike Tomlin was a defensive coach, and we don't know if he was calling the defense or Terrell Austin was calling the defense. We just don't really know that situation, but we know that Patrick Graham is going to have his defense, and he's going to run things on that side of the ball. Do you know anything about him? Do you know what he brings to the table, and how do you think it's going to work?
The only thing I know about him is not much, but from what I've heard and just listening and talking to a few people is that he's not beholden to a certain system. He can be flexible enough to say, hey, if I have press corners, let's do press corner type defenses. And that means we're going to have to get the ball out quick. So let's pressure these guys. So he can, and now if he says, no, well, I have zone or off man. All right, let's play zone off man. Then now let's do some simulated blitzes and simulated pressure. But I do know he's aggressive, and that will fit very well into what Steeler fans want out of their defense. And it's going to be interesting now not to have that Tomlin mark on that defense and to see something different coming out there. And it's going to be interesting how the older vets on the team accept and more importantly, embrace this change. And change is hard for everybody, especially somebody that's in the twilight of their career.
And Doran, I mean, you were in New England. The thing about Belichick that always did it for me was the first month of the season, it felt like they were going to play every defense in the NFL, see what they're good at, see what they're not good at, and then they'd match up depending on the opponent that they'd be playing in the given week. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like that's what Graham wants to do. And there'd be moments where Tomlin would be good at that, but I don't think that was necessarily a calling card on the defensive side. I'm encouraged by that.
Yeah. I got a quick story, and I'll tell you it will go along with that New England. Chad Brown, he was a second-round pick when I was an intern, and then when I came back to the Steelers in '99, we brought him back from New England, and we're sitting there chopping it up in the locker room after on a Tuesday, his off day. So I asked him, I said, you've been in the Steelers and you've been in New England. What's the difference? And he said, the Steelers, you draft better players. New England, they draft smarter or sign smarter players. I mean, what do you mean by that? He goes, think about it this way, Doug. Every week you have a new assignment, and that's where that do your job is. It wasn't like, hey, we're going to install this base defense in training camp, and we feed off of it all year, so that's a reference point. Every week, you as a linebacker, you had to do something different, and that's the only job you had. So you had to have smart people that could learn defenses in less than a week and be able to perform at a high level. So that shows you what type of defensive coach or coach Belichick was. He wanted to exploit the other team's weaknesses, but also protect their weaknesses, and he needed guys that can adapt on the fly and be able to learn new techniques, new assignments every single week, and that wasn't a carryover part of it.
In your opinion, Doug, this Steelers defense, we know it's highly paid. Is it talented enough? I mean, I think it is. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I wasn't thrilled if Tomlin were going to come back for another year.
I think there's some definite foundational pieces with the talent. I still think you need to. I mean, who's your number 2 corner? And don't get me wrong. I think JPJ's a really solid win with corner, but until he starts having ball production, he's not elite. But don't get me wrong. I want him on the team. But who's next to him? And then, all right, what about safety? I mean, Are we going to keep everybody there? It's going to be interesting, their moves on roster additions and subtractions. Yes, there are, I think, the outside linebacker position, you have not only talent, but you have depth. The young defensive linemen that are coming, they played well. Now, how do they translate to the new system? So there are some questions, but there are some foundational pieces that I think if they add to, that Graham will have enough arsenal in his toolbox to be able to put out an aggressive attacking style defense, which he tends to like to use.
Doug, it is Super Bowl week, and really up until Wednesday, the big storylines aren't necessarily Super Bowl related. Well, now you got two big ones. Robert Kraft not in the hall on his first try, at least to this round in the voting, and Bill Belichick doesn't get in on the first ballot. Want to talk to you about that, among other things, when we come back. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 3-2 losers against the Ottawa Senators yesterday. The Penguins have lost a 6-game losing streak with that loss yesterday. They've got 2 more games coming up this week. They've got one tonight against the New York Islanders. They'll have one on Thursday, and then they take off for the break for the Olympics. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Adam.
Thank you, Harry. Big game on Sunday, which means chips and dips and wings and veggies and even pizza. And you want to dress all that food up, and Daisy makes French onion dip that is to die for. And my personal favorite, Daisy ranch dip, which, yes, for me anyway, is even good on pizza. It's made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. So do what I'm going to do for the big game. Get yourself some food and some Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood Lawn Sports. Smack that booty. Today's big game prop is tied to New England's most effective field stretcher. 13 times this season, Keyshawn Booty is holding the ground for at least 18 yards. Against a Seattle secondary that's given up 57 pass plays of 20-plus yards, the 8th most in the NFL. Give me the over. 17.5 yards on Booty's longest catch at -120. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you're serious about selling your home, you need real numbers, and my friend Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty can help. Go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com, and get an instant valuation for your home. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the tri-state difference.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
For over 40 years, Whaley Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at WhalenExteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes.
Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I'm Mark Sellinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Oh, that was a thing that happened. City Limits just walked in here with a mustache. He looks like...
Don't say it.
If Tom Selleck were ugly...
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It's okay.
Shots fired.
I had worse off the air, Doug.
He looks like Mr. Bean with a mustache.
Yes. Yes, he does. And we just brought Amanda in from Y108 to get her thoughts on it. And I said, did your boyfriend have a beard? And she said, yeah. And Doran and I have beards. Women love beards. And then she said she didn't like her boyfriend's beard. So we've opened up a can of worms there. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Doug Whaley with us here on the show. So Belichick doesn't get in on the first ballot. This is as far as Robert Kraft has advanced, but he doesn't get in. And I'm wondering if it's because of the cheating. And I just wondered, Doug, like your time in the league, was that something like you guys talked about, like executive talked about? Like, oh, here come the cheating Patriots. Like, is that how you viewed those guys?
Yes. And it was more just not only on the field, but when you went there, your head coaches or your coaching staff's headsets would automatically, mysteriously go out. Just little things like that. And when I was with the Bills, we used to take our trash on the bus with us because Rex Ryan believed that anything that we threw in the trash, they were going to keep and try to look for next time we played. So it was one of those things you dealt with, but a lot of us looked at it as that's more reason for us to go out and beat them. We looked at it as a motivating factor. If they got to cheat to beat us, that's what they got to do. So it makes us even more inclined to go out there and put us foot up their butts or on their throats, which didn't happen very much, but it was more of a challenge than, oh, here they are, the cheaters, and a defeatist attitude.
Doug, do you think that this means with Kraft not getting in, Belichick not getting in first ballot, that Tom Brady's not going to be first ballot? How can you even justify that?
Right. And that's another thing and when you look at Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft, when you think about it, everybody says the ultimate team game is football. And if the team game, the ultimate accomplishment is the Super Bowl. And if you're not judged on the Hall of Fame of how many times you not only got there, but won the Super Bowl, well, what is the standard? And that's where I think everybody's getting frustrated here. If you're going to call him a cheater, then don't make him eligible for it. If you're not going to say he's not a cheater, then make him eligible and then use the same criteria. And if you look at Robert Kraft, I'm looking at the owners that are in the Hall of Fame. None of them have more than 4, and that's Dan Rooney. You're talking Jerry Jones has 3, Bolin has 2, DeBarlo has 5, Ralph Wilson has none. But you won't put Robert Kraft in, and he's got 11 appearances and 6 wins. What's the standard? And you just can't move the goalposts just depending on a person. And if you're, like I said, if you're going to say, well, we're not going to do it this time because he cheated, then don't make him eligible at all.
I totally, that's a good point I hadn't ever really considered, because the argument for Bonds has always been, okay, he's a Hall of Famer if he doesn't take steroids because he was such an elite defender and he drew 1 million walks and he had a bunch of home runs even before his neck grew 3 sizes like the Grinch's heart. Like, I feel like that's what they're doing in the NFL. Like, first ballot, no, because of the cheating. But really, it was the 2 Super Bowls that we say the cheating had something to do with it. And it's really odd to me, the mental gymnastics that these voters go through. And it's not just media members either. There's former players on the panel, former coaches. It's just, it's bizarre. Like Bill Polian. Bill Polian was leading the charge to keep Belichick out. Not that I'm necessarily crying about it, but no, there's no consistency whatsoever.
But that's also the same Bill Polian that said he had a first-round grade on Tom Brady and never took him.
Yeah, and also said that Lamar Jackson should be playing wide receiver in the NFL.
That is true.
Exactly.
Yeah. Not great. By the way, 93.7 The Fan, we now have trading cards.
What?
Yeah. And they're brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we are out in the community.
Nice.
So is yours just going to have like your actual stats? What the hell's mine have?
I don't know. Walk to class. High school.
How many darts you can do in an hour with beers?
Right. I'll tell you what, walking up in Zano's this weekend made me really want to smoke a cigarette. Just walking around Greenfield. Oh, Crowley almost went back in time. Kind of like Bechtold looks with his mustache. All right, one more segment with Doug Whaley to come. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 3-2 to the Ottawa Senators yesterday. They play again tonight against the New York Islanders on the road. 7 o'clock puck drop. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
More accidents, the latest one in East Liberty at the intersection of South Negley Avenue and Howe Street. We also have one on the inbound side of McKnight Road at the off-ramp to the inbound Parkway North, as well as one in East Liberty on Penn Avenue between 5th Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard, and yet another one on the outbound Parkway East. This is near the Boulevard of the Allies and causing delays back to the Fort Pitt Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know what's going to be here soon? Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood prediction markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood prediction markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon, presented by MediConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate and have the chance to bid on items like joining Joe Starkey and Part-Time Pomp for a round of golf. Powered by Diginy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegheny Community Federal Credit Union, Nest, Expressions Window Fashions. Details at 937thefan.com. If only I could read. Doug Whaley with us for one more segment. Doran tweeted out last week, hey, Brian Angelico might be a good candidate for the Steelers' offensive coordinator position. Well, Mark Caboli wrote about it last night, and it sounds like he's going to be in the building, I believe, today. And that's kind of sexy. And what I mean by that is last year, Sam Darnold comes in. It was going to be J.J. McCarthy's show. I don't think they were ever planning on it being Sam Darnold. He takes off with Kevin O'Connell. and the passing game coordinator is Brian Angelico. We already know that Mike McCarthy's going to be calling plays, so this would just be another set of eyes to help develop a quarterback, and Tom Arth is going to be on the staff too.
Well, Doug, look what he had to do with, and if this is the case for the Steelers, look what he also had to do with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. Like whenever you're a pass game coordinator, you're basically that one-on-one guy for those type of players. It is about the quarterback, but it's about bringing the offense all together. And Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the game. You saw the production of Addison, so I obviously would be a fan of that hire. Was my coach at Pitt, so he literally taught me how to play tight end. So I hope that's the case, but he brings a lot to the table.
And you said it right, Doran. There is not only the maximizing the talent of the quarterback, but maximizing the talent of the around the quarterback, like a Justin Jefferson, Addison. Let's go into a game plan and say, let's focus on this guy and be able to construct plays to get them the ball, to get them the targets, and not just have the defense dictate where the ball goes. The offense can put the defense in situations where they can dictate where the ball can go. And that's that inventive, that forward-thinking offensive mind that the Steelers haven't seen or it's been around since, I'd say, Todd Haley days. So that's the exciting part about it. But the most exciting part about it is the collection of coaches on that offensive staff that have been around and helped take quarterbacks to their highest level. And I said it as soon as he got hired, he maximizes quarterbacks' talents, him and his staff. And Mike McCarthy, obviously, is what I'm talking about.
Are you ready for me to make Doran's head explode? Doran, you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
The Giants have hired an offensive coordinator. Want to take a guess who it is?
Brian Angelico.
No.
Okay.
No, that really would have made your head explode.
Wait.
Greg Roman?
No.
Tolzien.
No, this is a guy you don't like. Matt Nagy.
But I like him as an offensive coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Not as a head coach.
You were just aghast that everyone was interviewing him as head coach.
No, as a head coach, as a coordinator, absolutely. He's a Dable to me. Like I don't like him as a head coach. I like him as a coordinator.
And there were guys,
Cliff Kingsbury,
right, who got picked up as well.
Josh McDaniels,
right.
I mean,
in that category,
great off OC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, really too, and it goes both ways. I think about Vic Fangio, who's a much better defensive coordinator. Dick LeBeau, a much better defensive coordinator. Steve Spagnuolo, a defensive coordinator.
And fellas, think about it this way. Look what the salaries of these guys are getting. Flores is getting $6 million.
Crazy.
As a defensive coordinator. I mean, I remember back in 17 when we hired Sean McDermott, he was getting $5.25 to be a head coach. Now, less than 10 years later, DC's getting more than that. So it's not a bad gig being a number 2.
Hold up now. The report I saw last night was that they were circling around Cliff Kingsbury as their OC, and now they hire Nagy. So Cliff Kingsbury's still out there. That's weird.
You saying that
maybe he's in Thailand with his girlfriend and they can't get a hold of him.
If I was that guy, I don't think I'd ever work again.
Don't need to.
No.
No.
All right.
Not at all.
Doug, this was wonderful as always, buddy. We appreciate it, and you being willing to move your schedule around for us. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys, and I'll see you next week in studio.
All right, buddy. We'll
Thanks,
see
Doug.
you next Wednesday
All right, fellas.
from 9 until 10. Tomorrow, we're moving all kind of stuff around. So tomorrow we got Ray in our typical time, and then from 9 o'clock until 10, Jason Mackey is going to join the show. Perhaps the Steelers will have named an offensive coordinator by tomorrow, Doran.
That'd be cool.
Harry, good job today. Joe Starkey is up next. He thudded his meal down on the shelf behind us, and he said, I don't know what I'm talking about. So it's going to be a good show. Talk to you tomorrow.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together. This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, someday is now. I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint, chip, and rotten railings with new, maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It may be the last call for football, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big day. And today we have a 30% profit boost on the rushing markets. That's rushing yards over under, alt rushing yards, and most rushing yards. I'm telling you right now, bet the over on Kenneth Walker, the Seahawks running back. Their backup running back, Charbonnet, is out. Their next running back up is a third down back. He's going to get a ton of carries in this game. I think he's a dark horse to win Super Bowl MVP, and I love the fact that his rushing yard prop is only 76.5. So play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Good news heading out of the North Hills. Crews have cleared an earlier accident reopening McKnight Road at the off-ramp to the Parkway North. Just watch for some leftover delays. Still dealing with an accident in Shady Side at the intersection of South Negley Avenue and Howell Street. Also one in East Liberty in the 6500 block of Penn Avenue, located between 5th Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale. North Shore Expressway also jammed from the Parkway North over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see what
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins' 6-game winning streak is over as they lose to the Ottawa Senators 3-2 yesterday with a late goal in the third period by Claude Giroux. Doing the damage for Ottawa as Chinakhov and Novak both scored their 10th of the year. But Artur Shilov's 28 saves on 31 shots. Penguins only put together 16 shots on Linus Ullmark for Ottawa as the Penguins quickly turn their attention to the Islanders tonight at 7:30. Stuart Skinner likely going to be in net with the Penguins playing a back-to-back, second to last game before the Olympic break. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Tuesday, Pete. Pomp and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits, I'm torn. Wait a second. There's a Ron Cook fathead next to the Bob cutout over there.
Yes, you just noticed that.
It's the first time I've seen it. I love it. Ron looks fantastic.
So now Ron is here.
Great for talk radio, my man.
And Bob is here.
Part-time Pomp, baby.
You know me.
I don't know where Bob is today. I'm torn here, and not on your mustache either. I have a strong opinion of it.
It sucks.
I'm
I know.
not going to let you know. Why?
It sucks.
Why do you? Don't let others influence your opinion of yourself.
Crowley and Doran were strongly trying to influence my opinion of
myself. They made fun of it on the radio.
They made fun of it off the air, even worse.
Crowley said you're ugly. I disagree with that.
What?
Yes.
I'm better looking than Crowley. I don't think that's disputable. Sorry, Crowley, my radio mentor.
You might be right about that. Why the mustache now limits? You've dabbled in this a couple of different times.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Well, so when I went to the Penn State outdoor game, I decided, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to keep facial hair for like 2 weeks to help keep extra warm because the feels like temperature was like 5 degrees. So I was like, you know what? I'll just keep it, and then I'll get rid of it on Monday. So I was, shaving yesterday and decided, you know what? Maybe I'm just going to keep the mustache for today, see what it looks like, and then if I don't like it after the show, I'll just get rid of it. because my facial hair grows pretty quickly.
So it sounds like you're depending on feedback. You're depending on the opinions of others. How do you feel? Do you like it?
Occasionally I do, but occasionally I do not. I woke up this morning and I did not.
Okay.
But in the summer, I do. In the summer, I think it looks better. Maybe just depending on the outfits. Like with a T-shirt with the mustache, and if I have my hair all styled nice, then I think it looks good. But if everything is not in correct flow, if we're not in sync, Joe, then I don't think it looks great.
All right. Somebody texted the other day, or I don't know, commented on YouTube, however they do that I look, when I wear this hood, like Marty Feldman in Young Frankenstein. Do you even know of the movie Limits? It's an all-time classic.
Frankenstein?
Young Frankenstein.
Oh, Young Frankenstein.
Mel Brooks. It's the Mel Brooks movie.
No.
You should watch it. I can see the resemblance. I'll admit that. And here's what I'm torn over. What to talk about. Usually I'm not. But I have bunches of things that I'm passionate about and sort of have been rehearsing takes on. I know the PM guys sometimes put it out on Twitter what they want us to talk about, Limits. Is that, or what they want them to talk about, correct?
Correct.
Here's your choices. Maybe we could talk about all four. There's no rule against that, is there? Do we have to do old school sports talk where I do a Shakespearean soliloquy to open the show? I don't think so.
I think we talked enough Shakespeare yesterday.
I don't think I have to. We did do that, didn't we?
A whole segment worth.
Bob was a Shakespearean scholar, it sounds like, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, Bob didn't know that restaurants weren't around in Shakespeare's time.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't. You're right.
What did our friend Bob know about that?
Here's what's rolling around in my head. This Belichick Kraft thing. Now we learn that Kraft's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. What the hell is going on here? They had arguably the greatest dynasty in NFL history. And neither the team owner nor the head coach can get in the Hall of Fame yet? What are we doing here? And I realize they cheated. So maybe that's what we're doing here. We could talk about that. I'd imagine Steelers fans care about that. It may be the late, great L.C. Greenwood who benefits from that. The other thing, of course, that's rolling around in my head, and if you have the clips that we have of the pronunciation of this man's name, which has become one syllable in this town, it's Will Howard. Of course, Will Howard is on my mind today. Limits, it's on my mind every day. I get the sense that some people are sick of this and some people can't get enough. Is that the sense that you get?
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
Yes. It is the sense that I get because obviously Steelers quarterbacks is always one of the most popular topics in all of Pittsburgh sports.
The most.
And
it could be April 3rd and it's the most. It could be August 22nd and it's the most.
Will Howard is so polarizing because there is a large percentage of the fan base that thinks he could be the guy, and then there's another percentage of the fan base that says, what the heck are you talking about? He's a 6th-round pick.
Well, this has taken a turn because now Bruce Arians, a guy who has been around and worked with and I think helped some of the greatest quarterbacks who ever walked the planet, is on the record now saying Will Howard is the future of the Steelers. This prompted me to take a deep dive into what some of my favorite draft analysts were actually saying about Will Howard going into the draft right around this time last year. What were people like Greg Cosell, Joel Klatt, people like that, Dane Brugler? What were they saying about Will Howard? We could talk about that. Here's how I led my Tribune Review mailbag today. Sorry about that. I got asked, should Cordell Stewart be in the Steelers Hall of Honor? I said, absolutely yes. I didn't even know he wasn't. Yes, he should be. We could dive into that. Specifically, the question was, do you think Neil O'Donnell or Cordell will ever make it into the Hall of Honor? We could talk about that, oh limitless wonder. Why don't you put this out on Twitter, even as we speak? And lastly, and this struck me hard last night when I was thinking about it, a head coach who was here for 19 years, who won a Super Bowl, who became a lightning rod for criticism, who had people chanting, fire him, who had only one less win than Chuck Noll. However you view him, one of the most important figures and notable figures in the history of Pittsburgh sports disappeared like 2 weeks ago into the ether. And I'm curious about this. How do we remember as a town Mike Tomlin? Like, obviously, the focus is on the new coach, and that became a giant story. But the other guy is just going to be, like, gone? He's just disappeared, and we're not going to talk about his legacy here? How do we remember Mike Tomlin? There's been some very flattering posts and words from Tomlin's former players, including Mason Rudolph, who some people thought, was a guy that the Steelers didn't treat properly, who was angry at the Steelers. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, I used to say that and write that during his whole time here. They're the ones that took a chance on him. They're the ones that brought him back a couple different times. But here's what Mason Rudolph said. I think this was yesterday on maybe Twitter, maybe Instagram. William and Mary's finest, 19 seasons, 200 wins, 2 Super Bowl appearances, and a Lombardi trophy by age 36. A gold jacket career by any measure, says Mason. Despite coaching thousands of players, you made time for real conversations with all of us. You cared enough to ask about our parents, grandparents, girlfriends, wives, and so many more. Practice squad or starter, it never mattered to you. You drafted me, taught me, challenged me, stayed patient with me, celebrated with me, and most importantly, you kept the same positive energy, win or lose, and never blinked. You were the unwavering rock for our team, and it was a privilege to call you my head coach for 7 seasons. And Mason Rudolph finishes with this. I'll miss our constant banter, your witty one-liners, and the Denzel Washington-like swagger you carried on Sundays. To the biggest, baddest, most boisterous personality I will likely ever know, thank you, Mike T. That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a really nice send-off.
Ryan Shazier wrote an unbelievable post. Did you see that one, Limits?
I did.
About how Tomlin stayed with him through the tragic injury and really never left him, offered him a job later on in the Steelers organization on Tomlin's staff. So how do you remember Mike Tomlin? Does it make it easier now that he's gone to remember his tenure fondly? I'm just curious. Which of those 4 captures your spirit, oh limitless wonder? Will Howard and what Bruce Arians said and what Draftniks actually said about him, because now I can't even remember why he was drafted in the 6th round, or I couldn't until I dove in. Like why did he drop? Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft. And how in the world are the architects of perhaps football's greatest dynasty, maybe the greatest of the Super Bowl era? I'd actually still put the Steelers above them from the 70s for 4 and 6 years, but you know what I mean. What do we make of them being kept out of the Hall of Fame with the Kraft news just breaking last night? And then quite randomly, I'll admit, Cordell Stewart, how is he not in the Steelers Hall of Honor? And how do we remember Mike Tomlin? Which one of those captures your spirits, City Sweeper?
Man, there are a lot of good choices.
Those are good choices, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a lot of good options there.
They're all good options, I would say. Not a lot. I think all 4 are high quality.
It might be off the beaten path a little bit, but I'm very fascinated by Belichick and Kraft missing the Hall of Fame. And I think that there is a larger story at play here. There's 2 different stories.
Yes.
One, it's just how dumb it was that the Hall of Fame changed its protocol with how players in the senior category and coaches are all lumped together.
They're all lumped together. So you got to make a choice among Kraft, Belichick, and 3 players, L.C. Greenwood, and who are the other 2? Ken Anderson, and I can't remember the other one.
Roger Craig.
And Roger Craig. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That makes no sense. Why would they change a format that didn't seem like it needed to change?
Right. And
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, it was broke, but they tried to fix it wrong.
And they broke it even worse.
And then you have, we spent years at a time talking about the Patriots on this station and Spygate and everything else. Steelers fans hate the Patriots. So I imagine you're happy out there. What were you going to say was the second part of that story? The cheating part?
Well, yeah, the cheating part of it, it's the format, but also the cheating. And that clearly stuck with some people. Like, I don't think it'll keep Brady out as a first ballot Hall of Famer, especially because he went to Tampa Bay and won another Super Bowl. But I do think that it is definitely sitting with a lot of people that are making decisions where
I don't think there's any doubt. There's no doubt about it.
Even though it was 20 years ago or so, they didn't forget.
Look at that. I'm very proud to be. I just went to your Twitter site because you did post this. And
I did.
Your avatar is you and me. And me in a Doran Dickerson number 42 Bills jersey. Game worn, I might add.
Have you never seen that picture before?
No, I guess I just gave away that I'm never on your Twitter site. Huh?
No, thank you.
Looks good.
Thanks.
I'm going to retweet that. So is that your choice?
That's my choice, yes. The early voting favorite, though, should we reveal?
Yeah, we're about 200. What are we in? How many? Oh, we're only 15 votes in. I'll give you a little bump there.
Yeah, I just posted it.
I know. I'm not slighting you in any way, although I am saying that I'll give you a bump, much as
you will.
The story I did the other day about 1137 Greenfield Avenue got a big bump when Pomp retweeted it. You know, you just work your way up the ladder here, and the highest point is Pomp, right?
Callis quote tweets it and said, "Did you forget the most important one? The first discussion of the show involved whether or not Adam Crowley is uglier than Austin."
Well, we can.
Thank you, Harry.
We can come back to that repeatedly. What are the votes so far, limits?
42% so far. How we remember Tomlin.
Yeah, that is a good one, isn't it?
It is.
Then let's start there. How we remember Mike Tomlin. The departure was so sudden. 16 hours after the final snap of that game. And he was poof, gone. No happy face news conference with Art, which was very notable. And I'm not saying that in the context of blaming Tomlin. It was just very notable because the Steelers, as we know, love to make it seem like everything is always good in their little mom and pop shop, right? Bruce Arians, we just mentioned him. Well, he wasn't fired. He retired. No, Art stepped in and fired him, is what happened. And that statement the Steelers released back then goes down in infamy because like 8 seconds later, Bruce Arians was back in the NFL. Then he was a head coach, interim coach with the Colts. And then he was with the Cardinals. And then he won a Super Bowl at Tampa. It was a hell of a retirement for him, wasn't it, Limits? Bill Cowher, and there was some acrimony at the end over his contract for sure. And then they had a really trying season after Bell, all of Ben's stuff was happening. The motorcycle accident, concussion, appendectomy, had the worst year of his career. They go 8-8. Cowher didn't get the contract he wanted. They didn't give him the money he wanted. But at the end, they all put a happy face on it and had a nice joint news conference where a guy who was here for 15 years said goodbye with a happy face. Chuck Noll, same thing. And things weren't great always at the end of his tenure with ideas of being forced to replace assistants and things like that. But you put in that much time, you win a Super Bowl, in his case 4, and, you know, you put a happy face for the family on the end. And maybe it was a happy face for him. I don't know. Here, the guy's just gone. And then there's a new coach, and it's Mike McCarthy from 1137 Greenfield. And I feel like we never got back around yet to, wait a second, and maybe this is a topic for a year from now. I don't know. But wait a second. How will Mike Tomlin's tenure be remembered around here? And I would say, and always have said, the first 4 years, 4 to 5, really, even though I think the fifth may have included Tebow, were A+, like all-time A+ stuff, right? First year, they get back in the playoffs after missing. Second year, they win the Super Bowl. Third year, they go 9-7. Yes. Fourth year, they go. Oh, that was the unleash hell year. The fourth year, they get back to the Super Bowl, and then the fifth year, they went 12-4. Right? They went 12-4, and then Tebow happened. But to be fair to them, that team was absolutely decimated by the end of the year. They weren't going to advance beyond that game. They would have gotten eviscerated in Foxborough the next weekend. So, yeah, I would say I'm going to say 5 years in sum, that's A+ stuff. And then the Super Bowl roster started to sort of decline. That great defense. Dick LeBeau was eventually weeded out. They go 8-8, 8-8. Then they lose in the wild card round to the Ravens. So really 3 lost years. Although I guess losing in the wild card round is now considered good enough. Then they get to a conference championship game. That was the team that a lot of people thought would go far, and they did. That's a playoff run. That's a real playoff run in 16, even if they did get blown out by Brady and company. They lose Le'Veon Bell, on whose back they got to that title game. That's a season you can certainly live with. Then Blake Bortles, and then a descent into rampant mediocrity. Missed playoffs. Antonio quits. Missed playoffs, 8-8. I think that was Ben's injury year. Get blown out of a wild card. Get blown out of a wild card. Missed playoffs. Blown out of wild card. Blown out of wild card. Blown out of wild card. 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 9-8, 9-7-1. For some people, for Art the second, that's being, quote, in contention every year. For me, that's barely above the Browns and Jets. And people laugh when I say that. I got a tweet recently saying, oh, you're just, trying to rile up the masses. That's rage bait or radio talk show fodder. They've been closer to that than they are to the elite in the NFL. When you get blown out of the wild card round after barely getting in all those years, you are closer to the bottom than the top. Unfortunately, they can never get to the bottom. They're stuck, as we say, in high-end mediocrity. Moral of that story, it's been C to C+ since then. So what do we have when we have an A+ and a C, or a C+? Limits a B plus, I guess?
B.
I'd say a B overall. He didn't maximize a Hall of Fame quarterback. Maybe a B-, really, because it was a whole lot more of C to C+ than it was A+. A+ was 5 years. The other stuff was 14 years. So I'm going to say B-, really, for the Tomlin tenure. I'll remember him also as being, for his time here, a guy that was easy to root for a lot of years, had a strong personality. And then I think toward the end, that sort of devolved into, what's a good word for it? At times I thought arrogance. At times I thought, like the franchise itself, he thought they were doing more than they were. He appeared to leave, I'm going to say bitterly. You can say what you want. I think bitterly. I don't think you just disappear and have a 20-minute meeting. Obviously, Art knew probably before that it was done, and just go, unless there's some acrimony there. That's my belief anyway. I don't have any hard and fast information on that. So how will I remember Mike Tomlin? He was a good football coach here. Great early on, mediocre late, split the difference, and he was a good football coach. He wasn't a great one. You?
I think he was a very good coach. And I do put very in there because I give him the credit for winning the Super Bowl, going back to another. But over the last 5 to 7 years, it just became so stale. Whether it was his failure to adapt defensively to a lot of the modern offenses. We never knew who was truly calling the plays. Sure, Terrell Austin was at times, but Mike Tomlin had oversight basically on everything. Their inability to adapt on offense also is something that gives Mike Tomlin major slights. I give him a B. You win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, he never had a losing season. I know we use that pretty much as a detractor against him sometimes, but it is impressive on his resume for 19 years to never be below 500. It's part of the reason why I think he decided to step down too, because he put himself in a spot of mediocrity.
Well,
overall it's a B.
Yeah. When I say bitterness, I don't necessarily think between Tomlin and the organization. So don't let me, I may have misspoke there. I think it's more about Tomlin and maybe the town.
Yeah.
You know, I just think it got to the point, just like you described it, where it was stale and then, you know, it got to be angry. And anger then leads to apathy, and you never want to be there. So I'll give it a B to a B minus. 412-928-9370. We've barely talked about it. How do you remember Mike Tomlin in this town? Limits? Let's hit the phones. In a moment here at 928-9370. We're having a little bit of phone difficulty right now. Would you agree that it was A+ for the first 5 years?
Yeah, by far. I mean, they won a Super Bowl, went to another, were very successful. I mean, you can't get much better than that.
How would you rank Tomlin versus Cowher? Obviously, Noel is number one. And then I think it's a battle for 2 and 3. How would you rank them?
I would give Cowher the slight edge at 2 because they both won a Super Bowl, went to another.
Yeah.
But Cowher also, I think, did more with less. And I know that was a major compliment of the national media on Tomlin. They went to the Super Bowl with Neil O'Donnell. They won with Cordell Stewart. Like, Cowher was winning without Ben Roethlisberger, who's the second best quarterback, maybe the best in franchise history.
I think you said that well. I agree with every syllable and quarter syllable you just said. I think that Cowher gets the edge. I believe he also made more conference title games, had a better record in the playoffs. So maybe it's really not that tough of a call. Cowher was 12-9 in the playoffs. Tomlin was 8-12. And Cowher didn't have the benefit for a lot of his career of a Hall of Fame quarterback. Tomlin did for many, many years, for most of his time. Most of Cowher's time was Neil O'Donnell, Cordell Stewart. And then along came Ben, and he wins, which underscores the importance of a quarterback over a coach, I might add. But I would give Cowher the edge, so it goes Noel, Cowher, Tomlin from history. 412-928-9370. We'll try to get things patched up here and get to your calls. And we can also dive into a little bit of the other stuff we were talking about, or we're going to talk about. One being Will Howard and Bruce Arians' comment that he's the future of the Steelers. That's a little different than City Limits saying that, although City Limits hasn't said that. We could talk a little bit about this Belichick-Kraft thing and how this is just mind-blowing. That 2 of the most important and successful figures in the history of pro football can't get into the Hall of Fame? At least in Belichick's case, not on the first ballot, and in Kraft's case for 14 years? Yeah, there was cheating happening, but there's no morals clause. Or at least there's not supposed to be in pro football. And then as a little side dish, Cordell Stewart in the Steelers Hall of Honor. Why isn't he in? Oh, we fixed him, and they started lighting up like Mulsey on.
They are now rolling in, yes.
In a craft beer house. Why don't we take a couple limits?
Let's start with Ron. Ron is in the car.
What's up, guys? Hey, Joe.
Hey, man. What's up?
Hey, I like 2 of your points. Number one, in my opinion, Tomlin gets an A. 19 years. That's a heck of a job. Super Bowl. Overall body of work's an A, and I would put them in the exact same order you put them in, Noel, Cowher, Tomlin, and I think they're all A coaches. And the other point you brought up with the Kraft Belichick thing, is that so much the writers? I look at that as almost a parallel to the, Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Mark McGwire,
But
Barry
here's the
Bonds,
thing.
Roger Clemens.
Here's the thing. It's not all made up of writers. A huge part of the voting committee is people like Tony Dungy and Bill Polian. In fact, Bill Polian, a lot of people viewed as the ringleader against Belichick because Belichick kicked his behind a lot, especially early in their battles, and the cheating thing and everything else. There's tons of other media, not just writers, plus ex-players and ex-coaches voting for the Hall of Fame.
And that really, it does skew it. I mean, those guys should be in the Hall. Just as way, in my opinion, Barry Bonds should be in the Hall. Major League Baseball knew what was going on. They didn't stop it. It was good for ratings back then. Those guys definitely deserve to be in, Belichick and Kraft. But as Mike Tomlin, what did Mike Tomlin used to say? Everybody has their warts or something, right? So,
well, that's another thing you have to remember him for, and I appreciate the call, is the Tomlinisms. There's no doubt about that. Next.
We need volunteers, not hostages.
Let's go to Jay. He's in South Park.
Who did he say that about? Where did that famous
volunteers
quote
and
come?
hostages?
Yeah.
That was when Le'Veon Bell was holding out.
Wrong. That was when Le'Veon Bell was holding out.
Correct.
How you doing?
Oh, okay. Good morning, guys. Yeah, I give him a B. He went from A- to the B- over the years. He started playing not to lose instead of playing to win. That's how I remember him most. I think he got caught up in that record of non-losing seasons, and he evolved into turning into playing to not to lose.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem I had, and I appreciate the call, with Tomlin in the later years was the hiring of personnel. I think he got too much power, and so many of his coaching hires were just questionable at best. Matt Canada. I honestly thought Tomlin needed to go, and he attached himself to Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada. When that didn't work, it should have been all three of them. He was here too long. I think maybe even he would agree with that. He stayed too long. And his power over personnel and his decisions with personnel, I think, were ultimately, more than anything, his downfall. Next.
All right, here is Jackson in Mount Lebanon.
Hi, Jackson.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry.
Thank you, Joe. I think putting a grade on Tomlin is sort of in flux just because of his tenure and all the ups and downs. But I think as far as the order, I think you have to go Cowher 1. Simply for the fact of he got to a Super Bowl with a guy like O'Donnell.
Wait a second. Wait a second. We ranked all three. You're not putting him ahead of Noel.
I am.
What? Holy ostrich. Holy ostrich milk.
Well, hold on, Joe.
Okay.
Success is one thing, but he played in an era where his teams were not ripped apart by free agency, and every Super Bowl he went to, he had Terry Bradshaw. Cowher had to deal with free agency, make it to a Super Bowl with a guy like O'Donnell, and he put himself with people around him. He was a better CEO leader with hires like Arians and LeBeau, and even further back like Chan Gailey and Jim Haslett. Like, he understood, I'm the leader of the team. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I think that was Tomlin's downfall.
Chuck Noll walked into a franchise that had been around for like 50 years practically and had never won a playoff game, and were coming off a 2-11-1 season with zero talent.
No, absolutely. Noel's achievements are second to none, except for maybe Cowher's in his own city.
So do you think Bill Cowher's the greatest NFL coach of all time? What is going on here? Are you?
That's quantifiable. I think he's top 5. I think it's like Belichick, Landry, Noel, Walsh.
What about all the home playoff losses? What about the fact he couldn't win until Ben got here?
Well, I mean, none of them made Super Bowls without that type of quarterback, except for Cowher.
Joe Gibbs would like to have a word on that. Bill Parcells would like to have a word on that. All right. Yeah. Your opinion is duly noted.
Thank you, Joe.
And highly ridiculed. Bill Cowher, top 5 coach of all time and better than Chuck Noll?
Yeah, he's not better than Chuck Noll. I mean, come on, 4 Super Bowls. Chuck Noll's a top 5 coach in NFL history. Bill Cowher, albeit was a very good coach that overcame things, he's not top 5. He's not better than...
Of course he's not.
He's not better than Belichick.
Don't even indulge the topic.
He's not better than Belichick. He's not better than Noll.
Don't even indulge the topic.
He's not better than Shula. He's not better than Bill Walsh.
He's still indulging the topic.
He's still indulging the topic.
He's not. Of course he's not.
He's not better than Andy Reid. There's 5 right there.
Yes, and there's about 15, 20 more. 30
I was still
more.
indulging the topic.
And you're still indulging the topic. Although that was an entertaining call.
Oh, yeah, Jackson's a good caller.
I wouldn't go that far, but it was entertaining.
Okay.
Coming up next. First, the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And, of course, as I already mentioned off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Listen, I think the consensus would be, and here's where I agree with Jay from Mount Lebanon, is that Cowher was a better coach here than Tomlin. The order should go Noll, Cowher, Tomlin. But to expand that, how do we remember Mike Tomlin now that we've had, 4 weeks, is it, I think, to digest all of this? About a month to digest it all. Because like I said, no matter how you slice it, he's one of the most important sports figures in the history of this town. That's not questionable. And he's barely been mentioned for obvious reasons. I mean, they got a new coach. There's a lot going on here since he left. But maybe today is a good day to do it if you have a little Will Howard exhaustion and things like that. All right. I mentioned JP Roofing and Siding, Joe Potocznik and his mustache. They've been out to my house a number of times, and they always do great work. Really good people, really smart people. Joe, of course, the leader of the band. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred company, not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He's got it. $500 off your first roofing or siding project. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, according to a couple of different reports, it doesn't seem like the Steelers are going to have an offensive coordinator, at least today, as Scott Tolzien is expected to stay with the New Orleans Saints as their quarterback coach. Worked well with Tyler Shuck this past season for the Saints, and was a former quarterback for Mike McCarthy in Green Bay, a young, up-and-coming offensive mind that will not end up coaching the Steelers offense. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Are we seeing the final days of Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks' marriage? The Bucks have submitted counteroffers to teams for the 2-time MVP. After 12-plus years together, it seems as though the two are in agreement to part ways. Good for Giannis. I think this is bad for the Bucks. I'm Addie Bates.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Kristen.
And we're a Henny couple.
I met Juliet through Andy and found out she worked at Henny Jewelers. I came in and found my dream diamond, and Juliet helped us create the perfect ring.
It was an amazingly personal experience for both the engagement ring and our wedding bands. I couldn't find any other jeweler who could beat the value.
If you're looking for a jeweler you can trust that treats you like family, Henny Jewelers is it. Check them out at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social.
Henny Jewelers. They'll be your jewelers for life.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/van, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know what's going to be here soon? Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic
to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Top of the hour, we got Nick Farabaugh. Want to ask him about Bruce Arians anointing Will Howard. Do you have that, Limits? Let's listen to that for a moment. I do want to move on to that because, listen, some of you may already be suffering from Will Howard exhaustion. I am. I don't care. We're going to be talking about this all the time leading into the draft, plus everything about the Steelers quarterback position. So get used to it. I think most people love it, actually. Limits?
I do love it, yeah. I just think that it's gotten so extreme with Will Howard, where there's no middle ground for him. There's no, he can be just a backup quarterback in the NFL. Well, no, it's either he's a star or he's a bust. That's what it's become for people.
I don't know how many people are saying it's going to be a star.
Or a starter.
A starter. And when it becomes Bruce Arians, that sort of changes the equation. Was this him with Ryan Clark?
This is him that was played on Inside the NFL.
Yeah, I thought the Steelers did a great job in hiring Mike McCarthy. Obviously, he's got a great track record offensively, developing quarterbacks. I think the big hope, obviously, is to keep Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, and they have a great relationship. So that makes it very easy. But I think he'll do a good job of developing the young guy, and who I think has a ton of upside, Will Howard, who I think is the future of Pittsburgh. And I think is a great hire by the Steelers.
That, to me, is the most notable thing that anybody said so far. That's Bruce Arians. He worked with Ben. He worked with Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Carson Palmer, and the list goes on. Was he just sort of talking to talk there? He mentioned him unsolicited. What was the question limits there? I don't think the question was, what do you think of Will Howard? I think it was, what do you think of Mike McCarthy?
Right, that's what he started talking about was McCarthy.
Let me hear that again.
This is Bruce Arians on McCarthy and Howard.
Yeah, I thought the Steelers did a great job in hiring Mike McCarthy. Obviously, he's got a great track record offensively, developing quarterbacks. I think the big hope, obviously, is to keep Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, and they have a great relationship. So that makes it very easy. But I think he'll do a good job of developing the young guy, and who I think has a ton of upside, Will Howard, who I think is the future of Pittsburgh. And I think is a great hire by the Steelers.
The future of Pittsburgh is Will Howard. Does that change anything about your way of thinking? It really doesn't for me. In terms of this, some people I think Will Howard stinks or that it's not going to turn out, whatever. I just think he's a 6th-round pick for a reason, and I think the hype train has gotten out of control. Am I open-minded about him? Yes. And I have to say it does open my eyes a little bit when someone of that stature, in terms of people who have worked with great quarterbacks, how many people alive have worked with more great ones than Bruce Arians? How many people currently living? Not many.
No, not many.
That opens my eyes a little bit, but it doesn't change my mind that whatever shortcomings Will Howard had going into the draft, he must still have. But more importantly, I haven't seen, and nobody's seen anything since that day, except he was impressive with the way he carried himself in the early days of camp. That's it. And that led me down the road of people like Greg Cosell and Dane Brugler. Dane Brugler had him ranked 135 on his top 300, a well-built athlete. He said he sets up quickly, throws well enough to all levels, doing some of his best work on design rollouts and waggles. His aggressiveness as a passer will bite him at times. Don't you love the way they phrase things in these scouting reports?
Will bite him at times.
Just like Dan Campbell. Maybe it bites his kneecaps, especially when he locks into his preferred read. His ability to get deeper into progressions will be crucial at the next level. Okay, we could read that forever. What are we really trying to say here? Bruce Feldman, he does these draft pieces for The Athletic where he quotes NFL assistants. He asked a bunch of them going into last year's draft, who's your sleeper? One guy, an offensive coordinator, said Riley Leonard. The next guy was an NFL pass game coordinator who said, I think Will Howard has a chance. It's hard to call a guy who just led his team to a national title a sleeper, but I don't think a lot of people are talking about him. I like the efficiency with which he operates. I kind of like McCord, Kyle McCord. He doesn't move great, but he's accurate, says another guy. But number 2 says Will Howard. How about that?
Number 2, Will Howard. Man.
No, the second guy that he talked to and asked that question said Will Howard has a chance. Greg Cosell said some of the same, that here's a guy. Do you have that clip?
We have Greg Cosell, yeah.
Greg Cosell is really, really good at what he does and is not a guy who's prone just to blow smoke and to hype up draftable players. He, to me, at least in my experiences, and I used to have him on the air here, and also listening to him, he gives you his honest opinion and sometimes harsh truth. This is what he said about Will Howard.
Right after the draft on the Ross Tucker podcast.
You're dealing with a guy that's big. He's got mobility. He has some arm strength limitations, but he can run a really well-schemed passing game when there's a run game element, which is what Arthur Smith, that's his thing. So, I think he's got poise. I think he's got patience. I think he has a great sense of when to check it down, and that's a big deal because, with checkdowns, the guys who wait too long to check it down because they're waiting for something to happen down the field and they're slow to get to checkdowns, then they check it down and the guy gets tackled for 2 yards. The guys who have a really good sense of when to check it down at the right time, they check it down and the back runs for 11 yards. That doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is. So Howard, to me, is a fascinating guy because he's not a great thrower, but again, another guy that there's something there. And within the context of that offense, you're right. He could end up being the starting quarterback.
Well, in all of these, the praise is very nebulous. Is that the word? It's like trying to grab onto a cloud or a wisp of smoke. Like, what do you really like and what's really the problem?
Grasping at straws?
I don't know. I don't know if that works. It's just, okay, he's good at checkdowns. His arm strength is questionable. A number of people said that. His processing ability, what do we think of that? To me, that's up there as maybe the most important thing, is a quarterback's ability to process quickly. And that brings us to Joel Klatt, who I think is really good. He took a little heat when he said Caleb Williams is the best guy in that draft a few years ago. And now he's starting to look more right, like he's going to be the best player. Some people down on him. Caleb Williams is going to be a great, great player. He stayed with that opinion. Let's hear what he said about Will Howard.
This was on his Joel Klatt show.
Will Howard from Ohio State. I think he's actually going to get more positive reviews as people evaluate his game further, getting closer to the draft. Will Howard played unquestionably his best football late in the season. I don't think people realize how good Howard was in the playoff. Now, did he play great against Michigan? No, he did not. It was part of that getting banged up and possibly getting nicked up from a head injury perspective. It could have been. It could have been. But when he got into the playoff, man, that dude was lights out. He was lights out. Sets a completion percentage record at the Ohio State University, which that's something to be said for that. He leads them to a national championship under all of that pressure and scrutiny, even after losing to Michigan. Third team all Big Ten, 43 career starts, going back to 27 at Kansas State, and then obviously this year. He's 6'4", 235 pounds. He's run the football well in his past. And like I said, you turn on that film in the playoff, man, and it is really good. He's got great command of what's going on. And in fact, if you talk to Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, they will tell you that he had at his disposal a lot of times out there the ability to get Ohio State into the correct play. And you only do that. Think about it now. Ryan Day and Chip Kelly are like two of the most experienced and smartest guys in football. And they're giving Will Howard the keys to the castle on the field in some of the most crucial points in the season and in their careers in a lot of cases in terms of the pressure to win last year at Ohio State. It speaks to the level of maturity, experience, and also general smarts from Will Howard.
I mean, that's good stuff. Now, that's something I can latch on to, is that, assuming that that's true, that Ryan Day and Chip Kelly at times in critical moments would turn the offense over to this kid. That's something to latch on to, isn't it, Limitless Wonder?
Yeah.
But I have to ask again.
And Klatt called a lot of their games, too, for Fox. Had a ton of big noon games, and he's on that broadcast.
I have to ask again. He just made him sound like, I don't know, Josh Allen. Why wasn't he drafted earlier then? Everybody has access to the same tape. Everybody gets to interview Kelly and Ryan Day. What's the problem here? What's the problem? It's driving me nuts. I wish I had Joel Klatt. Can you get Joel Klatt on the air?
I can try.
I want to ask him. So based on your report, your opinion, if you were advising NFL teams on the draft last year, you were a paid advisor, and they needed a quarterback, I'm assuming, based on what you said, you would have advised them to take him in the first or second round, correct? See what he answers, and then say, why wasn't he taken in the first or second or third or fourth or fifth? Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, if people are going to wax poetically this much about Will Howard, you would think that he would have went higher. And it's not just the Steelers. It's 31 other teams that decided to pass
and
on.
They don't always choose right. I get it. And everybody can recite the exceptions, the very, very rare exceptions by heart. But that's like a lottery ticket. A 6th-round pick quarterback who makes it is a lottery ticket. I'm sorry, it is. Why'd he drop then? However, having said that, that is something I can latch onto. and so is Bruce Arians. So now I'm even more curious about Will Howard. Let's ask Nick Farabaugh about this whole phenomenon next on Pomp and Joe. Listen to the show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pitt basketball is in action tonight. It's a late tip-off, though, at 9 o'clock. Hear the action right here on the Fan as the Panthers play at number 18, Virginia, 8:30 pregame. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 79 days until the NFL Draft.
Getting pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It may be the last call for football, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big day. And today we have a 30% profit boost on the rushing markets. That's rushing yards over under, alt rushing yards, and most rushing yards. I'm telling you right now, bet the over on Kenneth Walker, the Seahawks running back. Their backup running back, Charbonnet, is out. Their next running back up is a third down back. He's going to get a ton of carries in this game. I think he's a dark horse to win Super Bowl MVP, and I love the fact that his rushing yard prop is only 76.5. So play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 plus at present, Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. This winter has been brutal. Is your heat running more than it should be? It's probably because your window installation has failed, and the pros at Window Nation can help you get new, energy-efficient windows at a great price. They've got a great buy 4, get 4 windows free sale going on now. You can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. And if you act now, get an extra 10% off. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Hurry, sale ends soon. Schedule a fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Scott Tolzien apparently not going to be the Steelers' next offensive coordinator. He is going to stay with the New Orleans Saints as their quarterback's coach. So it seems like the options for the Steelers will continue in that area, but they are officially bringing in Dan Crossman in as their special teams coordinator. The former Pitt cornerback is now coaching back in Pittsburgh. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Nick Faribault joins next.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
Yes, indeed. It is time for Nick Faribault from PennLive.com. You can watch us on YouTube. Is Nick on our YouTube channel, Oh Limitless Wonder?
Yes, he is. Here he is.
Beautiful. The numbers skyrocketing there. All you have to do is go to our website, 937thefan.com. That'll take you there. Of course, you can go right to YouTube. Nick, how's it going today?
It is going well. Joe, how's it going for you?
I've never been better. Tell me about this staff so far. Tell me about the latest news. Scott Tolzien apparently not coming here. And I think that would make then for Angelico, Brian Angelico, to be next in line. Dorn Dickerson's old tight end coach from Pitt. He's going to be the latest candidate to interview, and it sounds like he has a really good shot to get the job. What do you think of that? And then your thoughts on how this staff is shaping up as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people expected this to be Tolzien, and I don't blame you guys. A lot of the whispers around this were towards Scott Tolzien from the beginning. And it's kind of interesting. They're both kind of from the same background in some ways, but Angelico is more of a tight end centric coach, which means he's going to have more of an impact on the run game. I actually, generally speaking, much preferred somebody in the OC seat to have more of an impact towards the run game, just because they're so pass game centric with some of the hires they've made. With Tom Arth, Frank Cignetti, it was heavily slanted towards the pass game, and that's what Mike McCarthy is. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm just worried a little bit about the run game because that's not necessarily the strong suit of Mike McCarthy's scheme. They need someone, I think, to bring a different perspective. I think getting someone from a McVay tree, which off the Kevin O'Connell branch, is actually a really smart move if they can do that. I'm assuming that is what is going to happen. Now, they did interview Lunda Wells as well. Maybe they go back to him. The fact that they're hiring a tight ends coach to be their next OC, I mean, that's not super common nowadays in the NFL. It's often quarterbacks coaches that get those jobs. The tight ends coaches have to understand everything. They have to understand protection schemes. They have to understand run schemes. They have to understand route concepts. They have to understand it all because the tight end does everything. So I'm very intrigued, actually, to have a tight ends coach as your offensive coordinator, specifically to fill in the blanks that the Steelers have with McCarthy's staff right now, as well as the rest of the staff. I mean, the staff is honestly pretty solid. There are a few hires here and there that maybe I'm not a huge fan of, but I think the O-line duo of James Campen and Jari Evans, really strong duo there. How many teams can say that their assistant offensive line coach is a borderline Hall of Famer? I think that they have veteran coaches all over the place, which I like, but they also have a mix of youth. They have a guy like Ramon Shinyoung, their new running backs coach, who is viewed as a young up-and-comer, and I think they will still add some youth to this coaching staff. So there's definitely an interesting mix here, and despite it being all Pittsburgh and Pitt guys, it actually is turning into what I think is a pretty solid staff.
Yeah, and I think the offensive coordinator is sort of like being the defensive coordinator under Tomlin. It's mostly just a nominal position, yes?
Well, I do think that they are able to bring their own flavor to it. They're able to bring their game planning ideas. Obviously, the head coach gets the final say. But you can look at Mike McCarthy's scheme going from Kellen Moore to Brian Schottenheimer, and there were differences. So, it's not like they're completely useless. It's kind of like having a pass game coordinator or a run game coordinator job. It really is in some ways. But the OC job under a head coach that calls plays is a little bit of a step above that because you are the one somewhat setting out the play sheets, somewhat setting out a game plan. So it's not just some useless title. You do have more work to do than a usual pass game coordinator or run game coordinator. Your ideas are probably going to be heard a little more. And so that's why I think having a run game or whatever for game focused OC is actually really good to get another voice in the building, bring something different that you don't have. And Angelico, I think, brings that because even though he is from McCarthy branch, he worked with him as a tight ends coach, he certainly brings the McVay tree stuff now. And I think that's something that Mike McCarthy's scheme could utilize, especially in the run game.
Are you worried, Nick, that maybe we're getting too much of Mike McCarthy's old staffers or old friends or guys he worked with in Dallas or Green Bay, and it's just too much familiarity on the staff?
I mean, most staffs are like that. I think that is certainly something people in Pittsburgh are learning about the NFL is it's who you know, maybe not what you do sometimes. You look at most of the staffs around the NFL when it's that way. Now, there's always exceptions to the rule. But, you usually either hire guys that have really good connections and or know people in the org, because some of these hires go above head coach. Like, for example, in Baltimore, I don't necessarily think Jesse Minter hired Anthony Weaver. I think Eric DaCosta and Steve Biscotti knew him very well, and he's now their defensive coordinator alongside Minter, right? For McCarthy, he's going to have full autonomy with this, though. And I don't think it's necessarily bad that they're hiring guys that are familiar with him. I do think that they need the mix of old and young, though. And that, to me, is kind of the way you look at a staff. Do they build them out to have different style of voices? Do they have maybe the vet coaches along with the new age coaches that bring in the fresh ideas? And the new guys that you hire are going to be those underlying pieces, right? It's going to be the offensive assistant that grinds the tape in, draws up the plays and draws up the presentation, and then he's a passing assistant the next year, and then he's your tight ends coach, and then he's your pass game coordinator. Look at like Nathan Shieldhouse with the Rams, right? That's what happened with him. He got plucked from the Iowa State offensive coaching staff, and he came in, drew plays for a year, then he goes to pass game coordinator. You just rise naturally, and those are how you create new coaches. But having familiarity, I mean, McVay, Shanahan, all those staffs, the top staffs in the league have guys that those guys have worked with for years. So it's nothing out of the ordinary in that regard.
I think the Ravens staff intrigues me more than the Steelers staff, and I'll tell you why. In a way, I prefer the unknown and the risk factor. Right from the head coach, which is Jesse Minter for them. Declan Doyle as the offensive coordinator, 29 years old. And speaking of guys who may have, however we think of offensive coordinators with play calling coaches, that doesn't mean they won't be a good hire at the next place. He's now worked under Ben Johnson this past season. And before that, he was working under Sean Payton. I think he worked with the tight ends and something else over there in Denver. Those are pretty two good minds. And he was a hot young candidate at 29, and the Ravens went out on a limb there. And then they get Anthony Weaver as their defensive coordinator, and they took another huge risk in Jesse Minter as the head coach. So if you're asking me about these two staffs, Nick, and you may disagree, I would take Baltimore's right now.
Baltimore's creating one of the best staffs I've seen in recent years. I don't disagree with that at all. Not only do they have those guys, but you talk about their O-line coach, Dwayne Ledford. He was one of the best O-line coaches in the league in Atlanta. He created guys like Chris Lindstrom, who is an all-pro. We talk about kind of guys that are young coaches surrounding themselves with veterans. Well, you're a first-time defensive coach. You bring in a veteran defensive mind like Anthony Weaver. You have a veteran offensive line coach. Like, it's just a really strong staff. I do think the Steelers staff is pretty good. I actually like the Steelers staff quite a lot, but like the Ravens look like they're hitting home run after home run after home run. And that is all credit to Baltimore in that regard.
But it's also a big risk. Oh, go ahead, because I was going to ask you about Doyle, and it's also a huge risk, right, to hire a 29-year-old guy who's never been a coordinator, but that's the element of it I like, Nick.
Well, especially for them, and really I think the thing about Baltimore is they have been chasing Super Bowl. So if it crashes and burns, does it matter as much? They haven't gotten to the pinnacle anyways. But you could find the hidden edge by getting those next great coaches. If Doyle is the next, Liam Cohen or Ben Johnson or whatever he is, that is going to change the math for the Ravens overall. If this staff elevates them to a Super Bowl win finally under Lamar Jackson, that's what they're doing. They're chasing ceiling. And I respect that from Baltimore because they've been running in the same space for far too long. They've needed to get up a level, right? They've always lost when it comes playoff time. Can they find the edge? That's, I think, smart. The Steelers, listen, I think it's a good staff, but I just think the straight-up hire of McCarthy was a safe hire to keep kind of where they're at. It's not a ceiling hire. It's a floor hire. Minter and his staff is a ceiling hire. And that's really the difference between what Baltimore and Pittsburgh did this offseason.
You said that very well, and I agree with that. And you're right. It could all blow up in Baltimore. It could. But you know what? If it blows up and they stink, then maybe they'll eventually get Lamar's replacement. You know what I mean? Or some other unbelievable stud in the draft. It feels the way you said, safe versus risk. And I want to risk. I do. But anyway, what about Cleveland? What about Cleveland with Todd Monken and Shedeur Sanders? What's going on there?
Yeah, what a fascinating hire that was. Everyone was talking about, is it Shieldhouse? Is it Schwartz? And then they go with the third option no one talked about. Todd Monken, I think, is a good coach. I like Todd Monken as an offensive mind. I don't think he's a disaster of a hire. I don't think his staff's going to be something that's going to blow your socks off. That feels like to me a bridge hire, right? I mean, Todd Monken, a first-time head coach at 59 years old. It feels a lot like Vic Fangio in Denver a few years ago, where obviously known great coordinator finally gets the head coaching job. And I just don't see it working out. I don't think that the Browns are unified behind Todd Monken. I think it was one where you saw management and ownership divided on who to hire. And I think really it's going to take a kind of turnover there in order for things to fully lock in. But Jimmy Haslam, I think, is someone that is just not sure what he wants right now. And maybe he is sure that he wants, but he won't listen to his management. You know, I think if Andrew Berry was in charge of this operation completely, Shieldhouse was their head coach. If Haslam is in charge of this, Schwartz is probably their head coach. So they just compromised. It's just a weird process, a weird hire. It's not a bad hire, but it certainly fits into the land of uninspiring. I'm just not seeing it working out at a high level.
Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. All the vacancies are filled now. Who do you think did the best job here, Nick? And to refresh your memory, and I'm looking at a piece from USA Today right now from Michael Middlehurst Schwartz, where he ranked all 10. He had Harbaugh 1, Jesse Minter 2, Kevin Stefanski 3, followed by Robert Saleh in Tennessee, Clint Kubiak with the Raiders. That's official, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly sounds like that's going to happen after the Super Bowl.
Joe Brady, number 6 with the Bills, Hafley 7, McCarthy 8, Mike LaFleur 9 in Arizona, and Monken 10. Let's say this. Who do you think the best 3 hires were in this cycle?
I think that Minter, Kubiak, and then I think it's either Harbaugh or Stefanski are going to be my top 3.
I'm with Harbaugh. You. Not Harbaugh for me, but I'm with you on the other guys.
Yeah, I think Harbaugh, the reason I say Harbaugh is because I think he fit, like the Giants need a floor raiser. They need a culture setter. I that's the spot where he works. If he went to Baltimore, they needed a ceiling raiser. That's why he was gone. If he went to Buffalo, that didn't make any sense for him. But he's going to establish winning again in New York. I think that's going to be something they need. Stefanski, some people said that was a bad hire. I think it's perfect for them. They need quarterback help. He's going to be able to either develop Penix or they're going to get a new guy. I think he fits what they do really well. He'll be able to unlock Bijan Robinson even more. I really like that hire. And then the other two, Minter and Kubiak, to me, that's the young up-and-comers. And I really like that hire. I mean, the 2 worst are by far, I think, the correct ones. I don't like the Jeff Hafley hire in Miami at all, to be quite honest with you. And I'd put McCarthy certainly over that. I don't really like the Joe Brady hire either. I think I'd put McCarthy 6th if I was doing this ranking. But you look at some of the hires, man, the Cardinals probably had the worst process out of all the teams. I know the Browns ended up with a messy one, but I mean, the Cardinals trying to woo Clint Kubiak as if he was ever going to choose them over a team with Fernando Mendoza coming up and Tom Brady as their minority owner. I mean, the Cardinals, we don't talk about them enough being one of the worst franchises in football because they're bottom 3 in that regard. But yeah, I think my top 3 are, as we said, Stefanski or Harbaugh, and then I have Kubiak and Minter at the top.
So you have Minter number 1, and McCarthy on that list was number 8. Where would you put McCarthy, Nick? And is it that big of a gap where we could see the Ravens, I don't know if pass is the right word because they've been better than the Steelers over recent years, despite the Steelers winning the division this past year. How do you think the gap is going to shape out this year between the Steelers and the Ravens?
I generally think that Minter is a really bright defensive mind. And he's going to modernize their biggest issue. Their defense was their issue last year. It wasn't really their offense. And so I really think that they are going to do a great job and get back to winning and get back to the playoffs. The question is going to be, where can they go from there? Minter just brings the fresh mind they needed. They needed a wake-up call. They needed a change-up. He is the change-up. And they chase ceiling. Now, there is a chance that hire could totally just be awful, and they just lose it. Minter's gone in 2 years, and they're looking for another hire. That's on the table, but I like the process. Chase ceiling. Meanwhile, the Bills, it feels like the Bills missed a chance to me. Joe Brady is more of the same. He's from the same staff. They are really placing like every single bit of blame there on Sean McDermott, and that feels to me a little short-sighted. And so they missed an opportunity to go out and maybe take a risk on a Shieldhouse or a Doyle or a Udinsky or someone in that vein. Kubiak would be perfect there. There's like they missed an opportunity. And so the Steelers, to me, I kind of go through it. I think the four I named before, and then I think it's the debate between McCarthy and Saleh as a hire. I think McCarthy is an okay hire. I wasn't too big on this group of coaching cycle guys anyways. I think it was one of the weaker groups of coaches to pick from. So, I have guys like Hafley and LaFleur and Monken and in my opinion, Joe Brady below McCarthy. I'd probably put McCarthy 6th. I think that's where he fits. He's in the same bucket to me as Robert Saleh, which is, Saleh fits what Tennessee needs a little bit more. I think he will raise their floor because he's going to fix their defense. Meanwhile, McCarthy's going to do probably similar things to the Steelers' offense, but they're both, I think, going to cap out at some point. And so, I do like what the Ravens did. I like what I do like what the Falcons did. I like what the Raiders did. But the Steelers and the Titans, similar bucket to me in that regard.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can listen to this show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. All right. Will Howard was speaking earlier on this, the obligatory Will Howard topic, but it took a turn yesterday with Bruce Arians saying unsolicited Will Howard is the future of Pittsburgh. That's what he said. So that got me doing more of a deep dive on what people said going into the draft, why he was taken so low, and what people see in him that they didn't see going into the draft. It's very odd to me, Nick. So let me play for you first the Arians clip yesterday. Go ahead, Limitless Wonder.
Yeah, I thought the Steelers did a great job in hiring Mike McCarthy. Obviously, he's got a great track record offensively, developing quarterbacks. I think the big hope, obviously, is to keep Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, and they have a great relationship. So that makes it very easy. But I think he'll do a good job of developing the young guy, and who I think has a ton of upside, Will Howard, who I think is the future of Pittsburgh. And I think it's a great hire by the Steelers.
There you go. So here's what I want before we dive into this. In 5 words or less, why did Will Howard drop to the 6th round, or why was he not taken till the 6th round?
Average tools, footwork, pressure management.
Very interesting, because I then took a dive into Greg Cosell, Joel Klatt, people like that, and the reality is that actually going into the draft, a lot of people were kind of higher on him than you would think, but arm strength was definitely a question. Why don't you tell me more about the questions that you had or still have?
Yeah, I mean, I really liked Will Howard, too. I didn't have him as a 6th-round pick. I think he should have gone early. But here's the thing about Will Howard and the issues that caused him to fall. One, the average tools we talked about. He's mobile, but not like insanely mobile. You're not going to exactly run read option with Will Howard. But the issues were, one, it was the average tools paired with the pressure management. When he gets pressured, he drops his eyes, he runs into sacks, he doesn't manage pressure well, and he doesn't stand in the pocket enough under pressure. And I think that is an issue. When you look at how he wins, it's very much in rhythm timing, good ball placement. He's very accurate. I think that's one of the things about him. He's also very smart pre-snap. I really like that about Will Howard. So he's a very smart, accurate quarterback. I could do a lot with those two traits. But the pressure management, we saw what happens when your quarterback doesn't manage pressure well enough, right? Aaron Rodgers didn't do it very well this year. Kenny Pickett, that was his biggest issue among many things. He just didn't handle pressure very well. And so I'm concerned about that part of Will Howard's game. But the footwork part, when his footwork is in rhythm and he's able to hit guys on time, that's when he's at his best. And we saw that in the stretch run when they went to the national championship. But you look at Michigan, his footwork's all out of whack. He gets a wide base. It's like very weird. It's inconsistent with his footwork. That was the issue at Kansas State. His footwork was a mess. Ryan Day and Ohio State's coaching staff really focused on fixing that. It seemed like late in the year they clicked there. The question is, does that carry over? If it did, I think Will Howard is going to look a lot better as a player than he did, say, against Michigan in that game or against Oregon when they lost. That's when he really lost it because he would drop his eyes against pressure. He would be out of rhythm. He would throw the ball late. That would lead to interceptions because he doesn't have a howitzer of an arm, so he doesn't fit into tight windows over the middle or down the sideline as regard to that. And so that's the biggest thing. If he can hit his footwork in rhythm and he can hit it the timing of this thing, he'll look a lot more comfortable there. But there are definitely some concerns I have. But then on the flip side, I do have some things I like. I think he's very smart. I think he's mobile enough. He's shown the ability to throw off platform. I think that's very nice. And the deep ball I thought of his was really good. He's able to really layer deep balls. He's got great touch on the football. He's accurate. The post-snap processing, I didn't fit that into 5 words. That's the other thing that's a little bit of a concern. While he's very smart, when teams change the picture from pre-snap, he can get fooled sometimes. But I do think he throws with good anticipation when he's on rhythm. So there are some positives there for him. I thought, when you were thinking about Will Howard's range, I certainly thought the 4th round made a lot of sense. I think that's where I probably would have pegged him to go. I knew people that would have taken him in the 3rd round. I think that, he was certainly thought of as much higher than a 6th round pick among kind of draftnik circles. But clearly the league thought differently. I think that they definitely let him fall too far, though. I do like Will Howard more than where he was drafted.
All right, Nick, another incredible appearance by you, and we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. Appreciate it as always.
Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. Coming up, the Limitless Express, followed by Brian Batko in studio. What a treat. The mongoose comes back into civilization for a little while. But next, we have a little bit of hockey. We had a pretty bad Penguin game, and those have been rare lately. And a very controversial call, and then some other treats. Yes, Limits?
Yes, we do, Joe. A lot of things to be able to discuss and be able to dive into right here on the show. Thank you, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball will play tonight. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan as they will play against the number 18th ranked Virginia Cavaliers. Double-digit favorites at 9 o'clock, 8:30 pregame. Penguins and Islanders tonight as well at 7:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. New England, we no longer have a problem. Drake May took the podium on Monday and said his shoulder is feeling good. I still like the Seahawks to beat the Patriots, but this feels like a brand new ball game. Are we going to see a healthy Drake May versus this killer Seattle's defense? I like it. I'm Maddie Bates.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julie and Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous football greats. On March 31st, Lamont welcomes Kevin and Dan Colbert and Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. Proceeds benefit St. Anthony School programs and the Jasmine Nairi campus. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for tickets. Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 31.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
He was the limitless wonder.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant. I think one sampling of my singing would be enough limits, but I do love the opening of the Limitless Express.
Yeah, maybe too much Starkey singing going on.
Climb aboard, won't you? Let's go, Limits. Here we go.
January 3rd, Limitless Express.
I'm just reading a story, even as we speak, that may fit in on how James Franklin...
Oh, well, go up, please, by all means.
Got all these Penn State recruits. I mean, it's the inside story.
Not really. He got a decent amount, but are you talking about high school recruits or in the portal?
He got 11 members of the Penn State class.
Oh, you're talking about high school recruiting. Yes, he did well there. Transfer portal, he brought in just a couple of guys.
Yes, the story is about how he took 11 Penn State recruits and brought them to Virginia Tech.
Thank you for deciphering and clarifying.
You're welcome.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
Messiah Mickens, the running back from out in Harrisburg, one
I know.
big one.
Well, the interesting part is it was
quarterback from California.
Yes, November 22nd in a home game against Miami. He was huddling up with these guys, and he didn't even have a coordinator yet, either on either side of the ball. He just basically said, trust me, and they did. And suddenly he has a good recruiting class. What's Penn State's like right now? I don't even know.
It ended up becoming better, and I think it's the 50s now, but still, I mean, they took a significant hit. And they only had 11 recruits, 12 recruits in last year's class. Virginia Tech had a better recruiting class because Franklin flipped so many recruits to Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it's a pretty fascinating story at ESPN.com. Anyway, I'm Ready Limits, and I apologize for jumping in on the Limitless Express.
Well, the Penguins last night had opportunities here at the Limitless Express on this February 3rd. I might have said January. I'm not sure, but I'm clarifying. Against the Ottawa Senators last night, 3-2, the loss. Penguins only put together 16 shots on goal against Allmark. Sheloff faced 31 and gave up 3 goals. What did you make of the Penguins' 6-game winning streak coming to an end? And ultimately, it seems like Ottawa kind of has their number.
I mean, sometimes you have a bad game. That's what I make of it. I think a lot of people have overreacted a little bit to this. They had the longest winning streak in hockey. They were playing great literally every night. It's an endless season in the NHL, and, you know, they deserve the benefit of the doubt here. We'll see what happens tonight against the Islanders. To me, that'll be the telltale sign here. But last night was just a stinker that you get over the course of 6 months and 82 games. I don't read very much into it at all.
No, I'm impressed by Chinakhov, though.
Yeah.
And what he's done for them since the trade from Columbus. Just watching the game last night, the goal that he had 2 assists, he had 2 points. He assisted on the second goal. When I was watching the game, Joe, and I was trying to think like where Robertson would fit from Dallas, and obviously he would. It just, I wonder what line and what specifically their top need is. Like, is it a second line center? Is it another significant winger?
It's always
do you
somebody
feel good about Tommy Novak as the second line center with Malkin playing a wing? I don't even know.
It's always somebody who can score in the playoffs. That's their need. And that's when they went stale after the first cup against the Red Wings that they won. It was because despite all of their elite offensive talent, certainly high end anyway, they couldn't score literally almost in a couple playoff series. I remember the Bruins in the Eastern Conference Final. I remember Henrik Lundqvist completely shutting them down. And that's where Phil Kessel came in. And that's where Patrick Hornqvist came in as well. Is 2 guys who suddenly enabled you to score in the biggest games where scoring becomes the most difficult. Kessel out of sheer offensive brilliance, and Hornqvist out of all the things he did that allowed them to score, even if he didn't get on the score sheet, bothering goaltenders, using that big body of his, and he was actually very skilled as well and wound up scoring a cup-winning goal in the second year. Give me somebody who can score. No different than the NBA. When the games tighten up in the playoffs, we can overcomplicate it. You need people who can put the puck or the ball in the net in spite of heavy defensive coverage.
Next, Jordan Schultz of Fox is reporting that Saints tight end coach Chase Hazlitt, he was interviewing for the Steelers passing game coordinator and tight end position, is also going to remain in New Orleans. This comes just about an hour and a half after it was reported by Schultz that Scott Tolzien, the quarterback's coach, is going to stay in New Orleans after interviewing for the Steelers offensive coordinator job. I have a take on this, Joe, because this is 2 Saints coaches, the Saints.
Yeah.
Okay, not the Aints to some people. Saying basically, at least by staying in New Orleans, that is a better job and a better situation working with Tyler Shuck than the Steelers' position right now. That's what I gleaned from this.
Yeah, I mean, if you come here as the offensive coordinator, you're not calling plays, first of all. And then second of all, maybe the Aaron Rodgers factor, nothing personal, but just going to a place where you know you have a one-year quarterback and then you have no idea what's going on. So in a roundabout way, I agree with you.
So you'd rather be a tight ends coach, and it's not a linear move here. You're still becoming an OC. Like Declan Doyle wasn't calling the plays with the Bears, but he was an offensive coordinator and then got hired by the Ravens. So it doesn't make you not intriguing or not fascinating to other teams.
Maybe they don't see it as a winning situation here, as a situation to advance your career.
That's the way I look at it.
That's the way I look at it too, Limits.
Which, I mean, what does that say about this? What does that kind of say about the Mike McCarthy hiring? Or maybe it's the roster, how it's currently constructed, or the plan that McCarthy has for the roster, that maybe teams like New Orleans.
Or maybe they just like working for Kellen Moore. Maybe they're happy there. There's something
yeah, but
to be
don't you
said
think
for
that it's odd that it's two Saints coaches, like the Saints here? We're not talking about leaving Sean McVay or leaving Shanahan or leaving.
I know. I get it.
One of those types of guys.
I think we've said our opinions.
Okay. Have you seen the picture of the draft stage that was put out there today?
No. Tell me about it.
It's on, I put it out on my Twitter as well. So the stage has been posted. It's going to be right outside Acrisure Stadium, right by Stage AE, in between Stage AE and one of the parking garages on the other side, right on
I see it
North
now.
Shore Drive.
Yeah, right outside
Stadium. The stage will be right on Art Rooney Avenue. And looking at it right now, Joe, right outside the stadium, the space that is depicted here looks so much larger than the actual space that is on the North Shore to be able to hold the draft.
How many people are going to fit in there? 500,000?
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, there's been upwards of 600,000 people at various drafts.
Holy ostrich milk.
I think that might have
is it going to be able to hold them?
I don't think so.
Well, then we have a problem.
Room. Like, are people going to be standing on the bridges?
Houston, we have a problem then. Is this your opinion or other people are saying this?
No, this is my opinion.
Oh.
I just don't think, I've spent a lot of time down there, that there is a lot of room to be able to hold that large clump of people.
So it's on the side of the stadium where all the stuff is happening down there, like
correct.
The bar that Todd Haley got in trouble at.
Yes, the Tequila Cowboy. And
I mean, that's a pretty big space limits if there's no parking there.
It is. It's the opposite side of, it's not the Science Center side, it's the other side of that.
Yeah, the other side. So there will be no parking, I assume, right?
No way. No one's going to be able to get downtown or to get to the North Shore. You're going to have to try to park downtown. More than likely, you're going to want to be dropped off by somebody, a trusted friend that you might have to give $20 to or
Are you
$50 to. Oh, yeah, I definitely want to go.
See, I disagree. I think it'll fit very comfortably. And if not, it'll pour into the streets, which is even more fun.
Well, it'll definitely pour into the streets.
I don't think I would really want to go, but that's just
Why not?
me. Why would I want to stand there so I can hear the announcement that some guy nobody's ever heard of got drafted with the 33rd pick?
Well, I mean, that's the second round. I'm talking about the first round.
Okay, the 31st pick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Was it Cam Hayward the 31st pick?
Yes, but
so it turned out pretty good,
so
in my opinion.
You're going to be celebrating and riveted to where the Seattle, I was going to say Supersonics, Seahawks are drafting.
That's assuming that New England wins the Super Bowl.
I don't know. It's the same theory I have, and I don't begrudge any. It's just my personal feeling. Same feeling I have for Times Square for New Year's Eve in the ball drop.
I do agree with that.
Well, how's this different?
Well, because this is the draft.
You're crammed in there like a sardine. The draft is boring mostly.
And you get Times Square at New Year's Eve every single year. How often do you get the draft in Pittsburgh? This might be a once, and they might not get the draft for another 30 years.
So besides the Steeler pick, where is the excitement for you?
Just being a part of a huge NFL event.
Okay, well, that's where you and I differ.
It's in our city.
Yes, that's where you and I differ.
Do you think your opinion is maybe old man yelling at cloud?
No, it's human being not wanting to be sandwiched with literally hundreds of thousands of others watching a boring event. Let's take last year's draft,
You think the draft is boring?
It's unbelievably boring.
What? I think that's a hot take that you think the draft is boring.
Let's take last year's
a poll on that.
Last year's draft and juxtapose it into this year's. So your limits, okay? You already knew that though. And you're going to be down.
Actually, Austin.
You're going to be down on the North Shore with 400, 500,000 other people squeezed in. And you here with the 4th pick, the New England Patriots take offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Woo!
With the 7th pick, the New York Jets take offensive tackle from Missouri, Armand Membu. Man, I'm having the greatest time out here. This is incredible. They took Membu. Let's do shots. With the 10th pick,
obviously, there's going to be more excitement for receivers and quarterbacks and stuff like that.
It'll go off the charts when somebody takes a receiver. When somebody takes a receiver.
It's a part of being a part of the experience, too, Joe.
All right. I'm just saying why I don't want to.
Better from you. More fun.
With the 24th pick, the Minnesota Vikings take offensive guard Donovan Jackson.
See, this is you just trying to fit your narrative by yelling out all these offensive linemen. How about just name a wide receiver?
With the 15th pick, the Atlanta Falcons take Georgia linebacker Jalen Walker.
With the 26th pick, the New York Giants
never going to forget where I was when Jalen Walker got picked.
I'm sure you were
that one. If I was there for that one, yes.
That's what I thought.
That one I would remember.
Of course you would remember.
There are elements of excitement to watching the draft, obviously when the Steelers pick, and when there's maybe a little mystery around the first pick, which there rarely is, but by and large, it's an unbelievably overrated, boring event for what it is.
I think that is a horrible take.
You're more than welcome to think that, Limits.
And I will.
And you're more than welcome to get excited when somebody drafts Tyler Booker, offensive guard from Alabama.
Again, guards and tackles. How about getting excited for Colston Loveland with the 10th pick to the Chicago Bears?
You should have seen me last year.
Warren, or Tet McMillan to Carolina.
Yeah, when McMillan got drafted, it was Mardi Gras in my house.
A part of it is going to be when the Steelers have the 21st pick, the build-up to the Steelers pick. Don't you think that's exciting?
Yes.
There's like 10 picks.
The Steelers pick is exciting.
Or, the Ravens just jumped 3 picks ahead of the Steelers. Are they going to pick who we think is on the board for them?
There's elements of excitement.
That's very exciting. How can you not think? You just said it's exciting.
I said there are elements of excitement.
Yes, which is you admitting that it's exciting.
No, that would be like saying
you said there's elements of excitement, which means that you think it's exciting.
No, that would be like saying I went to a concert last night and 2 of the songs were great and the rest of it sucked. Was it exciting overall? No, there were little pockets of excitement. But thank you for forming my opinion for me, Limits. I appreciate it.
With the 19th pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Yeah, I'll never forget where I was for that either.
I wanted the Steelers to take that guy.
With the 30th pick, the Buffalo Bills take Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky, and then all the Bills fans act like they know who he is.
Well, now it just sounds like you're trying to take out your rage on Buffalo.
No,
making a bad pick, and Brandon Beane should have been fired.
It could be anybody. It could be anybody. I just don't think it's an exciting event. Sorry. I'm sorry for that opinion, Limits. Most of the people are unknown, even by the fan bases who make that pick. And then we get to the second round,
this is
by
not
the way.
NHL draft where you've never heard of anyone. College football is probably the 3rd most popular sport in this country. A lot of these guys, not every one in the first round, but a lot of them are familiar names to people, especially at the top.
I
people know who Travis Hunter is.
Of course, Travis Hunter,
people know who Abdul Carter is, Ashton Genty.
Yes.
Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren, like Emeka Egbuka, like Amari
Kelvin
Hampton.
Banks,
People know who
Michael
they are.
Williams,
Jackson
Tyler
Dart.
Booker, Kenneth Grant, Jalen, well,
like I said, not every single one.
And then the second round happens, Limits. You going to be pumped for that?
Travion Henderson. Oh, my word. New Orleans traded up for Tyler Shuck.
The things that you get excited about, not necessarily everybody else does.
You know what? Maybe because I'm a nerd. But this is a football-crazed town that I think is going to throw a party bigger than Mardi Gras when the draft is here.
That's beside the point of whether I want to go to it is completely beside the point whether I want to go to it or not. The party also is separate from the actual draft. You asked me.
No, I think it's looped in together.
You asked me about the draft. Tell me about the second round and how exciting it is.
We're going to talk about the draft for how many days, weeks, and months leading into it. That means it's very exciting.
Yeah. It does.
That means it's exciting to us.
We're going to talk about who the Steelers are going to take in the second round.
And it's exciting to our listeners because our listeners like to call in and chime in and talk about it.
About
so
3rd and 4th round picks? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know if they find that exciting either.
Well, they clearly think that 6th round pick Will Howard is exciting.
They do think that.
So clearly, the draft is exciting.
Okay. All right, Limits, you win. The draft is a thrill a minute, especially the second round and third and fourth.
Especially that it's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
The text line is also split on this.
What are they saying?
Some people saying that they agree with you, Joe. Some people agreeing with me that it is exciting. Other people asking if we're going to broadcast from the draft. That's a great question.
Well, isn't it more or less like asking if you like strawberry cheesecake? You might like it. Great. Someone else might not. They have a right to their opinion, too.
Yeah.
And,
I just think that
it's also different, by the way, of asking me the question, are you glad the draft is coming to Pittsburgh?
Are you glad the draft is coming to Pittsburgh?
Absolutely. Because a lot of people do like it, and because all the businesses on the North Shore will thrive off it.
Yeah.
And it's a great party. That's what it is. Live, I'm sure it's a great party. I'm simply saying it's not for me.
I'm not denying that the first round is significantly more exciting than the other rounds.
I don't even think the first round's all that exciting, Limits. Most of the picks are obscure guys to most people.
I just think, why is the draft so highly rated then? Why do so many people watch the draft?
Because they watch it for their own hometown, number one. And
and it's in our hometown.
And that part is exciting, yes. Very exciting.
So I think
your own team's pick is exciting, but I would also argue that a lot of the time on those draft shows, people are yelling and cheering just because they said your team picked somebody. And half of those people, with the Green Bay Packer cheese head on their head, don't even know who the guy was that was picked or barely know of him.
It seemed very exciting when Kenny Pickett was picked by the Steelers those years ago. Remember that? Remember all the videos and draft excitement? Remember that video of Jack Kilgrove and his friends going crazy at that one restaurant when they picked Kenny Pickett?
No. But I do think that was obviously your own team's pick is exciting. Where are we, Limits? No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate and have the chance to bid on items like joining myself and part-time Pump. Might show up for a round of golf. Powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Details at 937thefan.com. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. There's a mongoose in the building, is there not?
Well, the mongoose is currently stuck on the Fort Pitt Bridge, but there will be a mongoose in the building in 10 minutes.
Can you imagine that? If people pulling over, taking pictures of a mongoose in civilization?
Well, if there was a mongoose actually on the bridge, then yeah.
Mongoose on the loose?
I was driving home last night, or 2 nights ago, and there was a raccoon in the middle of the road.
I don't like those things.
No, and I was like flashing my lights and beeping so that the person in the other lane would not hit the raccoon, and thankfully they did not.
We had a rabid raccoon climb out of the sewer once, and it was one of the most grotesque, horrifying sights I've ever seen. And now every morning when I walk my dog by that sewer, I go on the other side of the street. It was horrifying. It was out in the sunlight, and they say if the raccoon comes out in the sunlight, then it's probably rabid.
Yeah,
somebody told me that. I don't know if that's a fact.
No, I've heard that too.
Grotesque. It was like something out of a horror movie, Limits.
Because they're nocturnal animals, right? Like owls. Like how often do you see owls during the day?
Gormy, the owl I've seen in the Trib office.
We saw him yesterday on the show.
All right, the Baconian Mongoose on all things Steelers coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Saints tight ends coach, as we were talking about earlier, Chase Hazlitt. He interviewed for the pass game coordinator and tight ends coach position, but he's going to stay in New Orleans, just like Scott Tolzien is reportedly going to stay in New Orleans, according to NFL reporter Jordan Schultz. Was considered a top candidate for the job, but he's going to stay in New Orleans to work with Tyler Shuck. The Steelers announced a plethora of new coaches to their coaching staff yesterday, finalized a lot that were already previously reported, but naming James Campen, their offensive line coach, Jari Evans, a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, playing for the New Orleans Saints. A lot of Saints connections here as an assistant offensive line coach. Tom Arr stays as the quarterback coach. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
5 games, 1 week. It's a massive slate at Robert Morris with Men's Hoops Wednesday, Women's Hoops Thursday, and Men's Hockey battling Canisius all weekend long. Join the crowd and get tickets now at rmucolonials.com. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It may be the last call for football, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big day. And today we have a 30% profit boost on the rushing markets. That's rushing yards over under, alt rushing yards, and most rushing yards. I'm telling you right now, bet the over on Kenneth Walker, the Seahawks running back. Their backup running back, Charbonnet, is out. Their next running back up is a third down back. He's going to get a ton of carries in this game. I think he's a dark horse to win Super Bowl MVP, and I love the fact that his rushing yard prop is only 76.5. So play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pit hoops on the action tonight. Listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan, as the Panthers will be on the road playing against the Virginia Cavaliers, 18th ranked team in the country in the ACC, for a 9 o'clock tip-off, 8:30. Pre-game coverage begins. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines that are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you try to sabotage the show?
By doing what?
Turning off my mic?
No, I never turned it off or on.
I turned it on and it immediately turned off, and I don't think it did so magically.
You didn't turn it off at the end of last segment, so I turned it off.
Oh. The mongoose has arrived. The Batconian mongoose, we like to call him, Brian Batko.
Jeff Hathorn's out in the hall waving hello.
Two very nice men. Brian is now sitting in Bob's seat and will be with us for the rest of the show. I have an early dismissal at 1:15. We have a lot of Steelers stuff to get to, but this topic has all of a sudden arisen. I told Limits, who's going to the draft, that I wouldn't go there in a million years. I'd compare it to the ball drop at Times Square. Or
how about Groundhog Day to keep it more recent?
It's not
local.
It's not for me as much as I love the fact that I can watch it on TV and people have.
They've made it a thing. They've made it a whole event.
The enthusiasm to go. Great for them. Great for Limits. He's going to be there. But the NFL draft as a whole, obviously the Steelers pick is exciting and interesting, and we're going to talk about everything that goes into that and who they're going to take. Yeah, of course. But the draft as a whole, yes, I would classify as boring. Limits went wild on me. And then he put out a Twitter poll. Joe thinks the NFL draft is boring, says Limits. I think that is preposterous. Is the draft exciting? And his two answers are either fun or boring. And guess which one's winning, Brian?
Boring.
52%. Oh, no. Fun
Incorrect.
just took over right when I said
Fun
that.
just took over.
Fun has 52%. Boring is 47%. Where do you stand?
As I tend to try to do with you guys, I want to split the difference. I want to mend fences. I want to play it down the middle if I can. I don't think the draft is boring. I actually love the draft. I dive pretty deep on the draft. I want to know about the guard from, Bemidji State or whatever, if he's 6'5", 330, and could be a second-round pick. There was probably a time in my life, I don't know, 15, 16 years old, where I would sit there and watch every pick.
Yeah.
Because I knew a lot of the players, and I sort of studied them, and I guess that's how you become a sports writer for a job. But I'm with you, though, Joe, that I don't enjoy it as an in-person event. Like I said, I feel like it's sort of like a Groundhog Day. You're gathering about nothing. It's just an excuse to go drink with like-minded people who obviously enjoy the NFL too. There's something to be said for that camaraderie, but
it's a party.
But where is that going to end? I mean, are we going to start having parties for free agency? Will the NFL capitalize on that? And you'll cheer when Adam Schefter reports that the Bears are signing a cornerback to a 3-year, $33 million deal?
Limits, do you feel insulted by the Mongoose right now?
I understand his point and his
You
perspective.
understand?
How about the schedule release?
You
How
went
about they make
wild
the
on me when I said the exact same thing.
I think you made a good argument with the free
schedule
agency
release
point.
a thing with a locale every year, and they'll pull the names off, and they'll read Steelers Week 8 are going to the San Francisco 49ers, and everyone will cheer.
Right.
Don't they kind of already do that, though?
Well, it's TV.
Without
It's
the
made
crowd?
for TV, much like I think the draft is, and that's where Joe's point comes in, is how did it become this in-person thing that there are tickets for and cities are bidding to host it?
Well, I do get that. I understand that. I think my original point was simply it's not for me, which is like getting mad at somebody for saying I don't like pumpkin pie. I mean, okay, I get it. I don't want to be standing there with 500,000 people, probably a lot of them sneezing, coughing, smell bad, pushing.
At the end of April?
Drunk.
It's not like it's January.
What do you think? People stop sneezing in the spring limits?
Well, people are less sicker in April than they are in January.
This guy.
Right? I would imagine
really
that's
in the weeds
true.
now.
If Brian said that, you'd say, oh, that's an excellent point. You just have built-up resentment toward me.
No, I just think that, at least in my own experience, I've been sicker in Januaries and Decembers and, February's compared to March and April.
Can I finish my point?
We're losing the plot here. Get back to it.
It's not for me. I don't want to stand there with 500,000 people pretending I'm excited that somebody just drafted Malachi Starks. I don't care. I don't care. Now, for the purposes of my job or interest in football, yeah, it's interesting. I like it, and especially the Steelers pick. And I love the fact that the draft is in Pittsburgh. It's sort of, for any city that gets it, a celebrate excitement. A lot of it is boring. A lot of the names nobody knows really or cares about. It's a bunch of guards and tackles and linebackers and anonymous names that are taken in the first round that even the people
I don't know if I
even
agree
the
with
people
that.
from the cities that take them have no idea who that guy is, but they blindly cheer because they love their team and or they're drunk.
I don't know if I agree with that part. I think the amount of clicks and views that mock drafts and big boards get, people are more familiar with the first round prospects by and large than you're giving them credit for, Joe. But I'm with you that I think it's simply to me an NFL event that is better followed via phone, internet, TV, back when they used to put it on the radio, because there's really nothing happening. Yes, I suppose you have guys walk across the stage. They'll give Roger Goodell a hug. Maybe they'll do some interviews there. But I just, it's become commodified by the league, which is brilliant. By them.
Yeah.
And it makes it a big calendar event for NFL fans around the
Sure.
league to gather in places and see a different city or stadium. But from a fan standpoint, even though I started the segment by saying I love the draft and I have since I
Right.
was 10 years old, I don't really have any desire to go attend it.
So you think the Seahawks fans, this is just an example,
they know Gray Zabel,
who go wild when their team takes Gray Zabel from North Dakota State as a guard. You think they're really like that genuinely excited about this guy?
I think there's probably a lot of
draft
overlap
day
between the people who are saying, okay, what does my team need? Oh, we need an interior offensive lineman this year. We need to upgrade at guard. Let me go read what all the Seahawks beat writers and draft gurus are saying about the guards, and I'll form my opinion. I think there's a lot of overlap between those people and those who would want to actually go to the draft in person.
Okay, I'd love to go up to those people who are cheering wildly when the Saints take Kelvin Banks Jr. and say to them, tell me a couple things about him, and see what they tell them.
Well, I think that same thing could happen if you go to an Ohio State football game and you're walking around before noon. You could probably ask a lot of those people, who's your favorite Buckeyes player
I disagree.
right now?
I disagree. For a place like that, it's a religion, and it's game day, and it's at Ohio Stadium.
All right, well, let's say you go to a Seahawks game then, and who's one of their better players, right? If you start asking them, where did Kenneth Walker go to college? I mean, do a lot of them know that? I don't know. I think there's just levels of fandom there. You see those videos kind of go viral from time to time where people are sort of mean-spiritedly making fun of fans and saying, oh, you're not a real fan because you don't know all the ins and outs
okay, then let's go to the second round when they
I don't know if I'm agreeing or disagreeing with
when
you
everybody's
anymore,
cheering wildly because you just took, Nick Scorton, an edge rusher with the 51st pick as the Carolina Panthers. We can all agree that once you get to the second round, it's all fake enthusiasm, but it's fun to be at a party, right? I get that.
Yeah, and that's the whole conceit of the idea, I guess, of making the draft this big thing. And they try to do events along with it. We'll obviously have a better idea of what those festivities entail once the draft is here and gone in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. But I get the party part. It's no different than a certain kind of music we like, right, or don't like. I wouldn't want to be in the parking lot. I can't even think of a singer, but for certain concerts, I wouldn't want to be over in the North Shore parking lots tailgating and going crazy. That doesn't mean I don't think it's cool, and that I'm glad people like it. I'm glad limits will be there. And I think you should bring a tape recorder there.
So what are we arguing about?
I don't know. He thinks that I should love the draft.
Okay.
I don't blame him for loving it. He thinks I should.
And I do think that people, they know about the prospects because we talk about the prospects so much. The amount of time that we're going to discuss, especially areas of need, we're going to talk about a lot of corners up this upcoming draft, a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of wide receivers.
Sure.
So people are going to be more familiar with those names, the most likely positions the Steelers are going to draft, because we're talking about it, and our ratings indicate that.
I enjoy drafts of all kinds.
What's your point there, Limits? Our ratings indicate that.
That people are going to know that a lot of the prospects, because a lot of people are listening to us.
Yes, they are. And?
We're helping to inform them so that it helps them enjoy the draft more because they're a little bit more informed and they know some of the names. They're not completely, unaware of who the potential Steelers first-round pick is.
Well, it had enough interest in people going to what's the famous place, Radio City Music Hall in New York, to go to the draft over the years, that obviously the league decided, hey, this could actually outgrow the infrastructure that we have for it now. Let's make it even bigger and travel city to city with it.
But wasn't one of the jokes there, too, and it's all in good fun.
The Jets fan.
is that or anybody, Jets fans would cheer wildly because they just drafted, Roger Klinkenfuck or
Mark Sanchez.
Well, here's an interesting.
That was one of the jokes, and it happens all around.
Here's an interesting thing to consider as far as while we're on this topic
Meet the Fockers.
of is the draft entertaining as an in-person event, or should it be? Or Limits is Orwellian idea of should you find it entertaining? If the Steelers were to draft, say, Ty Simpson, and people boo. Would people boo?
Now we're talking.
If they do,
now we're talking.
Are we now getting into the high drama of why this
that
should
kind
be an
of
in-person thing?
Yes. And
it's a reality show.
It was never in question that the Steelers pick is a source of great entertainment, as it is, for any NFL city.
Yeah.
And having said that, if you do take a guard with the 38th pick in the second round, and the people, when it used to be at Radio City Music Hall, went crazy, one of the big jokes was they don't even know who that guy is.
Yeah, because you're selling hope at that point.
Yeah.
People, these guys have never played it down yet.
You just want to have fun.
For your team. Yeah, you haven't missed the block. You haven't been penalized. You haven't thrown a pick. You haven't fumbled. So it's also the idea of there's always hope.
And you're at a giant party. They could tell you a fictional character and pretend that the Steelers just made a pick, and everybody's going to go crazy and have fun, and that's cool.
I would always watch the NBA draft, too, growing up, because you'd see those guys like in the McDonald's All-American game or college basketball, and then they'd wear audacious suits. And there'd be funny things. I even watched the MLB draft because, as a Pirates fan, when you're in Pittsburgh, this city, that's kind of one of the few things you can grab onto in the offseason.
Do you find? Well, go ahead.
I was just saying it's always that prospect of hope on the horizon that makes drafts so intriguing to people, I think.
Do you watch the draft? Well, maybe better phrase, it's part of your job to watch it. If it wasn't part of
the MLB and NBA ones aren't, so you can.
No, let me ask you. If it wasn't part of your job, would you watch the NFL draft beyond the first round?
As a 34-year-old father of two now with other things going on, I'm probably not carving out a night for it. But I can think back to before I was covering the Steelers and I was probably just working on the sports desk at the Post-Gazette. Yeah, we had gatherings at friends' houses to watch the draft. The big one I remember.
After the first round?
No, it was the first. No, you're
Let's
right.
go over to Bacco's house tonight to watch round 6.
No, it was the Laramie Tunsil one where the gas mask picture came out with the bong or whatever he had. I remember we went crazy at my friend's house when that all was go. But we're also still second screening it on our phones to figure out what is going on right now with this picture being leaked of this lineman.
Right. That was funny. It's part of my job, and I don't watch it. I just find out who they picked. Maybe the second round, maybe day 2, but after that.
It's names across a screen.
It's names across the screen, and part of the first round is that. I found the most entertaining draft to watch on TV of my lifetime was the COVID draft. When Roger Goodell was sitting in a chair in his living room and Belichick had his dog.
Yep,
just to see the settings that all these people were in, that was entertaining.
That was a good twist, absolutely. And I suppose, if you're at the draft in person, like Limits will be down at Acrisure Stadium or whatever, and you can say you are there for the second round, or even if it's the fourth round, and this past year is a good example because Shedeur Sanders was
entertaining.
Will Howard
yes.
was out there. So I suppose the idea of being there in person with, again, like-minded fellow NFL fans who know as much about the teams as you do, Will Howard gets picked. Now you start up a conversation with the Browns fan to your right. Do you wish your team would have gotten him? What do you think of him at Ohio State in the national title game? That I suppose brings people together and is
pockets of excitement. Like that was a story last year that was pretty riveting. I remember coming on the air. I think
Todd Monken already brought it up to Shedeur Sanders that they were going to draft him in Baltimore, and now they're working together in Cleveland. His presser's going on right now in Cleveland, by the way. We should have carried that live, like the Mike Tomlin presser, Todd Monken and the Browns.
Do you think we could make me at the draft a big content thing? Do you think Craig could sell that?
I said
Limits
earlier.
At the draft, the limitless draft.
Yes.
Limitless amount of opportunities and content for Craig.
And here's what you need to
put out there on the social channels.
Here's what you need to do. From somebody with experience in such situations. I used to go to the Steelers pep rallies, and that's where all the Cornish hen questions were born, Limits. See if you can look up, and does Joe Kopp still have a folder?
No.
How about Folsey? Maybe him. Just type in Cornish hens and see if anything comes up.
Cornish hens?
Yeah, sound-wise.
Based on Joe's idea that people who attend the draft don't necessarily know who the prospects are, you should go around asking people for brief scouting reports.
Yes, that's
some
a great
names
idea.
real,
Yes.
some names fake.
Fake and real names would be awesome.
And you get you like, hey, what do you think of what was the name you said earlier? No, don't repeat that, Joe.
Roger Middlefocker.
What do you think of Texas A&M defensive end Andrew Middlefocker? And then the person's like, oh, he's got good length, pretty good burst, but only 1 year as a starter.
I looked up.
That'd be good.
I'll tell you this much too, Brian. I thought that the sequel to Meet the Fockers, was that the first one?
No, Meet the Parents was the first one, which is an amazing
And I thought
movie.
the sequel was great.
I don't know if I ever saw any of this. I think there's multiple sequels.
Yeah, great
I didn't
movie.
really want to ruin Meet the Parents. I think it's just the sequel. Meet the Fockers had who was the dad? Somebody famous.
Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah.
He was spectacular in it. I like both of them. Yes, Limits?
I looked up Cornish hens Joe Starkey on the internet, and AI has a take. AI says, Joe's already on the floor laughing. In a May 2024 Pittsburgh Post-Gazette mailbag column, Joe Starkey revealed that he is a fan of Cornish hens, telling a reader that he does not just like them, but loves them. He has previously confirmed his familiarity with the dish in a 2022 column.
Well, here's the thing. There's some great sound there of me asking people at Steelers pep rallies about Cornish hens. And if that was lost to history, that's really a sad thing.
It's in here somewhere, but not in Folsey's folder. Folsey's folder has been wiped from existence.
Well, what are we supposed to do when we have a fan anniversary? Where does all the great sound bites go?
I have to look it up in the podcasting and into the deep, deep archives that I don't even have access to.
All right. Well, we'll deprive our listeners of that, Brian.
Are you in Limits? Like, are we in a good place now after the draft disagreement? Or are you guys just getting...
We're an old married couple. As it's been described.
What do you think of his mustache?
This is the mustache is. I think it's actually maybe jutting out a little bit too much on the ends.
So Crowley and Doran were
burnt ends,
giving me a lot of flack for the mustache earlier today. Crowley was trying to make it out like I looked like an 80s bad movie star, but he also said that I looked like a lower level Tom Selleck, so I think that's a compliment.
I think I think you could keep the width the same, but if you make it like really pencil thin, you could probably pass for like a French guy and maybe play up that. Maybe you go to Brown Saints in Paris this season.
Is it going to be Brown Saints? It's not Steelers Saints in Paris?
It's already been reported by some French outlet that it's going to be Brown Saints, which, I mean...
Why would the French want that?
That's how we're going to get the French
Limits in Paris.
Excited in football.
Sounds like a movie.
Limits in Paris. I like that. They could send me over like the Friends cast.
Did they wind up in Paris? Is that where the whole marriage thing happened?
Well, it was London. Where Chandler and Monica first got together, but then they did go to Paris for a trip too. When Phoebe was pregnant with the twins or the triplets that were not hers. Remember her brother's triplets? Remember that?
I've never watched Friends.
What happened on the last episode of Friends? Like, how did the whole thing wind up?
Should I spoil it?
Yeah, I think we're good now.
Oh, yeah, like 25 years later. So Rachel was supposed to be taking a job overseas, but Ross ended up calling Rachel, or maybe Rachel called Ross, and then there was a whole ordeal where they realized that they were meant for each other, and Ross was very upset and was going to go to the airport to try to track down Rachel, but instead Rachel got off the plane, the famous words, "I got off the plane," and showed up at Ross's, and they embraced and lived happily ever after.
I was watching college basketball the other night. Vanderbilt has a player named Chandler Bing.
No.
Yes.
That's
seriously.
awesome.
He's a freshman, like guard, wing. They said he's pretty good.
Do you subject your kid to that?
That's a good question. I mean, did they know? Well, if he's like 18.
He had to have been, yeah.
They had to have known at least that was an issue there. But maybe they
have another kid named Jerry Seinfeld.
Well, I have a son named Dawson, and a lot of people assume it's after Dawson's Creek, which my wife and I never watched.
Well, we know it's after Dawson Knox, the Bills' tight end.
Dermontti Dawson. I lived on Dawson Street in South Oakland, actually, when I went to Pitt.
That's
and
right near where Marino grew up.
Titanic.
Your wife's favorite movie is Titanic?
Jack Dawson, yeah.
Yeah.
So, works out. No Dawson's Creek.
Works out very well.
Joe, why are you named Joe?
I don't know. That's a good question.
You don't know?
It's just Joe. I mean, there's nobody else named Joe in my family.
Why are you named Austin? Is it after Austin City Limits?
No, my dad just always liked the name.
Okay.
So that's why I was named Austin.
A lot of times the mom gets preferential treatment with names.
No,
Your
my
dad got to pick?
My dad got to pick.
Why are you Brian?
I don't know, actually. I think they just thought it sounded
Yell
good.
at him now.
Wow.
Limits.
I'm surprised you guys don't know the origins of your name.
My parents said I would have been Blair if I were a girl, and that's my daughter's name.
I was going to be Sheila. I could be
Really?
Sheila Starkey right now, yeah. Imagine that. You could see it.
Maybe I'll start calling him Sheila like he calls me the Limitless Wonder, Limits, City Sweeper.
You guys are real. Like, I think do either of you have a vacation coming up?
People
It seems
don't
like
know
there's
my
just
real
been a lot
name,
This
Brian.
is like me and my kids last week with my kids were off school all week because of the snow. And it by the end, we were really just we were at each other's throats. Yeah.
That happens.
Every
to us,
little
too.
thing like I did would just annoy my kindergartner.
I'm convinced that there are some listeners that don't know my real first name.
Oh, absolutely. You're
Because
limits
it's
to
just
an entire generation of people.
Limits.
All right, Brian. You wrote a very interesting story that I want to get to next about Mike McCarthy has added a chief of staff. What exactly will Steve Scarnecchia do? Why don't you tell people next on Sometimes Pomp? And usually Joe, although sometimes Joe leaves early, like he will today. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's talk about the Good Feet store. Why don't you stop into a Good Feet store? I did. You might be having discomfort in any variety of ways. Things go wrong with our feet. Could be plantar fasciitis, could be burning, and who knows, needles in your heel. For me, it was discomfort in the joints of my big toes. So where did I go? I went to the store out in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one next to Panera on the waterfront, one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and one down in Crowley Town otherwise known as Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. The key to it all is the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System, designed to provide relief, balance, comfort, available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot, every lifestyle, any kind of shoe you got. You don't have to go out and get new shoes for this, anything like that. And it's so comfortable and so easy, and it worked for me, and it could work for you. So check it out at goodfeet.com or stop into one of those stores I mentioned. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's not just Bill Belichick that gets left out of the Hall of Fame this year. Robert Kraft, the Patriots owner, according to Adam Schefter, also not going to make the Hall of Fame this year. That does bode well, though, for Steelers legend L.C. Greenwood, who had 4 sacks in a Super Bowl in the 70s and is currently a finalist in the senior category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So with Kraft reportedly not making it and Belichick, there's a chance that L.C. Greenwood ultimately benefits. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The Cleveland Browns and New Orleans Saints will play in Paris next season, and I'll be honest, I think we should apologize to France. Hey, thanks for the good food. Thanks for the good movies. Thanks for the entire statue. Here are the Cleveland Browns in return. I think Tyler Shuck and the New Orleans Saints will take down the Browns, but man, what an absolute mess. I'm Addie Bates.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Sunday night showdown between New England and Seattle is shaping up as one of the most compelling championship matchups in years, as both franchises look to cap their seasons with a statement on football's biggest night. New England is looking to earn their 7th title, while Seattle hopes for their 2nd.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This isn't just how you get there, it's how you arrive. Whatever the day brings, make it epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. A sleek exterior, premium interior, and class-leading space for up to 8 with available third-row power seats that recline to give you room to live big. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It may be the last call for football, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big day. And today we have a 30% profit boost on the rushing markets. That's rushing yards over under, alt rushing yards, and most rushing yards. I'm telling you right now, bet the over on Kenneth Walker, the Seahawks running back. Their backup running back, Charbonnet, is out. Their next running back up is a third down back. He's going to get a ton of carries in this game. I think he's a dark horse to win Super Bowl MVP, and I love the fact that his rushing yard prop is only 76.5. So play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
ZeroRez's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, ZeroRez is going to spread the love to you in your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroRezPGH.com and say you want the fan special.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Brian Batko, the Batconian Mongoose, is in studio right till the bitter end here today. And I mentioned to him before our brief intermission, very interesting story and a very interesting name. Mike McCarthy has added a chief of staff with the Steelers. What exactly will Steve Scarnecchia do? Okay, Brian, tell us. First, give us the background. That's a pretty famous name in pro football. What do you got?
Yeah, he's the son of longtime Bill Belichick lieutenant Dante Scarnecchia. He mostly was known for coaching the O-line there. He technically won 5 Super Bowls with the Patriots, but he's basically there from before Belichick was even in New England to, I think, all the way pretty much till the end. So the son, not as prominently known, but he was on the staff during the Spygate years, I believe. Well, they're not entirely sure when the Spygate stuff started. But I bring that up because he then had an issue with illegally filming a practice when he was with the Broncos and Josh McDaniels. And I think he got fired for that, and the Broncos got fined, and, you know, he admitted to wrongdoing. So he basically went away for a while, and he's since kind of had new life in the NFL, and he's been one of these chief of staff guys and girls. There are women who have these roles too in the NFL, but pretty much a liaison between a bunch of different departments in the organization. Head coach delegates things like coordinating practice times and schedules and film. So I think it's a role that Mike Tomlin didn't have, and it probably shows you that Mike McCarthy is maybe a little bit more on the cutting edge of things in the modern NFL than people would give him credit for his age.
What about philosophy-wise? Will he be involved with that?
No, I think this is more of a jack-of-all-trades type of role, where, you know, you're handling a lot of the practice scripts and things of that nature, and you're probably making sure all the coaches are on the same page and scheduling the meetings and making sure the meetings run smoothly. But
making sure everybody's on time, maybe? That might be helpful.
Hey, where was he a few years ago?
Exactly.
When George Pickens was kind of showing up whenever he saw.
Or Mr. Big Chest as well.
Yeah. So, and also another interesting thing that I found looking into this more was, I guess he was part of like the challenge process in Atlanta with Raheem Morris. Now, I don't know if he was the guy pulling up numbers or, you know, viewing video to say, hey, make this call or don't, but he had the flag on him, and then suppose he would hand it to Raheem Morris, and
that's
he
interesting.
would chuck it for the Falcons.
That's very interesting. Did we ever know who Tomlin's guy was there?
I think he tried to intentionally make those waters murky for pretty much as long as he could. I think Terrell Austin initially had some of those responsibilities when he first came on.
I always wondered why.
He ascended to defensive coordinator. Just because you don't want anybody to take the blame. Maybe Tomlin wanted it all to fall on him if something went wrong. But it speaks to also just the larger idea of Tomlin seemed to like a pretty tight circle, relatively speaking, with his coaching staffs and not have too many cooks in the kitchen, too many voices. But the NFL is changing. There's a lot more information out there for these people to process and analyze. And the more people you have to comb through it, the more you can utilize it.
So one of the interesting things with McCarthy so far, Brian, for me, is he really, and I noticed this in his interview with Bob the other day too, embraces analytics. Like he says, it's not the be all end all. Like they don't have some of the info you need, like injuries and stuff, whatever.
Yeah, it's never the be all end all. I mean, look at the Vikings GM who just got fired. He was kind of the poster child for analytics thinking, front offices in the end. If it's not him, it's Andrew Berry in Cleveland, and look how things are going there.
Right. But McCarthy really, for an older guy especially, I think there might be a stereotype like, oh, this is just an old school football guy. He really embraces that part of the game. Where are the Steelers analytically? Where were they under Tomlin? How would you quantify it? Where do they need to be? Are they already where they need to be? And what does McCarthy plan in this aspect?
Well, I think the people who sort of keep track of those dedicated staffers over the years have found that the Steelers are pretty much at the bottom of the league in terms of quantifying it, resources devoted to it. I did a story on this probably 3 or 4 years ago, and talked to some people in that sports analytics, NFL analytics community who made a few points. One, you've got one of the leading places in this right in your backyard in Carnegie Mellon. They churn out people like that year after year who are winning the NFL data science competitions and things of that nature. But also, Mike Tomlin had a guy like that on his staff. Karim Kassam was his name, and that was, I think, the person who was credited with his sort of cutting-edge move of let's go for two more often and early in games and try to get a competitive edge that way if the numbers make sense. And then they sort of got away from that over the years. But, it is one of those interesting matters in the NFL. People's mileage will vary on how much that can help you. We've seen it, I think, backfire on some people, too. Brandon Staley comes to mind with the Chargers where...
Yeah, Dan Campbell.
But Dan Campbell is, I think, sort of held up as a, I don't know, but good user of analytics. I mean, people praise his aggressiveness more often than not. So,
yeah.
I'm always one of those people who thinks it's more about the process than the result. It's very easy to say if a play doesn't work, stupid decision. If a play does work, great move, way to be aggressive.
Limits, do you have a question for the Batconian Mongoose?
Yeah, in diving into the analytics, that is something that I do like regarding McCarthy because I don't know how much Tomlin was doing that. But for somebody where...
I think Omar's into that stuff, too.
Yeah, I think so. Probably. But it seems like, McCarthy is not somebody where the NFL maybe has passed him by in terms of offense. Maybe his thoughts on the defensive side of the ball, I don't know how much he dives into that. But offensively, I feel like he's going to adapt to some things that are current right now, to maybe the McVays and the Shanahans are doing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think, when you get into the question of his age and that narrative, as Joe brought up, I think it's less about, as you said, the NFL passing him by limits and probably more just how well does he still relate to the players of today at 62? What do they view him as? Do they see him as that dreaded retread label? Or do they view him as, hey, he's a guy who's won a Super Bowl and has had just as much success, really, as our previous coach and Mike Tomlin? But, I mean, it's just you put the two guys side by side in a room. I mean, I think there's a very big difference in terms of the level of charisma and gravitas that one has versus the other. That doesn't make one a better coach, but I think that's where it more so comes in as far as coaching personality. And Mason Rudolph, did you see his love letter to Tomlin?
I did. We read it
last
earlier.
night. Yeah. Honestly, first of all, I think that's better writing than I do on a regular basis. So that's not really fair that Mason Rudolph is 6'5", handsome guy with a rocket for an arm, and he's penning this kind of prose to his former coach. But he talked about his swagger and kind of like a real life Denzel Washington character walking the practice fields every day on the South Side.
Yeah, man, that was something along with the tribute that Ryan Shazier put out there on social media. All right, Brian, coming up, let's talk a little bit about the coaching staff. What you think of some of these hires, all of them, actually. And also, because all roads lead to Will Howard, I want to ask you about what Bruce Arians said. Will Howard, what Bruce Arians said about him. First, 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectible, and memorabilia.
Did you hear about that, Joe? Not just you have a trading card at the Baseball Card Castle. Now, all the fan hosts have a trading card at the Baseball Card Castle.
Really?
How about that?
Do you?
No.
Maybe they should have a producers category.
I think that would be great.
And then Brian could be in the guests category.
But little birdie told me that Donnie has a card.
Oh, wow. Are you jealous or mad about that?
I will leave my thoughts to another day.
I like that. You should have a card, and I will tell the general or ask the general if he could make one for you.
Was it the general that made them? I'm not sure.
He probably commissioned somebody to. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I'm not sure. I was talking to the general a couple of weeks ago, and he said that the trading cards, this is going to be a big event. Because remember when we had your trading card, when we had the show at Baseball Card Castle and somebody signed it?
Yes.
Or you signed it for somebody? That was very exciting.
I thought it was exciting. Anyway, these cards have pictures and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. JP Roofing and Siding. I've known this man, Joe Potocznik, now for about a decade. I've known his mustache for maybe 11 years. I met his mustache first, Limits, and the thing is so darn big, it took me a year to actually meet the man. Joe Potocznik, has been out to my house.
My mustache has nothing on JP's mustache.
No, it doesn't. His people have been out to my house a couple different times, fixed exactly what was wrong. It's an Owens Platinum Preferred company, not an easy designation to get. They just do a great job. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins had won 6 in a row going into yesterday, but they dropped their matchup against the Ottawa Senators, 3-2 in the final score, as the Penguins were only able to put together 16 shots on goal. Artur Shilovs faced 31, gave up 3 goals. Chinikov and Novak both scored their 10th of the year. Penguins still second in the Metro will quickly turn their attention tonight to the Islanders at 7:30 on the road in the Island. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 79 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Are you exhausted fighting a garage door that just won't cooperate? Possibly your springs, rollers, or motors are shot. Maybe you've been looking for a new door featuring the latest colors, styles, materials, and options. Of course, you're looking for the best prices and service too. If that's you, call locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door. 1-844-345-4737. Precision is America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company with locations in over 90 cities. Visit the Precision showroom in Imperial and choose from their largest door selections ever. Need service? Expert Precision technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Visit Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA number 060566.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found Tax Relief Advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, LC Greenwood seemingly has his odds increased to potentially making the Pro Football Hall of Fame this year, as Robert Kraft, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN, is not going to be in the class of 2026. The Patriots owner. This comes a week after Bill Belichick fell a vote shy of making the Hall of Fame of the necessary 40, only receiving 39 votes in the coach and contributor senior category the NFL has put together. So better chance for LC Greenwood, Roger Craig, Ken Anderson, also potential inductees into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Joe and Brian Batko.
Get a load of this.
I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Brian Batko joins us from the Post-Gazette. What a wonderful man he is. Limits. The between segments banter is always very friendly and informative with Brian, isn't it?
Yeah, and it goes off the rails sometimes just like the show does. It's a lot of fun.
We were discussing Joe's basketball coaching. I'm trying to coach little dribblers, which is like preschoolers through second grade maybe. You know, Joe's trying to talk about teaching defensive fundamentals. I can't even teach kids how to dribble. I mean, it's a plight.
It's interesting.
How do you teach dribbling? I guess a lot of it you just need to have hand-eye coordination, right?
That, and you give them stuff they can take home. One thing that nobody seems to understand very much is that you become a player or you get better in the off season, and it's not really the coach's job necessarily to make individuals better during the season. Like
that's got to come from within at some point.
Yeah, in the off season. Yeah. And then you show up with what you show up with, and then the coach's job is to organize you into a team, as I see it.
Yeah.
You want to make yourself a ball player, do it in the off season.
Yeah, they used to tell us to dribble the pebbles off your ball.
Pete Maravich used to dribble while his dad was driving the car around the neighborhood.
That is a famous story, yeah.
Dribble outside the window. Just dribble is how you become a better dribbler.
Right.
Dribble the ball on your way to school.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you need a baseline level of probably hand-eye, but from there, it's skill development.
I thought my daughter was going to be a basketball player. She liked it when she was really little, so I made a little dribbling station in my garage, and she used it once and never went back. That's the way it works. If they like it, they'll work at it. If they don't, they won't.
Yeah.
She wound up like in volleyball. You can always tell what they like by what they do. It's not complicated. You know what I mean? Oh, they must like that because that's the thing they always do. You know?
Yeah, for sure. I guess that's one of the strange things about parenting in general as I'm learning. Parenting is like golf. It's frustrating. It's time-consuming. It's expensive. But when you hit that one good shot, right, it keeps you coming back.
Right. So that's good. That's a good analogy. Someday Limits will be a mustachioed father, won't he?
Probably not mustachioed.
No?
Why not? Yeah, I mean, if you have it at 23, you might as well have it.
You might as well keep
kids.
it.
If I keep the mustache, I might never have an opportunity to have any children.
That's actually a good point.
Or maybe it's attractive. Who knows?
Or maybe it'll be the key to it, yes.
I don't think I'm giving off those Tom Selleck vibes, though, Brian, but you never know. That's why you try things out.
You look less like Fernando Mendoza now, which is unfortunate.
It adds years, and I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. It might be good, but you go from 25
I'm losing
to
my
30.
hair, so it's
Why
not
do
poofy
so
anymore?
many firefighters have mustaches?
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Have you ever noticed that?
And we did we went to Upper St. Clair. Did those guys have mustaches, Limits?
Where?
We went to the Upper St. Clair firefighter place.
For the 5-hour marathon.
It's pretty common.
I think a couple did,
in that profession.
I don't know why. That's a great question.
My cousin's a firefighter, and he actually got a cat out of a tree the other day.
The classic firefighter move, yes.
Although he got scratched by the cat. And is
I
now kind of
imagine.
worried about diseases.
Yeah, I think you got to get checked after that.
Yeah.
All right, Brian. Let's play for him the Bruce Arians quote that's making the rounds because, again, all roads lead to Will Howard. This is Bruce talking about him.
Yeah, I thought the Steelers did a great job in hiring Mike McCarthy. Obviously, he's got a great track record offensively, developing quarterbacks. I think the big hope, obviously, is to keep Aaron Rodgers for another year or two, and they have a great relationship. So that makes it very easy. But I think he'll do a good job of developing the young guy, and who I think has a ton of upside, Will Howard, who I think is the future of Pittsburgh. And I think it's a great hire by the Steelers.
All right. It's one thing, Brian, for one of us or even an NFL person, whether it's a media person or someone in the league, to be complimentary of this guy. It's an entirely different thing. For somebody, I don't know if there's many people on the planet Earth who have worked with more great quarterbacks than Bruce Arians. Now he's saying this? What is happening here? Is this for real? What do they say inside those offices? Is this whole Will Howard phenomenon real?
Why can nobody seem to be normal about Will Howard? Everybody either hates on the guy and piles on him, which is, I guess, sort of a direct result or reflection of the hype train that is also, I think, unfair to him as a 6th-round pick. What are they saying about him in those offices? Like, here's what I would guess they're probably saying about him is, if nothing else, this is a great guy to have around, fantastic for the locker room. He'll be reliable. He'll be a long-time backup quarterback at worst. But I doubt they're saying things like he's potentially the future of the franchise. Like even the Arians statement, which maybe he's just – I think another thing about him too is when you're on the stage that he was on and you're so prevalent and prominent for that Ohio State team winning the national title, that's kind of prone to wild reactions, good and bad. There's going to be people saying he's a Buckeyes merchant, Jeremiah Smith merchant. He's just a product of that team. And there's going to be other people saying, this guy's a winner. Why did so many teams overlook him?
That's what Bob says.
So that comes with the crown, literally, in this case, of winning the national title. But I just wish, whether it's Arians or anybody else, let's just phrase it as he has a chance to be the future of the Steelers. Because that's really what it's about. He'll get a chance.
A lottery chance.
Yes. And it's the sheer numbers of it tell you it's unlikely. And when I say things like that in my mailbag,
chance. Yeah.
I hate scratch-offs. I'm not a fan of scratch-off lottery tickets. I don't like that sound or I guess the feeling, the little chill when you're scratching. Then there's like the black stuff all over you.
Yeah. I can imagine limits buying lottery tickets.
I never have a coin on me either.
No, but my grandmother likes to buy them for like events, like when we go there for her Christmas party and stuff. And we'll scratch it off with like, I don't know, I'll use the end of the spoon or something.
I can't stand them.
Not the spoon part, but like the handle.
Yeah, that's very good thinking on your part.
So I don't have a coin with
the
me.
Handle,
but every time I bring up that regarding Will Howard, then you always get the person say, well, what about Tom Brady? He was a 6th-round draft pick.
Right.
And it's like, it's very unlikely. That was one player in NFL history.
Well, the guys they mention are him.
Brock Purdy's having a good career.
Matt
as a
Hasselbeck.
7th-rounder.
And Mark Bulger was a 6th-round pick. So it can happen, but it's very, very unlikely to happen, and it can't be your plan.
Right.
And so why does Arians say this? Why does Bruce Arians, a guy who he's got no
I just said I think Will Howard is a magnetic personality, and he did succeed and thrive in that college football playoff run. He's got the size. So
he's the future of Pittsburgh. Why would he say that?
That was strong. Is my point. That was a little too strong. And that's not helping the core line that I keep coming back to of why can't anyone just be normal about Will Howard?
Right. Are they going to draft a quarterback?
Maybe. They have 18 picks.
How many do they really have?
I think 11 or 12. And see, it's not finalized until the NFL confirms those comp pick projections, but some of the I don't know, shall we say nerds out there in the NFL world have gotten really good at projecting those.
Should they draft one, in your opinion, in your not so humble opinion?
I don't know if I can answer that in a vacuum.
Ty Simpson, he's available.
No, I'm not a big Ty Simpson guy. I look at him as Crimson Kenny.
Drew Aller?
Or would you prefer Kenny Crimson?
Drew Aller?
Drew Aller?
If the price is right.
4th round?
Probably not.
3rd round?
Oh, no. I'd be going the other way, to be clear.
2nd round?
5th round?
No.
6th round with Will Howard?
Fifth, maybe. I mean, you've got so many picks.
You could take him in the 6th round and have dueling 6th-rounders.
Sure. Yeah, at that point.
What could be more exciting than that?
At that point, what's another scratch-off?
Right.
So,
where do you think?
Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, they're all sort of in that bucket.
And Rodgers, are you convinced is coming back?
I wouldn't say I'm convinced. I don't think you can be thing with a guy as deep thinking and mercurial as he is. But if I had to bet, I would say yeah. I mean, look at this staff that they are assembling. James Campen. If you're bored or something and you want to just watch it, Google James Campen or put him in on YouTube or whatever. Aaron Rodgers narrated an NFL Films video of James Campen.
He loves him.
And talking about how he's one of his favorite people ever.
Do we have Bob with Mike McCarthy where they talk about this limits?
Can't be.
I'm going to play this for you about Aaron Rodgers. This was actually breaking news.
There was some rumor from a Packers media person. I don't know if there's anything to it that Rodgers and Frank Signetti Jr. didn't get along in Green Bay.
I did see that.
I don't know if I buy that, because when Rodgers was on his tour of coming to the Steelers and talking about all the Pittsburgh people in his life, didn't he always make a point to mention Frank Signetti Jr.? I think he is.
I can't remember.
I think he's savvy enough that if he wanted to actually like subtly throw a dart, he would just leave a guy out.
Maybe now that Frank's back in town, Pat Narduzzi can blame him for his quarterback choices. Remember that?
Will that be an awkward passing in the parking lot? He knows his way around the facility.
It definitely will.
I've heard that McCarthy...
They see each other over at the cafeteria. Yeah. It's definitely awkward.
I mean, you can basically glean this from their coaching history and the paths crossed, but I've heard that McCarthy, Signetti, and Brian Angelico, pretty tight crew from their time together.
It is Brian Angelico.
Yeah.
All right. Nick said Brian Angelico.
Yeah,
I think
it
it's
looks
Brian
like
Angelico. It does look like that, but
it looks that way.
I've done some research.
He's
I've done my own research, and I think it's Brian Angelico. Silent
Angelico. Wow.
Play for Brian. The key quote for anybody who thought there were any doubts of what the Steelers and Mike McCarthy want to do. This is Bob and Mike talking about how Aaron and Mike made some magic in Green Bay.
Can you recreate the magic that you guys had in Green Bay?
That's the plan. I mean, that's the plan. I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be a great chapter in our career.
That's the plan. He let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, not a lot of wiggle room or room for interpretation there.
Goodbye, Brian. I have to go.
Okay. Bye, Joe.
Okay.
I'll miss you.
Very abruptly.
That was abrupt.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I apologize for my early dismissal, and I'll see you tomorrow. Limits bright and early. We'll do a six-pack with Bob, won't we?
Yes, we will, Joe. Thank you very much for the handoff there. I will try not to fumble it like Rashard Mendenhall in Super Bowl 45. All right, Brian, so let's continue this with Rodgers.
Okay.
So I am of the opinion of this regarding Rodgers. I enjoyed the one season that he had here. I thought it was fun. It was entertaining. All-time great plays for the Steelers. They got back to the playoffs. I think he gave them their best chance to win a playoff game since Ben retired. I don't even know if that's a question.
Yeah.
But moving forward, where if you bring Aaron Rodgers back at now 43, still yet to be determined what the weapons are, I don't think that chance increases in another year of Rodgers. Sure, you could say his offensive system with McCarthy, it could work. But I think there's just so much wear and tear on those tires that there's a better chance that he gets hurt and misses a significant part of the season than plays all 17 and gets them to the playoffs.
I view it as, yes, it's probably the best solution to try to win the AFC North again, make the playoffs again. I don't have a ton of optimism that you're going to get over the hump and finally win that playoff game with him, because it didn't happen this year. And this was I don't know if I want to use the word unique, because in theory it could be duplicated, but it was an unusual and rare year with no Patrick Mahomes, no Joe Burrow, no Lamar Jackson. Now, partially due to the Steelers and Rodgers, too. When people throw out the stat about, one win over a team in the playoff field, in fairness to Rodgers and the Steelers, that's because some of the wins that they got in the regular season kept teams out of the playoff field. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that it's not necessarily the best thing for the long-term future of this franchise if you want to try to move it forward, or at least take some wax at the piñata here to move this franchise
because forward. At least from where we are right now, I think Baltimore is better today than they were a month ago. Would you agree with that?
Because of the head coach?
Because of hiring Minner, because of adding a young coordinator in Doyle that had the experience of working with Ben Johnson. And I didn't think Anthony Weaver should be the Steelers' head coach. But as a coordinator, I think it's a good hire there.
Yeah,
Baltimore has the best staff in the division.
How about the parallel tracks that the Ravens and the Steelers are on this offseason, Limits? They were both in the head coaching market, which is fascinating in and of itself. But the Steelers go with a 62-year-old third-time head coach in Mike McCarthy, whereas the Ravens go with a 42-year-old first-time head coach on the defensive side of the ball in Jesse Minter. And I think their logic is probably we can recreate the John Harbaugh era and maybe even elevate it with a sprinkle of Mike McDonald Seahawks pizzazz with Minter. But whether it works or not for either one of those organizations, I love that they have just taken vastly different routes to where they're trying to get to.
Yeah, and it's
going to be fun to watch and monitor their progress.
And it kind of says something about the Tomlin lack of a coaching tree when look at who's brought onto the staff right now. Harbaugh had Minter on his staff.
Yeah.
Harbaugh had Weaver on his staff.
Right.
Doyle's 29, so clearly he wasn't before. But I think also, are the Bills better right now with Joe Brady compared to Sean McDermott? I mean, he was already in the building. Mahomes is going to be back and healthy. They get one more year out of Kelsey. Bo Nix and the Broncos get another.
Kelsey's coming back?
Not confirmed, but it seems like the speculation is at least leaning that way. Another year of Bo Nix, another year of Drake May. It seems like the Steelers have a chance to have the AFC completely pass them by.
They do. And that is why, that is another reason, well said by you, Limits, that I guess I would say I'm relatively anti-running it back with Rodgers.
And that's my point on that. Like, at the same time,
it's at some point you got to figure out the succession plan. I mean, do you view this as a similar scenario to what they were in with Ben Roethlisberger from 2019 to 2021, where you're kind of like, hey, we're not going to get any better quarterback than him in here. Let's just we'll
run it back again.
Yeah, we'll keep the old cowboy around, and hopefully he can tap into the above the neck aspect of playing the position, and he's cerebral. And he has won big games. He can do it again. But in that case, it didn't work. It didn't get you over the hump in the postseason. And you're right. You watched other quarterbacks and franchises sort of pass you by with their long-term plan at that spot.
Well, especially because when the time came to finally draft a quarterback, it was 2022 and there was no quarterback.
The timing has been terrible for them. But
that's
they also
where they find themselves again this year, where everyone thought, myself included, like, you can throw a bunch of bow and arrows at me because I thought this was going to be a great class.
Everybody did.
Not good.
Everybody did. We can't throw bow and arrows at you specifically, Limits. I'm sure there are a lot of people in that Steelers building who thought for sure this was going to be a really good class. So no shame in thinking that the 2026 group was going to be a lot better at the top, a lot deeper. It just hasn't worked out that way. Now, could be a cautionary tale for viewing the 2027 crew in the same way, which a lot of people continue to do. I was going back and forth with intern Dom about that on Twitter. Well, I don't really have a back and forth. I sent one reply to him, and we made.
Did you find yourself in a hot take charade with intern Dom? It seems that happens all the time. Are you ready for this? Or just a brief aside on intern Dom. We were both at the outdoor hockey game at Penn State this weekend, and Dom tweeted at me because somebody asked, "Did you see Limits up there?" And Dom tweeted back at this person, tagged me in the tweet, and said, "No, Austin did not text me to ask where I was or what I was doing. I feel very hurt by this." Should I be able to automatically assume that Dom was there? He responded by saying, "I tweeted about it." Sorry, Dom, I don't have you on notifications here. Or is following every single thing that you tweet.
Should he have known you were there?
Probably, more likely than him driving from Syracuse to be there.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a genuine missed connection, but I'd have to know more about the situation. If Dom knew you were there, he probably should have reached out.
Yeah, I think it's a safe assumption to assume that I would have been there, but that's just the aside. Here's the thing about if you bring Rodgers back, you're likely staring down the barrel of another 10-7 season, maybe 11-6. Their schedule is kind of favorable. I think next year, depending on where the games are going to set up.
NFC South is that's kind of what you want.
I think you play the AFC South too. Like, there are a lot of winnable games on that schedule, depending on who the quarterback is. Probably not the best season to look at and say, wow, this is a great quote-unquote tanking year, or a year that we could just maybe luck into a high draft pick. But if you do have an unproven quarterback like Will Howard that you can benefit from, if he's very good, maybe we do have our answer. Maybe Bruce Arians is right. Maybe some of these people that are hyping up Will Howard, they see something that I don't, that other people don't see. Or he doesn't play well enough. He plays like a 6th-round pick, and they're right in that range of a 7, 8, 9, 10 draft pick instead of being in the spot that they've always been, right around 18 to 21. That's my thing with Rodgers. how likely are they?
That's going to take a philosophical shift in thinking.
Well, outside of
at the top of the organization,
and they're not going to do it.
Right.
Outside of Kansas City, this is the overarching point. Outside of Kansas City, when they traded up from 28 to get Mahomes, you don't often see teams Josh Allen, that was what?
They traded up
10 spots. But again, if you're the Steelers and you're going to be at 21 again, 20, let's say, and you have to move up to get to pick 7 or 8, right in that range, maybe even have to go higher. Like, are they willing to do that? I know Omar Khan has been aggressive, but are they truly going to give up the 27 first, a 28 first, and then another second-round pick to be able to do that? That's what it's going to take if you bring Rodgers back.
I think if this class would have shaken out differently, and say you had Mendoza and you had Dante Moore come out, and you had maybe a Lenoris Sellers come out, especially if you'd have had a better season with the Gamecocks. I think they were planning to have the ability to do that.
With that many spots, though, like you're talking 10 to 12 spots, 13 spots to trade up in the draft. They did it for Devin Bush, but if it's a quarterback, a team's going to want more.
Aggressive enough to make that splash, particularly with the draft here and where their depth chart is at quarterback. I think they would have been willing to do it. I just don't think it's feasible now with the dearth of options.
So does that mean that they would be willing to do that in 27 then, if the draft wasn't here and it was not as big of a splash? They should.
Yeah, but there was also a lot of careful planning, I think, that went into it as far as, the George Pickens trade, working the comp pick formula. Maybe they'll do that again this offseason, and they'll kind of become like the Ravens, where they do that with regularity. They're always one of those teams that gets a bunch of those extra draft picks, and they try to move up and down the board every year with a lot of the analytics that go into that thinking too. So I still think that is their long-term vision, but I also believe that Omar Khan, Andy Weidel, now Mike McCarthy calling the shots in the head coach's chair. I think they also don't want to throw a quarterback to the wolves. I think they want to have this roster pretty well set to plop someone in there so he can hit the ground running like Ben Roethlisberger did once upon a time, like you could argue Patrick Mahomes did with the Chiefs. And that's one of the benefits of doing the, I guess, trade-up method, if you want to call it that. If you go full-on tank like the Bengals and Joe Burrow, even the Patriots and Drake May, and they stunk last year, you're going to have to really be confident that rookie quarterback, that high draft pick, can deal with some of the lumps that he's going to take in his first season.
Right, and I mean, depending on if you crush this year's draft.
That can make or break a guy.
Because ideally, with the 11 or so picks they have this year, you just build up the roster this season. And
hit on the picks, though.
You do, and it's a plug-and-play type of situation where you have that second wide receiver. You have that left guard to replace Sayamalo. Who knows what they do at left tackle? Are we writing off the guy that delivered a really nice note and message to Mike Tomlin today as potentially being back on the roster at all? Like, he's going to be a free agent, and it seems like all the discussion is, yeah, of course, Aaron Rodgers is a free agent, but Rudolph is too. Like, he could decide to go somewhere else. Was it Mike Tomlin that brought him back this past season? Like, is Mason Rudolph going to decide, you know what, maybe I don't want to play for Mike McCarthy?
Mason Rudolph's under contract for 2026.
He is?
Yes. He signed a 2-year deal.
It was a 2 year deal.
So, I mean, I don't know that he's a great fit for how Mike McCarthy described his offensive scheme. Now, he said, he was like, hey, don't basically take this as I'm married to the West Coast offense. Don't call it that necessarily. But he described someone having the athleticism that Mason Rudolph, frankly, I don't think really has at this stage of his career. But does Aaron? I don't know. I think the biggest point for either one of those guys, but certainly more so Rodgers, is when you talk about kind of building that soft place to land, the nest for a future quarterback to be dropped into, can Rodgers help mentor some of these young players on the offensive side of the ball? Can he be a positive presence in the locker room, in the meeting rooms, in the huddle, that it's going to be good for the overall development of this team while you're also winning games?
Yeah, is that worth it, though?
I don't personally think so.
I
would rather take a chance. Like, I would rather see, and if it's not Will Howard, I mean, why not try a Malik Willis, depending on the price this offseason? Maybe it'll crash and burn like Justin Fields did this year with the Jets, or maybe you'll actually find something and you'll tap into Sam Darnold with the Vikings a year ago.
So you think Malik Willis has that type of upside? Because I don't see it. I think he's a Matt Flynn 2.0 type of guy that did well in a system for just a very short amount of time.
No, I think there are real things there. with Willis. I do. I'm pretty high on Willis.
Running ability?
Running ability, some of the throws he was making. Again, I'm with you. Like, hey, the LaFleur offense is going to make a lot of guys look better than they might be. But I think it's not just a product of the scheme with Willis, because we knew he had the physical traits coming out of Liberty. It was more of just, okay, is this going to translate to the NFL level? And he was a slow starter in college too. You know, he wasn't good at Auburn. He had to transfer, made himself into an NFL prospect because he had the tangible attributes, and it didn't work out for him in Tennessee. It might not have worked out for a lot of guys in Tennessee.
Right. I mean, my concern with Willis is that you can be a fill-in quarterback for a couple of games, look solid, like Mason Rudolph did at the end of the year a couple of years ago and got them to the playoffs, and that shouldn't convince you that it can work over the course of 17 games. It can work over 3. 17, not the case. Like Davis Mills. He came in, won 3 games for Houston, and looked good. Does that mean that Davis Mills should be a starter? That's kind of where I fall with Malik Willis. He's good in a pinch, in a backup role with a good coordinator.
That's what teams are going to have to try to evaluate this offseason for sure, because that's one side of the coin. The other is this guy actually learned and developed under LaFleur and that coaching staff in Green Bay, and now he's got the football IQ and learning how to play quarterback side of it to go with the traits that you could clearly see when he was a draft prospect. So if he has put it all together, I think he is a certified prospect to be a starter in the NFL next season.
Mac Jones intrigue you?
No, because he's, I think, a guy who's much more system-based on being in that Shanahan scheme, because Mac Jones didn't have the same, ball of clay qualities that Willis did going into that 2022 draft. Could you string some things together with Mac Jones if you had the right coaching around him? Yeah, I think what he did with the Niners this year showed that, but I don't think he's someone that you could drop anywhere and he'll make it work. And maybe Willis isn't either. We won't know until it happens, but I don't think it's a bad bet to make.
All right, Brian, up next. There has been so much talk about Will Howard, Aaron Rodgers, but what about the highest paid player on the Steelers? It seems like it's just been all quiet on the Western Front. Where do things sit with this player, and what could his future in the black and gold or elsewhere look like? That's coming up next. Pomp and Joe rolls on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So, the Steelers have missed out on Scott Tolzien, the Saints quarterback coach, who was interviewing for the offensive coordinator position. He decides he stays in New Orleans, just like Chase Hazlitt will, the Saints tight ends coach, who is interviewing for the tight ends coach position with the Steelers, but also to be the Steelers passing game coordinator. And Jordan Schultz saying that it was Hazlitt's decision, and it's not like the Steelers ultimately told him no. So a couple of options for the Steelers now off the board to potentially be their OC. Brian Angelico, I think I pronounced that correctly, is interviewing for the offensive coordinator position today, the tight ends coach for Minnesota. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Reports say Patriots owner Robert Kraft did not make the Hall of Fame on his first year on the ballot. Reports surfaced last week Bill Belichick also did not get into the Hall on his first ballot. Clearly, the voters for the Pro Football Hall of Fame want to hold the Patriots accountable for Deflategate and Spygate. Both will get in, but not before the voters make them wait. I'm Chris Black.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
Hey.
who's an oversharer,
Bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet? The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Hola amigos, BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, covers the biggest sports stories nationwide, live and interactive. From the build-up to the big game in Santa Clara to the road to March in college hoops. As the night's games are getting underway, we're following along for the stories that matter. Tap in. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser, Malsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I feel like social media's biggest loser, Brian, we're joined by Brian Backer of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, has to be Robert Kraft today. He misses out on the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Adam Schefter puts it out there. Belichick and Kraft both missed this year.
Probably good news for LC Greenwood, though.
Yes.
That's the whole issue that a lot of people are bringing up with the Hall of Fame vote, is that it doesn't really make sense that the legacy candidates, such as LC Greenwood, such as Ken Anderson, such as Roger Craig, are voted on under the same umbrella as coaches and, in the case of Kraft, contributors.
Why did they change the process?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense why the Hall of Fame would do that. Why would you? It sounds like they're trying to go baseball small hall on us recently after putting in a huge class in 2021 that combined, I think, 2020 and 21.
I'm not really sure. If LC Greenwood gets in, that'll be another Steeler, obviously, in Canton.
Right.
Who do you think will be the next one after that? Ben, first ballot?
Yeah, it'll be Ben. See, given the new rules, I don't know if he'll be first ballot. Eli Manning wasn't. Now, I think Ben has a better resume and a better career than Eli Manning.
Yeah, I would agree. But you never know with the perception of it. I mean, look at Bill Belichick. I think we all would have said the same thing, but you get 50 voters from different areas of the country in one room. You don't necessarily know what biases might be out there against Ben or people's perspectives. We obviously feel a certain way about him having lived here and watched every game that he played. But
is it a different electorate for the regular class of candidates, the regular pool of candidates, compared to that senior group?
I don't think so. I think it's the same 50 Hall voters.
So like they knocked Belichick for Spygate and Deflategate and without Brady. I wonder if they'll knock Ben for, yeah, sure, you won 2 Super Bowls, but how well did you actually play in them? Like Eli Manning was great in the 2 Super Bowls that he played in. How much will that factor in? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is going to make it. That'll be a former Steeler in Canton. I think both Mikes to hold head coaching jobs in Pittsburgh have a pretty good chance, especially Mike Tomlin with the non-losing season streak. I think that'll play really well with voters when it comes time for his discussions in Canton. James Harrison, Hines Ward, I guess they could get in there.
They're just stuck in limbo right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of middling around between finalists, semifinalists, not being able to break through.
Antonio Brown.
He has a very good football case, but there's no morality clause like there is in baseball. But it seems like there is
human nature to consider.
Yeah, like with Belichick.
Right.
A lot of people just don't like him. That's part of the morality clause, I think.
Mike Vick apparently thinks he should be in.
I don't.
Former Steelers quarterback.
I don't think that he has a Hall of Fame resume.
That would be, no, he doesn't when you look at the numbers. I think he'd be more of a revolutionizing the game or the sport type of discussion, but that's not really going to hit in Pittsburgh where a guy named Cordell Stewart was sort of doing Vick-like things before that became en vogue. Players in the year that he was here used to always say that Cordero Patterson could
be a Hall of Famer
because of his NFL kick return touchdown record.
Honestly, I can see it.
Really?
Because Devin Hester is in the Hall of Fame.
He is. But did anybody consider Cordero Patterson as electric as Devin Hester?
No.
I think when you would watch the highlights, you'd probably be like, Cordero Patterson hit a seam and had long strides at 6'2" and went 100 yards for a kickoff return. Hester was appointment viewing, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider it. I'd also consider buying a $70 steak at a steakhouse and ultimately go with the $40 steak. I'll think about it, but I don't think that Cordero ultimately is a Hall of Famer.
Cam Hayward and TJ Watt?
That's where I wanted to go with this. But first, Brian, let's see how much you pay attention to the show. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. I've been listening to Thank You, Mr. Hester, since I was an intern here on Ron's show.
I knew you'd know it.
So I've been hearing that exact line for ages.
That's what I wanted to talk about here. We have heard so much about Will Howard, the possibility of bringing Aaron Rodgers back. We've heard Mike McCarthy only talk defense, whether it be the defensive scheme. They want to keep it 3-4, whatever. We have not heard anything from Cam Hayward on Mike McCarthy other than he briefly touched on the fact that McCarthy was hired. Yeah.
His podcast? I thought that was very strange.
He just kind of brushed over it. Maybe that's because the wounds are still fresh with Mike Tomlin leaving. And it's been just completely silent with TJ Watt. These are two, at least in my mind, Hall of Fame players. Watt, I think, surefire. Hayward, I think, should get in. And we've heard nothing from them at all and nothing from the coaching staff. I find that a little bit odd when they're the two faces of your defense the last 10 years.
TJ doesn't do a lot of media in the offseason or even social media. That's why everybody loses their minds when he posts the peace sign picture last summer, whenever that was. So I'm not as surprised by that. But for Cam to actually have a forward-facing platform and to really brush past it seemed like it meant something. I don't really know what, but that was odd. Really not a lot of players are on social media a ton for the Steelers, so you haven't seen a whole lot of reactions to the McCarthy hire or any of these assistant hires, but maybe they're just hibernating right now and off the grid. It could be for the best.
Well, what about McCarthy not even addressing it? Like, he's done other media appearances. Whether it was
TJ?
with Bob, whether it was on KDKA.
Has he been asked about TJ?
Pat McAfee.
I'm sure he would just, if he was, I'm sure he'd say TJ's an awesome player. Can't wait to work with him.
Yeah, but don't you think someone the level of TJ Watt and how much money he's being paid that he would feel necessary to bring up TJ Watt maybe on his own, unprompted?
I'd have to go back through and listen to every exchange to see if I think there were any moments where he could have been referenced and wasn't. But hey, I'll give you this, though, Limits. I do think that is sort of an unanswered question right now of the Steelers offseason is what do the long-in-the-tooth Steelers who have had playoff success elude them think about this move? Are we sure, 100% sure they still want to be here? Or do they, like many others, enter ring-chasing mode at some point in their career?
Texters point out that two other people that we missed, Marquise Pouncey and David DeCastro, potential Hall of Famers.
I mean,
Not
I
first
think,
ballot, though.
No, yeah. I mean, Pouncey, I think, will have a case. I think David DeCastro's career was probably a little too short. But, yeah, I mean, Pouncey is someone, he'll get mentioned, I think. But it's tough. I don't know if he's got enough of the all-pros and whatnot.
When I was in Miami.
How about Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey, I think, is a Hall of Famer.
Well, how about Kevin Colbert?
He still has another couple of years, though.
Kevin Colbert, due
to longevity, Super Bowls,
2
has a good
trophies.
case. Yeah. He's a good case to get.
I'd have to look more into what GMs are in the Hall and what it takes to get there.
When I was in Miami, I saw who I thought was Marquise Pouncey.
It was Mike Pouncey.
At a restaurant in Fort Lauderdale. But it might have been Mike Pouncey, so I didn't want to go up to him and say, Marquise, how you doing?
That probably happens all the time.
Probably, but we just
I don't know that I could pick
by him
him
and
out.
Didn't say anything.
And I covered Marquise. I had one year in the locker room with him in 2019, and then 2020 was mostly via Zoom. But I don't know if he's going to make it.
Thank you for hanging out with us, Brian.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right. See you, Limits.
That does it for us. Joe's back tomorrow. Bob is back tomorrow. I'm back tomorrow. And on tonight, 6 to 8:30. Tune in. PM Team coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball tonight as the Panthers are in Virginia to play the Cavaliers, top 20 team in the country. 9 o'clock tip-off, 8:30 is when our coverage begins right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app at AUD-ACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 79 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with what you want sports. Nuggets square off with the Pistons in Detroit, and we're getting the greatest player on the planet at a discount value right now. Nikola Jokic is still working his way back from the knee injury, so his minutes have been restricted. That being said, the Nuggets have a back-to-back these next 2 days. I think it's likely Jokic plays close to 35 minutes and then is out tomorrow. So I'll take the over on his points plus rebounds plus assists for this game. He's also Nikola Jokic, so he's very capable of lighting it up anyway. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com. Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whaley Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com. And be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. It's the big week of the football season coming up this Sunday in San Francisco, and there are so many ways for you to win. The new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your Rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. Hey, the crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate.
5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins looking to rebound from a desultory performance against the Senators last night at home. Back-to-back situation in New York against the Isles. 7:30 face-off on TNT tonight. And it looks like it will be Stuart Skinner in net. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Blessed to be an NFL coach. So, I've never taken it for granted because I know how hard it is to get into this league and further to look at the opportunities I've had. But to come to Pittsburgh and do this is beyond a dream come true. I never thought it would happen. I thought Mike would coach for another 10 years. It's been incredible. This is what you grew up on, and it's not coming back to Pittsburgh. I mean, I'm in my backyard. I look out my window, I can see Greenfield. It's been remarkable. The drive to work's awesome. Just get up every morning and you see the city from my parents' house, and it's been incredible.
All right, welcome everybody to a Tuesday edition of the PM Team. Malsey still working from home. Donnie here with me for the next 4 hours. Thanks for hanging out. That was Mike McCarthy with Pop saying there that he never thought this would happen because he figured Mike Tomlin would coach for another 10 years. And today's a good day to talk about Mike Tomlin because of what Mason Rudolph said on Twitter. We've got that. This also used to be our customary day full of Tomlin talk because it is a Tuesday. It's also Super Bowl week, and Mike Tomlin, I still think, is the youngest coach to win a Super Bowl. McVay did it with, the youngest coach to coach in the Super Bowl when they lost to the Patriots. But when he beat the Bengals, he was younger.
He was still so young. Yeah, I think he was still so young because he's still younger than me. So when he beat the Bengals, I believe he'd have been 35, maybe. What was Tomlin when he 36?
Yeah.
I think he beat Tomlin by a couple of months is my recollection there.
And if Drake May wins, he breaks Ben's record for the youngest
quarterback to win a Super Bowl, and Ben went on TV and said that that's what he's rooting for, which I find very hard to believe. Anyways,
come on here.
I'm putting my hand in the air now for everybody on YouTube and Twitter. I'm waving it like I just don't care. I did not expect, of all the Steelers that Mike Tomlin coached here, that the guy who would go and offer up a love letter to Mike Tomlin on Twitter would be Mason Rudolph, of all people, who went viral. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people looked at this post. He said very early on in it that, quote, Mike Tomlin is a guy that had a gold jacket career by any measure. 200 wins, never had a losing season, all that stuff. I am interested now in hearing how Steelers fans feel about Mike Tomlin's Steelers legacy, because lost in the hoopla of him resigning abruptly and Mike McCarthy getting hired after a coaching search, we've spent really zero time reflecting on Tomlin's time here. And if Mason Rudolph is opening the door for that, I'm going to walk through it. Yeah, he is a Hall of Famer based on the other coaches who are in, although Bill Belichick didn't get in on the first ballot, so go figure. I don't really view him as a Hall of Fame caliber coach, Chris. I think he's the third best coach in Steelers history behind Noel and Cowher. I think overall he was a good coach here. But my take on Tomlin at this moment, and I could see it evolving and changing over time, when I think of the name Mike Tomlin, I think of a coach who stuck around too long, who overstayed his welcome. And there were so few triumphs and accomplishments and achievements later on in his Steelers coaching career that it left a bad taste in my mouth. You know, Noel won his last Super Bowl in 79 and retired in 91. That's a long-ass time since his last Super Bowl win as coach when he walked away. But a couple of years before that, in 89, they beat the Oilers in the playoffs, and there's a lot of Steelers historians who actually believe that that team was his best coaching job. Nobody would say that about the 2025 or 2024 or 2023 Steelers with Mike Tomlin. Cowher obviously finished on a high note. His second to last year, he won the Super Bowl. So what have you done for me lately? I will admit I am a prisoner of the moment on this. And my take on Mike Tomlin's legacy is that he overstayed his welcome here. What's yours?
I mean, I'm going to first say that I kind of almost sipping the old hot tea to get the sinuses cleared out this morning, almost spit some of it out when I saw Rudolph post that, or when I actually saw Rudolph's post, which I think he might have sent last night. I might have missed it till this morning. Of all the people to send out what seems like, and Mason, by the way, we know, given some of the things he said around his relationship with Ben, Mason, if he doesn't want to be conciliatory, won't be conciliatory. Like he does not have that, I'm going to fake it and be really nice. For him to send that out about the guy who, of all people in the entire Steelers organization, probably trusted him the least and went to him at gunpoint to get to a playoff berth, I thought was noteworthy. I think Mike and Bill Cowher are very similar coaches. Bill Cowher only had Roethlisberger for the last, 3 years of his career. Tomlin had him for the entirety, and they won the same number of Super Bowls. Bill coached for 15 years. Mike coached for 19. If you've heard me make this argument about Jerome Bettis, now he got a Super Bowl in his last year, so that kind of washes away a lot of it. But statistically, if Bettis hangs him up 4 years before he did, or whatever it is, a couple years before he did, his numbers look a lot better. Let's say Tomlin only coaches 15 seasons, and he and Ben ride off into the sunset after that loss in Kansas City, but it's a playoff game still, right? I actually think that a lot of the angst surrounding him is diminished. I think his career, if it lasts the exact same number of years that Cowher's did, is viewed more favorably. It still ends with a 5-year playoff drought. It still ends with frustration, but it doesn't end with the non-losing season streak and some of the other stuff first becoming a punchline and then becoming a subject of legitimate rancor and vitriol and rage among the fan base. So he hung on too long for sure. I just think he and Bill Cowher are very much the same coach. I've always thought that. I think their weaknesses were largely the same.
Yeah, but Cowher's got going to AFC championship games and a Super Bowl with Neil O'Donnell, and
it was a different era of football too, though, where there was Troy Aikman, there was Steve Young, There were not like as many, or the league
John
was not
Elway,
as quarterback
Brett Favre.
driven.
I don't know, man. I mean, those guys were going.
I don't know.
Super
The league
Bowls.
was a running back league, though. There were like maybe we probably named like the 4 best quarterbacks. That was a running back era, and that was when running backs could still like win the MVP award and stuff like that. I think if Tomlin coaches in the 90s, he thrives.
Cowher coached from 92 to 06. How many teams with like non-Hall of Fame or elite quarterbacks won Super Bowls in that 15-year stretch? Brad Johnson in Tampa Bay, Trent Dilfer obviously in Baltimore. Who else?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, so still, I mean, in an era that
he also was like defined
by great quarterbacks, they went far in the playoffs.
Sure, and then they usually lost to those quarterbacks like Elway, even though they beat him in the regular season. I do think Tomlin he has 2 things on his resume, one of which is like in a weird way it's a negative, even though it kind of could be like spun as a positive. He doesn't have any losing seasons. Cowher had a couple in a row where it got really bad. And then Cowher, to his credit, got further in the playoffs, but man, until he finally shed it, what a label of like largely a playoff choker that he had. Losing 94 at home, barely winning 95, and you get there. Getting beat again in 97 at home in the AFC title game, getting beat again in 01 in the AFC title game at home. Like, he was a guy who had home field for big games, and until his, penultimate year as a head coach, could not get over the hump. He got to the Super Bowl once.
Right.
We know what O'Donnell did to them. I think they're very similar coaches.
I know, but think about this. Think about this, though. Okay, I'm not going to convince you that's fine.
And by the way, the success for Cowher, as somebody just pointed out in the YouTube comments, and it's a good point, and I meant to bring it up, Cowher's also remembered a little bit more fondly because his greatest success came very close to the end of his career.
Yes, I agree with that, 100%.
If Mike's career is inexplicably, they just keep him on and they don't have any of these, Super Bowl titles or Super Bowl appearances, and then in his very second to last year, he gets over the hump somehow. And he wins it?
Yeah, it's a different...
We're talking about, wait, Mike, why did you want to leave? You just got it going.
I agree, but that's not how it unfolded. My last argument on Cowher is he went to 6 AFC championship games. They hosted 5. He went to 6. And he only had Ben for his rookie year and his second year in those championship games. Everything else was done with O'Donnell and Cordell. He went to 6. Tomlin won in his entire career playoff games in only 4 seasons. That's it. 4. And
I think that's a huge underrated negative stat for Mike. I think that's a fair thing to bring up.
He had an in his prime all-time great quarterback, and from 2011 to 2022, he went to 1 AFC championship game with that guy. The reason why I disagree with you on if he retires with Ben, he's remembered more fondly. The problem for him is even the years that precede the playoff win drought, like 16 when they lost to New England, or 2015 when they went to Denver and lost, he's still looked at during those years as an underachieving coach because he's got Ben, he's got AB, he's got Le'Veon Bell, he's got this unbelievable offense, and it's still an era that's defined by a Tim Tebow playoff loss, missing the playoffs a couple of those years, Blake Bortles coming in here and winning. So even then, I mean, I didn't feel like his...
How much do you hold Denver in 15 and New England in 16, like specifically?
Denver not as much, but New England...
Well, they didn't have Bell really for either of those games because Bell got hurt right away in New England,
I understand that, but the New England game I look at and say, all right, fine, you go to New England, you don't win because Le'Veon Bell gets hurt. You rode him too hard in the 2 previous games. You got murdered in the game. Can you play a competitive game? The next year, as you like to point out, Jacksonville went there, and it's not like they're considered an all-time team and they're one maybe missed call away from winning the game. You still had Ben Roethlisberger as your quarterback. You didn't go into that game with Mike Tomczak or Kent Graham. You went in with a guy who is regarded as a top 12 quarterback of all time. Your running back got hurt. So what? You can't play a competitive game? You can't hang around?
I mean, part of that I think is, and I'm not trying to make this about Roethlisberger, but he feels very analogous to Josh Allen against Tom Brady. Now, Allen's got more individual hardware than Ben had, but it always feels to me, at least recently, maybe this is starting to change, but it's felt for me for a long time like when Allen plays Mahomes is always going to pull the trump card on him every time. And it always felt like they were going in, even with Ben at his peak, undergunned for the Patriots. Here's the one thing I would say. If I were going to make an argument, because I think they're very similar coaches, so I would have a very hard time separating them. If I were going to make the pro-Cowher argument that he has an overall better career, he did better placing coaches in other jobs, right? And he also wasn't afraid to fire coaches if things weren't working. Now, that might be a Dan Rooney symptom too, but we are seeing to a significant extent, and I think even the biggest Tomlin backers would have to admit this, the stuff with their coaching staff under him was a Mike decision. It was not Art Rooney like holding the metaphorical budget gun to his head and saying, this is all you're allowed to do. I'll pay you a lot of money, but you better fill out the staff with cheap, uninspiring hires. Mike himself did not want to hire higher-end, upwardly mobile coaches. And I think Cowher, to his credit, at least tried to do that during his career.
Donnie, what do you think Tomlin's legacy is?
I do think that Mike will eventually get into the Hall of Fame. I mean, I've always been somebody that I've found in myself, I'm like a proponent of like the bigger Hall of Fame. Like I feel like I would have a tendency to vote more people in than maybe deserve it if I did have a vote. Somebody he's really comparable to, not so much Bill Cowher, who was another coach here.
It's the guy they just hired? Is that what you're going to say?
No, not even so much Mike McCarthy. I look at Sean Payton's resume and Mike Tomlin's resume, and it is pretty close. They have coached nearly the same amount of time. Payton took the year off, so he's 1 year behind Tomlin. But he is only 9 wins short of Tomlin regular season all time. 2 better wins in the playoffs than Tomlin. He's 10-10. Mike is 8-12. They both have a Super Bowl.
Mike went to one more.
Yeah, Tomlin has the extra conference championship. But think Payton, if he isn't down to a guy who hasn't thrown a football all season a couple of weeks ago, he's probably on his way to another one.
Yeah, and everyone's singing his praises right now if that happens. But what do you think is his Steelers legacy, like for you as a fan of the team? Like, do you put him on high? Do you deify him like a Hall of Famer? I don't think you do, based on our conversations over the last few months.
No, it's hard because of how his career ended in comparison to Cowher. I mean, Cowher had the 8-8 season to finish things up, and then Mike came in. But going out with a Super Bowl in your second to last season will have a much better lasting legacy with me or any fan than what we went through with Tomlin, because it was nearly a decade of the same thing, of either sneaking into the playoffs, finishing right around 500, and then losing your very first playoff game. It's been 15 years since the Steelers got back to a Super Bowl.
Mason Rudolph says he's going to remember Mike Tomlin as a Hall of Famer. Is that how you're going to remember him? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Here is Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
Hello.
Anthony, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, he'll make the Hall of Fame. He's the winningest black coach of all time, never having a losing record. There's no question about it. And he's in the media. And
so that's how you're going to remember him as the greatest minority football coach of all time? That's Anthony in Oakland's.
And one of the best Steeler coaches of all time also. I mean, he's never had a losing season. People can poo-poo that, but it's quite an accomplishment. And let's be very clear, of course.
Is it, though? I mean, is it really that great that he had 8-8 seasons and didn't go 7-9 in those years? That's it.
It's not how I see it. It's how the media.
I'm not asking how the media sees it. I'm asking you as a fan. I'm asking Anthony in Oakland.
To me, being a black man myself, there's an absolute a great deal of pride in seeing a black coach as be successful as Mike Tomlin was, coming from the history that I know about the league, where they, as you see right now, they don't even hire black coaches.
Right.
So of course, to me, my personal opinion, of course.
So you're gonna remember him as a successful coach more than the playoff win drought at the end and the way his career ended. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, because there was nothing more frustrating than losing all those AFC championship games at home under Cowher. I mean, you talk about wanting to pull your hair off. I had an afro and almost pulled it out back then.
I would have loved to have seen. Do you have pictures of that the next time you're with us at an event? Can I get an Anthony in Oakland? Here is my afro look from back in the day. In the 90s,
Yes,
you were still rocking an afro. Okay.
I still had a fro. It was big like Michael Jackson in the 70s.
Chris, did you know that? Did you
I
know
did
that
not know
Anthony
that.
was a
I'm
man that
visualizing-
still, after the 70s, kept the afro going alive?
Visualizing our guy Anthony now the way we know him. We've met him, obviously, many times. And I'm trying to picture him as a younger man with the fro he just described. It is admittedly a very jarring thought to try to process, is what I will say.
So already one caller in. First thought is, I remember him as a successful coach and as a Hall of Fame coach. How about Nick and Shaler? Hello, Nick.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Hey, man. We're good.
So I guess I'll answer your question by saying I remember him as a good coach. Not great, not bad, but good. But I think it reminds me of like the Matt Murray situation where he got off so hot. And me and my buddies were kind of like talking, Matt Murray, all he has to do is have an average career and he'll be a Hall of Famer. And I feel like the more Matt Murray stuck around, the worse it got for him. And then when he left, he had a chance to kind of like save it. And he just got worse and worse in Toronto and Ottawa or wherever else he went. So I'm afraid for Mike, if he leaves and goes somewhere else, he's only going to tarnish his reputation like as he keeps
I don't think he's ever going to coach
coaching.
again.
Yeah, I don't think he
You
is
don't
either.
think?
No, I think he's done, Nick.
No, I don't
Thanks,
think he's
though.
ever going to coach again. I do think the Murray comparison is a good one as
But
far
Murray
as just
completely
it started
fell off.
incredibly well.
I mean, that would be
No,
like
I know,
if
but,
Tomlin
like-
won a Super Bowl and then had a bunch of 5-11 seasons in there.
Well, I just think that like it's much harder to have good feelings about somebody whose best work came when many of our current listeners right now were in like elementary school versus a guy. It's
I
true.
know. I'm
It's true.
not disagreeing with you on that.
You know, we talked to a lot of like early 20-somethings. They might have been in like second or third grade when the Super Bowl 45 appearance happened. I'll say this. What we think on the outside versus like what players and other coaches think on the inside about one specific part of Tomlin's resume is very wildly different.
And
when they see 8-8 or better every single year, the people who actually play and coach the sport, I know for a fact, because you just hear so many of them say it and they don't sound like they're paying it lip service. They all think that is wildly impressive, whether we in Pittsburgh dislike it for what it did to their draft stock or not.
An unlikely supporter of Mike Tomlin's time in Pittsburgh, Mason Rudolph, saying on Twitter, Mike Tomlin had, quote, a gold jacket career by any measure. How will you remember Mike Tomlin's time in Pittsburgh? First caller, the man that won our PM team Caller of the Year contest in 2025, Anthony in Oakland, saying, I'll remember him as a successful coach first and foremost. How about you? 412-928-9370. On the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, Persians Your Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's first headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The winning streak for the Penguins came to an end last night, a 3-2 loss to the Ottawa Senators. Chinikov, Novak with the goals for Pittsburgh. The Pens visit the Islanders tonight. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Kansas beat Texas Tech last night, 64-61. Standout freshman Darren Peterson scored 19 points, including 2 late threes that sealed the win for the Jayhawks. Kansas has now won 6 games in a row. Showing up in clutch moments like last night could lead to Peterson being the top overall pick in the NBA draft. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, it's been a winning era. We're always in contention. So I think when you start with that, you have the opportunity to take the next step. You know, I can't explain kind of the more recent history there. It's hard to explain given the overall track record. Frustrating for all of us, mostly for Mike. But all in all, you know, I'll take being in contention every year and having a shot at it.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Art Rooney, too, on Mike Tomlin's tenure in Pittsburgh. Mason Rudolph going viral, a man that was put in Mike Tomlin's doghouse several times. I think believed he didn't get a fair shake from Tomlin several times in his career. Took the high road on Twitter and said Mike Tomlin had, quote, a gold jacket career by any measure. Among other positive things, also compared Tomlin to Denzel Washington. That's the first time I've seen Tomlin and Denzel. The guy who used to be the doctor on the Fox show House, I thought looked...
Hugh Laurie.
No, yes, that was the main doctor, but the doctor... Omar Epps. Yes. That Tomlin comparison.
Yeah, you're right. Mike Tomlin not getting confused for Hugh Laurie in the streets.
Do you agree with the Omar Epps comparison?
Yes, everyone's made that comparison since Mike came into the league. Before Mike, obviously he got a little paunchier as his career went on. He's just got older. He did. It's true. He aged 20 years here.
Yeah.
And his hairline also conducted a bit of a defensive retreat. But earlier on in his career, he looked like a very close match to Omar Epps. I like the one where people point out that Troy Aikman and Jay-Z look alike because they do.
Wait, what?
I think that's the one. Troy Aikman. They're like Troy Aikman and Jay-Z basically look very similar.
It's a pretty funny one.
Jay-Z is an African-American man, and Troy Aikman is a white man.
Just look it up, Pony.
Just go look it up. Why are you you're doing the routine again? Oh, come on. That can't be what the kids are saying. And then me and Donnie are trying to help you out here.
Okay.
It's like Peter Schrager and Alf.
I do kind of see it now. I do.
Pony, I have something to add to this debate that I know is going to tick you off, but I've been jousting with people on YouTube. I do think that part of the Tomlin debate also is colored by the fact that I think some people here still, when they talk about Ben Roethlisberger's career, like to make themselves feel better about some of Ben's shortcomings, will put it on Mike when Ben did not exactly cut the profile of a absolute nails, unbeatable playoff quarterback. Do you realize that when they held teams to under 20 points in the playoffs in Ben's career, so he played 23 playoff games, they were 10-0 in those games. When they even allowed 20 plus in Ben's career, they were just 3-10. He did not win a single game for the Steelers where both teams scored in the 30s in the playoffs, i.e. he did not win one true playoff shootout. His career is defined by an unbelievable drive to win a game against Arizona, but he played more like a high-end game manager, and the stats bear it out too for his playoff career.
Oh, man. Do I really feel like having this debate with you right now? That's the only thing that's going through my head. Do I want to lay down my weapon, or do I actually want to go to war over this at the moment?
36 touchdowns, 28 picks, an 86.7 career passer rating in the playoffs. One unbelievable drive to win a Super Bowl, 3 great games to get them to a Super Bowl, and then a lot of kind of middle of the pack level results, I would say.
Here is Dave in Delmont on what he'll remember about Mike Tomlin's time in Pittsburgh. Hello, Dave.
Hey, hello. Thanks for taking my call. 2 things, and please let me finish. Number one, I think Malsey and that guy from Oakland's on something. You cannot tell me that Tomlin's career is anything like Cowher's. He went to 6 AFC championships. The guy said that he would have rather lost in the first round than watched us lose in the championships.
Yes.
I think
ridiculous.
he had a winning record in the playoffs. Tomlin had a losing record. And it's not coincidental. The more power that Tomlin got in the Steeler organization, the less successful they were.
All right, so how are you going to remember him then? As an underachiever? That's what it sounds like to me.
You better believe it. If he would have quit 9 years ago, he would have been pretty good coach. He just drew it out too long. And the problem was he thought he was doing something good. Rooney thought they were in contention. No, we were in contention when we were making it to the AFC Championship. And I didn't like losing, but at least we were talked about and we were in contention.
Thank you, Dave. I'm with you on that. Here's John in Johnstown. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
I think Mike Tomlin's going to be remembered as a good coach, but back to the Mason Rudolph
comment on Twitter. I feel like a lot of that might have to do with the fact that Tomlin went out of his way whenever he was getting bashed nationally over the Myles Garrett comment.
Great call. I agree with you on that. I think that's a fantastic point.
I feel like that's really the only thing that he went out of his way for.
So you're going to stop at good. You can't bring yourself to say great about him, huh?
No, he won a Super Bowl. Obviously, the early part of his career was fantastic, the first 5 years or so, but it kind of fell off. I think the comment about him leaving after Ben left was probably the best move for him at the time.
I think that you can be a less than great coach and win a Super Bowl. I don't think that if you win a Super Bowl, you're automatically a great coach. Do people think that Barry Switzer's a great coach? He beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Are people talking about Mike McCarthy, both in Pittsburgh and nationally, like he's a great coach? He beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Is George Seifert a great coach? He won 2. He won in 89 with the Niners. He came back and won in 94 with the Niners. He a great coach? He's not in the Hall of Fame. 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch us there, too. Coming up next, another episode of the PM Team Sports Court. We will discuss and debate Andrew McCutcheon's situation with the Pirates and their inability to sign Eugenio Suarez. But first, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Road test for Pitt Hoops tonight. The Panthers at Virginia. Number 18 in the country hosting Pitt. 9 p.m. tip. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
New jewelry might not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Doran, nobody thinks about water damage until it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and free sensor with every home security package.
So now you've got intrusion, fire, and water protection.
That's real peace of mind.
Especially when you're not home.
Don't wait for a surprise. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And now it's time for the PM Team Sports Court with our our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates.
That's right. Rob Fisher, Nick Katko back with us. You can watch and listen. PM Team On Demand and podcasts with Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. I see Nick. I see the shoulder of Rob.
Come on in, Rob.
There he is. What's up, guys? How are you?
How's it going, guys?
That looks like a very nice office. Whose office is it? Yours, Rob? Nick's?
No, we did it next. Here's a nice review.
All right, so let's start with this McCutchen stalemate. I know that you're big Pirates guys. He is lashing out on social media. He went after our own Josh Roundtree in a tweet that went viral a few days ago. I want to get your take on, as people that handle contracts and PR relations, how you view what's gone down here between the Pirates and their best player of the last 30 years.
Well, I think first, contracts are usually done preferably in private. Social media, we try to keep everything off of it for a number of reasons, including this. And it's just sort of unfortunate with how things have gone down with McCutchen. He's probably the most important Pirates player in a generation. Probably he's like the only bridge that connects the winning team to where we're at now. And so, I don't know, it's just unfortunate to see how it's been played out.
Any follow-up there?
We're a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and it's a great organization. However, you always wonder with these sports teams if they have some sort of individual in the organization that can see the light when you have individuals that have been the face of an organization for year over year and are a part of the fabric of the city and yet somehow remain unsigned. It's a perplexing issue that seems to grace a lot of our sports teams, except the Penguins.
And just to interject, it's not like it's a charity case for McCutchen either. I think he can be a productive player still. And just that all tied together, I would hope it would play out a little better than it has.
If you were asked to give some advice to the Pirates on how to remedy this situation, what would be your advice to them?
Sign him.
Just sign him.
Sign him today.
Right now.
Where do you guys come down on the Suarez situation?
Would have loved to have a guy that can hit 30, 40 home runs. I realize he's probably on the wrong side of 30. But, if you're the Pirates, by all accounts, they matched what the Reds offered. But, we've seen a team that has struggled over the recent years. You might have to pay the, little sweetener on top to get a date to the prom. So I don't know. It's a little tough. Would have loved to have him at third base, of course. But
prom reference. Okay, Nick.
Yeah. I think you got it, though.
I think one of you two referenced this maybe even weeks ago when it was the two Japanese players was
right.
At some point you got to overpay if you're going to get somebody to come to a market that typically doesn't pay for free agents. It just has to happen. They're just going to have to overpay.
What do you as a practical part of doing business? You guys are a part of obviously an unbelievably successful firm that's done great work here. The idea of knowing that you're actually paying more for something than it's worth. This is what our organization has valued this person as a $13 or $14 million player. But in order to get him, we know we have to pay him 17 or 18, or we have to give him an extra year, and we're not sure what that extra year is going to look like. What are your thoughts on just fundamentally, philosophically, doing something like that when you know you're paying somebody more than you actually have him valued at?
So, this is not a great thing to talk about, but, we're in the injury, world where we have individuals hurt in accidents and we're paid by insurance companies. And, you hate to put a value on things, but injuries have a value. And sometimes insurance companies have to overpay because of whatever factor it may be. It could be anything you can think of, right? A bad defendant or a drunk driver or something bad that they did, a bad company they represent. And you have no choice but to overpay for something. That's obviously always our goal. So to us, it's a natural part of business. That's what happens.
Right.
Yeah, and from a hiring standpoint, you almost sometimes have to overpay to get the right person. That's a part of new business. You have a good employee. I don't think this is dramatically different. The scale is a little bit different, but I think the principle is the same.
Who do you guys like in the Super Bowl and why?
Seahawks by a landslide.
Seahawks by a landslide. I concur. Just my long-standing disdain for the Patriots, I think.
The stat I heard was the Patriots have the worst offensive statistics since the 1979 Los Angeles Rams, which my father-in-law happened to play for. And
wait, what? Time out here. That's a story that maybe we should have started the interview with. Did you say your father-in-law? Who was
father-in-law?
Your father-in-law was on the team that lost to the Steelers in their 4th Super Bowl win in Super Bowl 14.
Yeah, I have the rings in our house, the runner-up ring in our house. Yep, he was on Pitt's national championship team. Then he played for the Rams and a couple other teams.
Man.
Yeah.
That is such a small world thing. All right, so what is for both of you guys the first Super Bowls you remember watching? Your earliest memory of watching a Super Bowl. What is it for you, Nick, and what is it for you, Rob?
I think mine's probably going to be a little different than Rob's. My first actual tangible memory was probably the one at Ford Field with the Steelers, with Jerome Bettis kind of riding off into the sunset. That's the first one I remember. I mean, I can't remember what year that was, but I was probably
05.
Okay, I was
February
14 years
06.
old.
Yeah.
I was 14 years old, so that's
you didn't
definitely my
start
first
watching
tangible
Super Bowls until you were a teenager? Nick, what the hell were you doing for the first 10 years of your life, 12 years of your life?
I didn't say that. That's what I remember the most.
Okay. How about you, Rob? What's the first one you remember watching as a kid, beginning to end?
Man, I remember that's the Super Bowl that sticks out in my mind the most is that Super Bowl. I don't know if I can think of something.
Were you at that game?
Yes.
Man, congratulations on all your success. All right. Well, hey, next time we'll get Mulsey in on the conversation. We need to boot him off because he's working from home, and our technology here at the Fan only limits us to so much. So we'll get the band back together, and we'll see you next Tuesday. All right, boys?
Thanks, guys.
Sounds good, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go, the PM Team Sports Corp with our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates. Donnie, were you the one who said that you don't really have any ambition on going to see a Super Bowl in person? Wasn't that your take?
I have said that, yeah.
I agree with you.
Because it hasn't been for the actual average Joe diehard fan for a while now. I mean, you look at the ticket prices every year. It doesn't matter who's playing. I mean, I think going into the season, if you said, hey, it's going to be the Seahawks and the Patriots, and this ain't Tom Brady's Patriots, and it's not, Russell Wilson's Seahawks, and, oh, by the way, yeah, the prices are still the same. It's still like $7,000 to just get into the stadium.
So the get-in price tickets, I saw this the other day, for the Bills Super Bowls in the 90s, the actual price on the ticket stub was $125, which was still probably a lot of money in the early 90s. But
the math ain't mathin' with the inflation.
Yeah, like $125 is probably what a Nintendo console cost back then, right? And it's the same price as a Super Bowl ticket. What is the lowest get-in price for the Super Bowl Sunday in Santa Clara? It's got to be a few $1,000s, I would think.
Yeah,
bare minimum.
Yeah, I saw a post the other day, and I think it was like $2,500.
But I think regular people, I think regular people were still able to go to the Super Bowl in Detroit.
Agreed.
The Super Bowl in Tampa.
Yes.
The Super Bowl even in Dallas with the Steelers and Packers. So this is like a last 10-year thing.
Yeah. I mean, it has taken a turn. Like, I don't know, maybe around the time of Super Bowl 50, maybe like a couple of years before that. But, yeah, I mean, it's just gone completely corporate to where, like, regular people, yeah, I guess they could have, well, they can't really afford to go. Like, they could technically afford to go, and they'd be left with very little actual money that they should not be spending on a Super Bowl ticket.
If you watch the old Super Bowls from the 70s and 80s, which I do all the time, the people that are not just sitting in the nosebleeds, I'm talking about the schmoes that have great tickets, who they show in the crowd during the NFL Films packages. They're like the most diehard crazy fans. They ain't corporate executives from, General Mills cereal and Ford Motor Company. They're like wild, fanatical people that just want to go see their team play the biggest game of the year.
I'm pretty sure Sarah's grandfather went to all four. I think they actually may have gone to all six, or he may have gone to all six. But I know he went to all four way back when, and I think the ticket prices were between like $20 and $40.
The price, the cheapest ticket right now is over $4,000 for this game. That's brutal.
I know for a fact though, her grandfather went to Super Bowls 9 and 10, and his ticket price he had.
That's multiple paychecks for most Americans.
At their
house.
It was $20.
All right, coming up next. Speaking of the Super Bowl, Rob Kraft gets snubbed by the Hall of Fame again. And the Steelers, I bleep you not. The Steelers and Mike McCarthy hired a guy whose nickname is Spygate. His nickname is Spygate. And he just got hired by the team that allegedly got robbed of playing in Super Bowls because of Spygate. Let's discuss that next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, and it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold? Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Granger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins and Islanders tonight, 7:30 in Long Island between these two teams. The Penguins have a 2-point edge on the Islanders for second place in the Metro Division. Only 2 games left for the Penguins before the Olympic break. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Not only on the field, but when you went there, your head coaches or your coaching staff's headsets would automatically, mysteriously go out. Just little things like that. And when I was with the Bills, we used to take our trash on the bus with us because Rex Ryan believed that anything that we threw in the trash, they were going to keep and try to look for next time we played. So it was one of those things you dealt with. But a lot of us looked at it as, that's more reason for us to go out and beat them. We looked at it as a motivating factor. If they got to cheat to beat us, that's what they got to do. So it makes us even more inclined to go out there and put us foot up their butts or on their throats, which didn't happen very much, but it was more of a challenge than, oh, here they are, the cheaters, and a defeatist attitude.
Doug Whaley on with the guys today, a day early for him, talking about the Patriots. Rob Kraft denied the Hall of Fame. He's actually been on the ballot for 15 years and still hasn't gotten in, even though his franchise under his stewardship has won the most Super Bowls, tied with the Steelers with 6, can break that record Sunday if they beat the Seahawks. And Whaley is talking about paranoid Rex Ryan, so paranoid that he would take garbage buckets and trash bags filled with sweaty athletic tape and fecal matter and things like that, and they would get it on the bus, and they would drive back to the airport with that trash. Or maybe they'd even drive back to or fly back to Orchard Park with it. Maybe they were even afraid if they left it at Logan, somebody would go through it, one of Belichick's minions. That's a pretty high-level paranoia there, Malls.
I mean, isn't that, though, like, wasn't probably part of it just psychological warfare on the part of the Patriots, where they knew that just teams taking that much time out of their routine and deviating from course that much was a benefit in and of itself? I always thought that was part of the battle. Yes, they might have been trying to gain some sort of advantage, but getting in your opponent's head is the advantage too.
Guys thought the locker room was bugged, and they would crowd around in the shower together or in the crappers and talk strategy in there. They thought there'd be more
can you
privacy.
Can you imagine somebody who actually was taking a crap and 3 of your teammates bust in there? They're like, we got to talk about the 2-minute offense here.
I mean, I went to college with a guy that was fine with taking a dump with the door open.
Lyndon Baines Johnson did a ton of his best work as president. He would have people from his cabinet come and he would conduct the meetings with like his big shirt tails over his privates, and he would be taking a dump.
I'd get stage fright there. I don't want someone to see me taking a crap. Don't you want a buffer? Don't you want a divide? Don't you want something? No?
Yeah, you don't want somebody to see you in that state unless it's like sort of a I guess it would be a curve. Like there's a sweet spot where if you have to go badly enough, I don't care. Like if the whole world's got to watch me, if it's if it's that much distress that I'm in. But if these are normal times, I'm closing the door. I might talk to my, if I were LBJ, I might have talked to my staffers through the door. I'm not holding the door open.
So I want to just expose this hire the Steelers made here and talk about it with our listeners and get everybody's thoughts on if this is offensive to them and how Steelers fans feel about the Patriots these days, if they still hate the Patriots, if they're still upset over Spygate times, if they still have this pent-up frustration and anger with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, because the Patriots hired Steve Scarnecchia, and this is a guy that's going to have this title.
The Steelers hired
The Steelers did, yes. The Steelers hired Steve Scarnecchia. His title is Chief of Staff, like he's reporting to the president or something like that. He's going to oversee, I think, a lot of the things that coaches don't want to deal with, is my understanding of things, like kind of almost like a secretarial job is the way that it's been described to me. But this is the Steelers hiring someone whose nickname was Spygate. His dad was the old Patriots offensive line coach, and a damn good one of the most revered in the NFL during his days there with the Patriots.
Scarnecchia.
Yes. But his son went to Syracuse to become a broadcaster and then immediately got a job with the Patriots as a bottom-of-the-barrel, lowest-rung coach, assistant from 2000 to 2004, I think were the years there. Then he went to Denver. He went to Denver because Josh McDaniels became the head coach there. You know what Josh McDaniels did as soon as he got to Denver? He started trying to videotape people. In October of 2010, Steve Scarnecchia, who went to Syracuse as a film major, his major was learning how to film things. He went there with a camera to 49ers practice and filmed an entire 49ers practice. That was against the rules. He got caught. The Broncos got fined, and he got fired for it. And this is a guy that was brought up in the Patriots' way of filming things, and then when a Patriot assistant got hired in Denver, they said, well, let's just hope that we don't get busted. We'll try it. We're not any good. We've got probably less to lose because we're not a great team to begin with, so we might as well try to get an advantage. They got caught. He got fired. And now the Steelers of all franchises are hiring him. Now, I would think that Art Rooney would take the Spygate stuff personally, the most personally, because he has players and assistant coaches who feel aggrieved by what happened in 2001 and 2004. But apparently, I guess time heals all wounds, and it's water under the bridge because the Steelers have literally hired a guy who, if you Google him, his nickname is Steve Spygate Scarnecchia. That is what he's
I kind of wouldn't want that as I wouldn't really want that as the nickname. You know, it feels like not one you want sticking to you in the football world.
But apparently, it's not a scarlet letter for him because he's gotten jobs. He worked for the Falcons. He worked for the Jets. He continues
Didn't the guys
to
who
work in the
deflated the
NFL.
footballs have funny nicknames for the Patriots?
One of the deflator was one. One guy's name is John Jastrzemski, which is the same as another guy I went to college with,
right.
who's an announcer and broadcaster. Yeah,
that's right.
This
is like a classic. If you can't beat them, join them in some way. This of all the coaching hires they've made, or of all these staff hires, I guess I would say they've made, since he is their chief of staff, feels like the biggest departure from like the old Tomlin way of doing things. Does it not?
Yes.
If somebody had said, Mike, have you thought about hiring a chief of staff for your coaching staff, basically, or for your support staff? What he would have I'm sure he would have said something like, "This isn't a presidential administration." Ha ha.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody handled all their hotel stuff and whatever else.
Yeah,
but
it's called a traveling secretary.
Fancy name like that.
Yeah, it's what George Costanza was on Seinfeld when he worked for the Yankees, literally.
So the Steelers hire a guy named Spygate. You've got the Patriots in the Super Bowl. You're the wrong person to ask because I feel like as a Steelers fan, you are in the minority of people who really never hated the Patriots.
I rooted against them, though, in pretty much every Super Bowl they played in. Like that, I mean, I didn't hate them the way a lot of Steelers fans did, but it wasn't like once they got to some of these Super Bowls, even later in Brady's career, when like part of me wanted to acknowledge how insane it was that he was still as great as he was at that age. I was sitting there cheering for Nick Foles. I wanted Jared Goff and the Rams to beat them. I was, even with like a couple good friends who were Patriots fans in my house watching it, like I was horrified when 28-3 happened. Like it was fun to watch them get all the way there, and then the thought of them losing once they did was like very gratifying. So no, I mean, I still dislike them enough to really root ardently against them in those games.
How about now, though?
Belichick's
gone. Brady's gone. Kraft is still there.
You've got Drake May rating his favorite things that his wife has baked recently on her TikTok channel. Like, they aren't really hateable.
That makes him annoying to me, though. That's a redeeming quality, in your opinion, is him ranking scones and apple crisps and things like that?
Him rating. He's just asked to rate the things his wife has been baking.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you're saying that annoys you?
Yeah, it just annoys me that his wife is like a celebrity baker.
I don't think she's really a celebrity. She just goes on TikTok and makes stuff that everyone says tastes good.
Yeah, and she probably makes hundreds of thousands of dollars because now that she's married to a Patriots quarterback and all of Boston finds her, cute and
if that
comforting.
Stuff was if Drake May played here and Ann, I think it's Ann Michael May is her name.
Yes.
If they were doing that routine here and the Steelers were in the Super Bowl, we'd probably like mention it every time something new dropped. It'd be like, hey, check out, we got a new Ann Michael May baked good.
I mean, our boss would probably be emailing us to try to get her on the show every day. I agree with you. Yes,
our boss wouldn't be emailing us to get her on the show. He'd be emailing her to replace me on the show.
I know. Yeah, correct. Because she's viral on TikTok and that's big with him. I know. I get it. Yes, there's a double standard here. If the Steelers had Drake May, I would probably be baking the things at home.
I don't find him annoying. I don't find him or them annoying in the slightest anymore. I really don't.
So you're totally over it. You're completely over it.
I guess Stephon Diggs was connected to some not very good stuff. That makes him not very likable right now. They don't have Rodney Harrison, the all-time cheap shot artist, at least of the modern era, I should say. Maybe not all-time, but he's up there.
So Patriots tensions have cooled altogether. For you.
Yeah, the only person in that organization that I find loathsome is Robert Kraft, but he's always been there.
Donnie, how about you?
I mean, yeah, I'm going to say that it's cooled a little bit, but I'm still not going to root for them on Sunday night.
Does it offend you that the Steelers hired a guy that got busted for committing Spygate crimes?
Offend me? No. I do think it's kind of comical. I mean, I have no idea what in the world a chief of staff for an NFL team is.
I just feel like if I felt like somebody had a hand or was a part of a scheme that screwed me and I was hurt by it, I would not hire that guy to like figure out if we're going to stay at a 5-star hotel or a 4-star hotel. I'm sorry. That would be like an all-time.
What if that guy were going to you were going to hire the guy to coach your team? What if they had just hired Bill Belichick away somehow?
No, I did not want Bill Belichick. Like I admit,
what about Tom Brady, the guy who would have benefited from all this?
Yeah, that's a different
story. If they could have acquired him.
Yeah, I would sell my soul to the devil for somebody like that, but he's the only one. Okay, sorry, you're right, Chris. My bad. I'm a hypocrite because I say I'd want the best player in NFL history by hook or by crook, no matter what. You're right, yes.
I mean, I would think
Nail
the fact
me to the
that the
cross
guy
for
is
that.
planning, the guy that is planning like where they're going to stay and like how their flights are going to be.
That's what I mean. He's so insignificant. There's probably 100,000 people on planet Earth who can do that job. Not somebody who's nicknamed Spygate.
The fact that he's so insignificant makes it funny to me that they hired a guy nicknamed Spygate.
I'm sorry, is the Democratic Party going to hire somebody whose nickname's Watergate? I mean, it's just, no, you don't do that. You don't bring in a guy that was part of the...
But they won in Watergate because they forced the president to resign. What is this comp even like... Bill Belichick wasn't forced out of coaching.
No, which makes it even worse. Right. They never even really, they got a slap on the wrist. They didn't get punished big time. They lost a draft pick. Whoop-de-friggin-do. Then they won more Super Bowls after that. It wasn't even close to the end of the world, which is part of the reason why I hate them so much. Because
you clearly haven't gotten over any of this, man. So wait, are you somebody, the Giants were your first love, and I would say still probably are. Would you say you're going to be somebody who is really hacked off if New England pulls off what will be a pretty big upset and gets to 7?
Yes! If the Patriots get to 7 Super Bowls and they knock off the Steelers and they're standing by themselves and they will have come out of, the very, very short tunnel of crap that they had to crawl through to win another Super Bowl with Drake May, the youngest guy to do it, with potentially another 15 years of him being elite there, with an offensive coordinator who, because of this stupid Spygate stuff and being basically a weirdo, is never going to be a head coach again? That's not, yes. Oh, again, wow, I'm really going out on a limb here. I'm on Filiponi Island saying it's going to tick me off to no end if they win the Super Bowl. If you're a Steelers fan and you don't feel that way, there's a problem with you, buddy. Not with me. You're the problem. You need to look yourself in the mirror, not me.
I look at the Patriots' success and look at them coming off of a very small window of not being good and what it has done for them and how quickly they have reaccelerated their timetable. And the only entity I get mad at is Art Rooney. He's the only one. They're proof positive that his religious devotion to the idea that you shouldn't try to be bad or shouldn't accept being bad for the sake of long-term being good is being disproven on the fly by New England right now.
I just can't believe. Yes, that's right. You're allowed to have a complexity of emotions as you watch their reascent here to the top of the AFC mountain. That is part of it, that they were willing, or even if it was accidental, they did something that allowed for them to get the great quarterback. They had an ugly divorce with a coach who was way more accomplished than Mike Tomlin, and here they are sitting pretty again. Yeah, all of that is true. But you seem to have this laissez-faire, if they get to 7, who cares? If anything, I give them credit because they were willing to do this, to suffer momentarily for a brief amount of time.
Really sad. I don't really remember being sad as a 9 or 10-year-old who was crazy about sports when the Niners won their 5th in 94.
The Niners and Steelers are not rivals, though. The Niners and Steelers have zero history, none whatsoever. Zero.
I mean, how much do the Steelers and Patriots really have? I would say that for the first part of that New England dynasty, it was Patriots-Colts, and then it was just Patriots and everybody else for the rest of it.
What are you talking about? They beat the Steelers in the AFC Championship twice, which is the same number of times. Actually, they ended up beating the Colts. They played the Colts 3 times. They beat them twice. They beat them once. They lost to them once when Manning was there. So it's the same number of times.
Tom Brady and the Patriots in their multiple dynasties have had 2 principal rivals, in my opinion. Well, not really. I was going to say the Chiefs, but that was really only 1 year. It was mainly Peyton Manning's teams, but especially the Colts, and then Peyton Manning. The Steelers, to me, did not have enough wins over the Patriots when it mattered to eat. They're like the 3rd footnote there, to me. The Ravens are a more viable rival for those Brady Patriots teams than the Steelers.
Chris, that would, and this is not, and this isn't true. That would be like you trying to say, well, Penn State's not a rivalry because Pitt doesn't beat Penn State enough for all the years they played each other. They're absolutely a rival because of the geographic connection, because the hatred that exists. They played in the AFC Championship game in 01, 04, and 16. They were the team the Steelers could not get through or get past. Yes, they lost to them every time, but that doesn't mean you don't view them as a rival because you get there and lose to them.
I don't view them as a rival because the nail generally doesn't view the hammer as a rival. It views it as a hammer.
Okay, if you were talking as a Patriot fan, I would understand that, but you're not. You're a Steelers fan. You're actually trying to refute the point that Steelers fans viewed the Patriots as a rival. You're actually trying to do that right now.
I don't view them as such.
Donnie, do you agree with?
On a different plane of existence.
Am I the one that's speaking Chinese here? Steelers fans didn't view the Patriots as their all-time rival for the Jesse James incident, for 16, for 01 and 04. For when they beat him in 04 in the regular season. Am I speaking a different language here? Muzzy apparently thinks I am.
I absolutely hated them more than any other team.
More than the Ravens, right?
By far.
Yes!
Like it wasn't even close.
Come on, Chris. What is this revisionist history you're attempting to do here? I hope this is a radio bit. You really don't think it was a rivalry at all?
I just never felt like the Steelers had enough significant victories in it. If a rivalry is a war that's comprised of individual battles, the Steelers pretty much kept getting Waterlooed every single time.
But that gets back to what I said. So that means that Pitt and Penn State's not a rivalry when they played each other? Because Penn State basically won 4 out of every 5 games?
I mean,
You're telling me that's not a rivalry?
Pitt won a game that literally kept Penn State out of the college football playoff. I would say as singular victories go, that one was pretty significant.
Okay. That's one.
And they also, before the rivalry went on hiatus, won the final game, which also I would think left a little bit of a sting in the kind of eyes of Penn State
And the Steelers beat the Patriots in the regular season in 2004. They beat them in 2018 late in the regular season. It's not like the Steelers went 0-for against the Patriots.
No, but they got the football pulled out from them by Lucy when it really mattered.
Here is Steven on the Fan. Hello, Steven.
Hey, how you doing today, guys?
Steven, do you still hate the Patriots, or are you like Mulsey trying to claim like there was never any hatred there to begin with?
Listen, man, so I got to admit, I've lived in Katanning, Pennsylvania my whole life, but I'm a diehard Bills fan. Will you hear me out as a diehard Bills fan?
No, not really. Goodbye. Here's Nico next. Hello, Nico.
Oh, you're making friends and influencing
people. Hey, how you guys
That's
doing?
good.
Hi, Nico.
Yeah, kind of to respond kind of with what I live in Massachusetts, and I get jammed down my throat every chance I get that we're right below them and never will be above them. I view it as a rivalry strictly off the fact that it always feels like, you know, like they get the better car than you or the better house than you and stuff like that, and they always kind of look at you and say, "Ha, we beat you again." And I absolutely hate the Patriots. I hate everything, whether it was the Jesse James thing and all the times that we got railroaded in the AFC Championship game or any playoff game. It's a rivalry in terms of it just feels like they consistently just find a way to get better than you.
That's why I said I can't believe they have the balls to hire a guy whose nickname is Spygate. Why would you invite that into your own organization? That's ridiculous to me.
I agree, but then this is more of like a joking thing at this point. I mean,
hold on, Pony. Hold on. Wait a second.
Cares?
Hold on. Historically, they just hired as their head coach a guy who most recently coached the Dallas Cowboys, Pony. What are you smoking over there?
What are you talking about? The Dallas Cowboys never cheated to beat the Steelers in a playoff game, Chris.
So the Cowboys and the Steelers weren't rivals that almost transcended individual games. America's team versus
in the
real most popular team.
1970s.
So that rivalry just died?
Yes.
So they didn't play in 1995 either?
Was Mike McCarthy playing for or coaching the Cowboys then? No.
He coached the Cowboys, period. I thought that mattered.
It's not the same thing.
I think it's more of, like I said, I think it's a rivalry that it just feels like they've always been better than you. They've always had a step ahead of you. I mean, and I've always said before, it feels like that we were kind of in the same boat. You know,
we are in the same boat. We've got the same number of Super Bowls as them. And if they win on Sunday, they've got more than us now. That's a significant thing
I hate it. And recently it just feels like that. You know, they've had almost the same span of not being able to make it to the playoffs. And you kind of felt like for once you were on the same level where it was kind of you both sucked or you both couldn't get over the hump. And now, look, we have to stomach the fact that they're going to play in the Super Bowl on Sunday while we figure out what we have to do.
I thought the Steelers were ahead of the Patriots until they got Drake May. I mean, when they had Mac Jones and Cam Newton, it looked like they were
Mac Jones beat the Steelers in a game, and then Bailey Zappi came in here and beat them.
I know they did. Those things did happen, yes. But the long-term prospects of the Patriots didn't look good with those guys. They looked like they were stuck in the mud, too, and then they sucked for a year, and they got one of the great quarterbacks.
I know.
Which is what we need to do.
I'm amazed that they surmounted that one bad year and didn't completely cripple the franchise. Art's probably thinking it's like a borderline miracle, like Our Lady of Fatima or something.
412.
That they had a bad year and came out of it on the other side.
Of Fatima. Do Steelers fans still hate the Patriots? 412-928-9370. This organization just hired a guy whose nickname is Spygate, and if the Patriots win on Sunday, they'll get to 7 Super Bowls, and I want to know how that makes you feel as a Steelers fan. 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 on Sunday, Seattle, New England, 6:30 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. I love Mike's with every fiber of my being. Mike's is my spot. 80 rotating taps of local craft beers, 500 beers from around the world. Get there tonight. Watch the hockey game there. Do you have plans for the big game on Sunday? Get your friends together. Mike's going to have all kinds of specials. A great place to watch the game with your pals. Right next to PNC Park, Mike's Beer Bar. That's the spot to drink great beer and watch all the games in Pittsburgh. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak will become the next head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders. Last night, he said that he's all in on prep for the Super Bowl. But you have to wonder about the focus considering he's got a new gig on the horizon. Kubiak can say he's all in on the Super Bowl game plan, but until we see how the Seahawks play, we can question if that's the case. I'm Chris Black.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Granger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dor Dickerson here. Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just 1 day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting this rush hour with normal delays on the major roadways and starting to see brake lights build on the Parkway West inbound from the Banksville interchange. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
May in the shotgun. He's got the snap. He's back. He's going to run it along the right hash and into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. Drake May on a quarterback draw runs along the right hash, had nothing but green grass in front of him, and scores from 6 yards out.
Patriots back in the Super Bowl. They can pass the Steelers with a 7th Lombardi on Sunday. How does that make Steelers fans feel? 412-928-9370. Steelers also hired a guy whose nickname is Spygate because he got fired by the Broncos and former Patriot Josh McDaniels for videotaping teams' practices. So apparently being associated or affiliated with Spygate is no longer something that keeps you excommunicated from the Steelers family. Here is Anthony in Sewickley. Hello, Anthony.
Hi, guys. I just got to say, screw the Pats. I hate them more than anyone. The weird part is I've somehow come to respect the heck out of Brady and what he's done in a team sport, but, man.
I don't think that's weird.
I can't stand him.
I don't think that that's strange.
I just respect him.
So, I mean, who doesn't? I mean, I think you can dislike the guy. He has a very punchable face and still say he's the greatest to ever do it, and you're wowed by his longevity and the best winner in NFL history.
I actually don't think I would want to punch his face, though, because, like, the skin looks like it's pulled so tight that it might, like, explode and cause him, like, serious blood loss. Like, he actually looks like he's not aging in a healthy way.
Really? I would say the opposite. It looks like he's aging tremendously. He looks like he's
made of plastic.
He's almost 50, and he looks like he's in his 20s.
I think I am a more normal-looking almost 41-year-old than he is at 50.
Yes, I agree with that because he doesn't look like he's in his 40s. He looks like he's in his 20s, and I'm jealous of that. You're not?
Yeah, that's not normal. Like, it just, I don't know. He looks like he's got his face, like, all pulled back. He looks like I don't know. Do you see he was posting, like, weird stuff like he was, like, in high school trying to get a girl that he wanted to like him to call him or something?
Well, now
it
looks like he's into 20-somethings. I think one of the Jenners is now, like, in his...
how many of them are there? I thought the one was still Sarah, dating Timothy Chalamet.
How many famous Jenners are there?
You're saying Jenners and Kardashians, right?
Well, no, we're talking about like 20-something Jenners.
I think this one's a Jenner. The one who went on TV.
Okay, so there's Kylie Jenner.
The one who FaceTimed Brady live because Brady's into her is a Jenner, I believe, and not a Kardashian. So have your fiance do some scuttlebutt digging on that. Here's Steven in Ford City. Hello, Steve.
Boys, how we doing?
We're good.
Good.
You agree with Mosey that you don't really despise the Patriots anymore? You don't care if they win on Sunday. Are you with him on that, Steve?
Yeah, so here's the situation. I'm 22 years old. So I've really only been watching football for, in terms of remembering, let's say 15 years.
Okay.
I hate the Patriots logo. I don't care who puts it on. I don't care who puts the jersey on. I don't care the coach. I try to like Mike Vrabel because he seems kind of cool. He's a former Steeler. I know that.
He was willing to cut his penis off to win a Super Bowl, he said. All that jazz.
Correct. I cannot find it in me to like them. I want to like Drake May. I want to like, what's her name? Something, Ann May.
Ann Michael May.
I want to like Ann Michael May so bad. I cannot like that logo. I can't do it.
You want to love a nice
What if they went to the snapping Paul Revere logo again? Because that thing is one of the best helmets in all of sports.
I would like that. I like the jersey that they wore for the Super Bowl against the Packers that had like the Elvis logo Patriot on their shoulder pads. Do you remember that, Don? Didn't you have a picture with your grandfather with one of those jerseys on?
The blue one.
Was that
Bledsoe.
Was that a Bledsoe? Yeah. Yeah, so there's a guy in his young 20s who hates the Patriots. Even the thought of them, the look of them gives him the heebie-jeebies.
What's weird about that is, so he's 22, which means he's born either early 04 or in 03. So he's already born after, and he's a toddler. He's an infant.
When Spygate
breaks.
Yep.
His real frame of reference of the Patriots is maybe as a 12-year-old, he watches the Steelers with a clearly injured Bell, we found out later, waltz in there and get smoked.
Jesse James, too, would be in there.
I know, but that's like not as much of a body of like realistic.
I agree.
Like letdowns to feel the way he apparently felt.
Sean in Moon is next. Hello, Sean.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Sean.
Hey, a couple of things. Skarnecchia.
Yeah.
I think there is an old card shark from Steubenville named John Scarney, but I think that was shortened from Skarnecchia. So maybe sleight of hand, smoke and mirrors runs in that family. And I cannot stand to pay. I hope the Seahawks rip them apart, partly because I can't stand that fan base, too. I actually used to like that fan base before they start winning.
Agreed. They got obnoxious ever since the Red Sox won the World Series in 04. And it only got worse from there. It's like they got a little taste of winning, and their heads just blew up, and they're obnoxious, and they're outspoken, and they're mean-spirited at times. I agree. I'm with you on that, Sean.
I give them credit, though, as a fan base for one thing. They're all those things that you describe, but much like Philly, nobody hates their own team more than Boston fans tend to. They'll turn on their teams. As long as you're willing, if you're obnoxious to everyone else's fans, fine. As long as you are willing, though, to turn nastily and cruelly on your own teams, I'm okay with it.
We have a Bucko Minute next with our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, Matt Clement, the former big leaguer from Butler, all-star pitcher, great athlete, high school basketball coach there now as well. His take on Suarez, these Pirates rumors with Ozuna. Where do they go from here? Do they bring Kutch back? He's got takes. Follow us on Twitter. Watch us there, too. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Winning streak over for the Penguins after a 3-2 loss to the Ottawa Senators last night. The Pens visit the Islanders tonight. Puck drop set for 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
You know, the garage is, for me, going to be an extra man cave now that I have Comer & Cross's premium concrete garage floor coating there. Once this winter frost, once this winter tundra feel that we have wears off and it's done, I am going to revel in the fact that I have extra room in my house to do my man things. There's a TV in there. There's a fridge that's filled with beer and also citrus cooler Gatorade that my wife got me for my birthday because they don't make it anymore. And she found old Gatorade that's from the 1990s that I drink and it still tastes good. And then there is that amazing garage floor, Comer & Cross. You can lock in your preseason sale price right now and have it installed when you want it on your terms. A lot of these contractors and companies, they put you off. They delay. They do the exact opposite, Comer & Cross. They'll have it done in one day. So call them now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 79 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's Oldest Furnace Contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schultz Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Doran, everyone thinks home security is just about break-ins.
Yeah, until their basement turns into a swimming pool.
Exactly. That's why Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package.
So now you're protected from intrusion, fire, and water.
Leaks, frozen pipes. Guardian alerts you before the damage happens.
That's full home protection, especially in a Pittsburgh winter.
Don't wait for a mess. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Belted out to left, and McCutchen turns on the fastball and sends it to the base of the rotunda. 2-run homer for McCutchen. 2-0 Pirates.
Listen to Pop and Joe tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry contest runs Wednesday through Friday noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. Last week it was a Drake May rookie card and a Mike McCarthy card. We'll see what the General has up his sleeve for tomorrow. Article in The Athletic today by baseball's, I would say, biggest insider emeritus. Because I would say right now Jeff Passan is the biggest going. But back in the day it was Ken Rosenthal. And he's still breaking news, but maybe not to the degree of Passan. writing in The Athletic saying that things have gotten very awkward between the Pirates and Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen unsigned. There was the Q&A at Pirate Fest that Andrew McCutchen was not invited to. Kind of very cold language from Ben Cherington on McCutchen's return. Josh Roundtree tweeted something about that. McCutchen started bringing up names like Yadier Molina and wondering why he wasn't getting treated like those legends were by their respective franchises. So things not in a great place. There was a report from Adam Crowley last week that McCutchen met with Bob Nutting. That was on Thursday of last week, but here we are Tuesday and still no movement there. In the meantime, we've also seen Eugenio Suarez go back to the Reds and stay in the division on a one-year, $15 million deal that reportedly the Pirates matched. Matt Clement, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst, is on the Fan Hotline right now, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Matt, let's start with Suarez. The Pirates miss out on him. Is that a big loss that the Pirates could not get that power bat in their lineup?
I mean, any big bat that you can move in the lineup would be huge for the Pirates, especially with the lack of power and offensive production. And to see him go to a rival in the short term on the rival, I don't see the way our staff is put together. That's the kind of hitter that struggles against the likes of Skeens and Keller and the different guys and how they pitch. So head to head, I don't think that's a big deal. And if I'm going to look at it from the what do most Pirate fans want right now? Most Pirate fans want to see Connor Griffin, and no Suarez to me means a faster track to Connor Griffin getting here. So if you want to try to stay on the positive rosy side, which I know a lot of Pirate fans, it's hard to push, but that really puts an interesting situation where you don't have the third baseman anymore. That could be Triolo, that could be Gonzalez. Gonzalez can play second whenever Lau might DH, and you maybe that's a sign of it. The Pirates are in on it, and I think that if I look at why Suarez would go Reds over Pirates, just from the familiarity with your family, you've been there before, and unfortunately the Pirates Park is not made for right-hand hitters, not even close to what it is like the Reds.
What would you, this is kind of an out of left field question, Matt, but you brought up the ballpark and everybody knows Great American is a complete bandbox and balls fly out of there, etc. If you were running the Pirates, would you consider bringing the fences in to make it more attractive for either free agents or just make any of your power guys coming up through the minors potentially better power hitters at the majors because their home park would have shorter fences? Or would you see that as more of an asset for pitchers that you have a park that swallows up deep fly balls that would go over fences in other places?
Well, it's definitely not helping with free agents. And I guess the big question in here is, right, you have this pitching staff that you're building this team around, obviously of the best pitcher in baseball, with many others, at least the best pitcher in the National League, if you got to include Scooble there, right? But you have this staff that you're going to win with, and you had great statistics last year pitching-wise. Do you say, okay, our advantage is pitching, let's move it in and help our hitters because our pitchers are good enough not to, or are we just going to stay with it and figure out our way? But it's kind of created some interesting aspects where, first off, I think the biggest thing the Pirates need to do, I think this year they made an effort to go get free agents. They put the money out there. There's no doubt in my mind, and I really don't believe that it was okay. Let's do this so everybody just shuts up. That we tried to get Schwarber, we tried to get Suarez, but they have to make Pittsburgh more desirable for free agents. The easiest way to do that is winning, right? That's number one. Winning where you have a chance to win. Paying money, obviously, number two, which they kind of put themselves in the mix with that this year. But it's not a desirable place to come, and as a power hitting right-hander, which they desperately need, it's really hard to get them to come to a place like this over the Reds and over probably 20 other stadiums.
Matt, the reported Plan B option now that Suarez is gone is Marcell Ozuna, who's really just a DH. That would take a spot that you might have earmarked for McCutchen. Ozuna had a bad 2025, but he still hit 21 homers and drove in almost 71s. In the 2 years before that, he went over 100 runs both years. So how would you feel about that being the Pirates' pivot now that Suarez is gone?
Well, he's definitely a power. You know, if you're looking for straight power, he's probably the best left on the market if you're not making a trade. And I feel like Keller's off the board right now where everything you're keeping Keller at this point, at least till the All-Star break and see how things go, which is something we all expected to happen. I think the Kutch situation is kind of tied to the Ozuna situation. Why they haven't made a move with Kutch yet is they're kind of seeing, if we make another move, if we get Suarez and we're going to be DHing him some with all those different options I mentioned to you for third base and shortstop, then there isn't room. So I feel like Ozuna is the next bet if you're going for power. And I think the Kutch situation is really tough because he means so much to the city. He's been pretty good offensively. I did some research on this before we talked. He was the unluckiest hitter, at least one publication had him with statistics, the unluckiest hitter in the National League last year at one point or near the end of the season. So statistically,
what's that mean? That's an interesting. What do they mean by unluckiest? Like balls that should have dropped for hits? Based on hard hit balls right at people. Gotcha. And different stats like that. And I wish I could sit there and tell you exactly what it means, but that's what I took out of it. Like hard hit balls right at people. They were shifted in the right spot when he hit a ball, whatever the case may be. So I think statistically, Kutch when he's gotten his time, especially against lefties, has done his job there. But if the Pirates are looking for power, that's, Ozuna, to me, Ozuna was still batting in the 4-5 hole for the Braves last year, which is a team that had aspirations to go into the World Series, and it didn't work out. Yeah. That's a pretty big cog, but a different kind of dude than what that you're bringing into the clubhouse than Kutch, based on just some recent history of things that went down. Matt, we have not. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I had another McCutchen question. We all, I think, have a decent idea of how fans react to the idea of bringing McCutchen back. He's maybe lost a tiny bit of support. I don't think fans were totally on his side with the tweet he sent, but by and large, most well-liked and best Pirates player the last 30 years. What is bringing him back or not, in your opinion, mean to those guys in that clubhouse? They know what he means to the franchise and to the fan base, but is it like a line in the sand, you think, for a lot of the players on this team that he comes back?
In a positive way or a negative way? A line in the sand.
I just want you to know, how I guess, do you perceive how they probably feel about him if you had to guess? Because players always have at least a little bit of a different opinion on these things, I think, than fans do.
Yeah, I feel like, from the outside looking in, and a little bit of interacting I've done with Kutch in my time, and just watching it as a person that lives in this area, I don't think there's a whole lot of negativity towards him and how he goes about his business and the person he is. So I can't think it would be a negative thing on their parts, unless it directly involves their position on the team. Maybe, if somebody wants to get some more reps at DH, they're probably not liking a Kutch coming back. I guess that would be one way it would come in a negative. But to me, I would think that those players that have been around him, unless there's something that's hidden or we're missing, would be all a positive. And I think, in a weird sort of way, it brings you've had a couple weird breakups with Tellez and IKF, the way they went down with the incentives and all that stuff. And now this Kutch situation, it could, I think that's the side that could bring a negative light maybe to the whole core of baseball. I don't know. Is he getting treated fairly? Is he not? There's not enough privy to the details. He doesn't have an agent. I'm pretty sure of that. He's negotiated his own contracts, and a lot of the fact that tweet came out makes you, I guess if you're on the outside looking in, it can make you question some of those things also.
All right, Matt, before we let you run, it's been a little bit since we last talked, but in the break, since we had a conversation with you, one of our producers, his name is Austin Bechtold. I'd say he probably is 5'9", soaking wet. I'd say he weighs what, Chris, 150 pounds? Somewhere in that range?
Here, Matt, I'll give you this. If he was getting the college program listing, which always gasses you up a little bit, right? He would maybe, I saw Tino Sinceri, a Pitt quarterback, listed at 6'2", 210. He was 5'10 and a half, 180. If he was getting the program listing, it would be like 5'10 and a half, 165. So probably like 5'10, 145.
So he made this claim. I'm going to play it for you right now in our midday show. Here it is.
I'm not sure we have a sport for limits. What would it be?
Is there a National Wiffle Ball Association?
Yeah. Actually, I have a very good eye, Bob. I could be the designated Kevin Millar to work a walk, and then somebody can come in for me and be Dave Roberts to steal a base.
What would happen, Limits, if we gave you a month to ramp up and you tried to hit Major League pitching?
I think that I would be able to get one hit if they're throwing like a breaking ball. If it's like a breaking ball.
If they're throwing it, I knew he was going to say this,
I got to try to run it out.
Matt, can I please get your response to that? This is a man who didn't even play baseball in high school.
And he
plays wiffle ball, though.
He's claiming he can get one hit, and how many attempts is he getting in it? One hit?
Can we give him infinite attempts? I mean,
how about we give him? How about we
1,000?
do this? How about he gets 100 pitches that are treated by the pitcher like an at bat? So they're always trying to make him miss. That pitcher is not trying to let bat get to ball ever.
And there's seven fielders behind him, Chris, right? He gets no hits. He wouldn't get a hit off Matt now.
I'm giving him zero. I'm giving him zero.
He doesn't make contact, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm going to say out of those 100 pitches, he maybe makes contact and probably foul ball contact 5 times.
Matt, you had good off speed stuff. You could do a little bit of everything. Where did you top out in your best as a pitcher? Where did you top out with your 4-seam fastball, velocity wise?
The hardest I ever
where you sat. Where you sat when you were throwing
like
your hardest.
80, I was like 90 to 93, and then topped out like somewhere above.
And how tall are you?
6'3".
Yeah.
Pony, he's seeing a 6'3" athlete coming downhill at him with 93. There's a better chance that Austin sharts himself than he makes contact with that baseball.
I said in the history of the radio station is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard anybody say.
Is he right-handed or left-handed hitter?
Does it matter?
It doesn't matter. Honestly,
I was just going to say,
he might actually be left-handed.
Okay, if he's a right-handed hitter, I wouldn't even need to throw anything but my slider, I don't think.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt.
Because he would think that it's going to hit him in the kneecaps every time, and then the ball would end up on the outside corner.
Matt, you're the best. We'll talk again soon. See ya.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Pony, it really is the height of hubris by Bechtold. I don't know what he's...
Donnie, it's the
somebody's
worst
got to
take
have an
of all
intervention
time.
with him.
Do you agree with me on that, Don? It's the worst take that's ever... The history of that comment is, in one day, Dom was working because it was winter break. He said Tony Romo should be the next Steelers coach. And then Austin said he could get a hit off a major league pitcher. And I said on the air that Austin's take seemed reasonable. I mean, Dom's take seemed reasonable and well stated compared to that.
Were they having a contest to see who could come up with the most dumbass opinion on the air that day? Because, I mean, I'll tell you what, that's like Frazier and Ali.
Donnie, don't you think 5 foul balls is Matt being nice?
He was definitely being nice. He was being as nice as possible.
Yes. There's a better... Okay, I'm going to say this. Austin is very, lightweight, so he's not like... If he's jumping in the air, I'll get to my point here. Trust me.
I have a good eye. I could work a walk like Kevin Millar. Shut the hell up, man.
He also got the wrong Kevin. It's Kevin Euclid was the Greek god of walks.
Well, anyway. I wondered if he was referencing Millar's infamous
Millar
walk
got the
in
walk.
the ALCS.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Okay. If you gave him a year to prep for each of the following 2 things, I'll tell you what to give him a better chance of. He could have a year facing actual 90-mile-an-hour batting cage stuff and then go against a major league pitcher for 100 pitches. Or he can work out intensively, eat, diet, everything. His whole waking life is devoted to improving his vertical leap enough that he could tap dunk a basketball, right? I'd give him a better chance of that than of him making contact with one pitch from a motivated major league pitcher.
Our friend, our mutual friend Fred, who once claimed on the air that he was rooting for the Steelers to lose every game in the second half of the season because he was so incensed by the way they played, just texted...
Our friend Warrior Furby.
Just texted in to remind me that I did say I could bowl a 300 game if I practiced for a year. Yes, I admit that I said that, but there are literally, in the United States this year, people that are not Pro Bowlers, hundreds, if not thousands, will bowl 300 games.
No, I think thousands will bowl 300 games.
Like, guys off the street are not hitting major league pitchers, especially a guy who wasn't even good enough to play high school baseball at Baldwin. He didn't play high school baseball. And I love Austin. He's a great kid. He's never hitting a major league pitcher. I don't care how much training he got.
Pony, the 8th hole at Oakmont is the longest par 3 in major championship history because it plays out to 300 yards, okay? I've gotten to play this golf hole from up forward tees where it's only 230 or whatever. 4 times in my life I've gotten to play that hole. What Austin said is akin to me saying, if you just gave me a little bit of time to get my swing even more dialed in, I could make a hole-in-one there.
All right.
And say it casually.
Back in 2 minutes with what Mason Rudolph said about Mike Tomlin. And Mike Tomlin, the way he coached Mason Rudolph. And if Mason Rudolph now, in your opinion, should be given a shot to be the Steelers' next quarterback at 412-928-9370. First, I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 60. And Super Bowl 60 and FanDuel, last call for football and giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. And today's 30% profit boost is on rushing markets. We're talking rushing yards over and under, alt rushing yards, and most rushing yards. Kenneth Walker's number is 76.5. This is my favorite for the Super Bowl. I think he blows by that. The Seahawks do not have Charbonnet. He's out. Their backup running back is like a Mwelde Moore type who only catches the ball out of the backfield. So he's going to run it and run it a lot. And I thought he looked great in the NFC Championship game. I think he's got a shot to be the MVP in Super Bowl 60. So play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the Super Bowl. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration to max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, a few light snow showers, especially south, and flurries overnight with lows into the single digits. Wednesday, mostly sunny with highs in the mid-20s. Single-digit lows overnight Wednesday and mostly cloudy, and partly sunny on Thursday with high temperatures into the mid-20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by 2menandajuncktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
At 2menandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men and a junk truck.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Penguin, I'm still reeling from the limits take. Penguins and Islanders tonight at 7:30. I just told Donnie, that would be like if he came on the air, he'd say, if you give me 50 reps, I'm going to block Aaron Donald. You know, give me a chance, and I could block Aaron Donald and pancake him.
I at least played the same sport at one point.
Penguins and Isles at 7:30. Whoa. In New York, we'll have Stuart Skinner in net. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm excited where I'm going to. I'm really excited about Will Howard. You know, I think he's someone that I thought he really came on there at Ohio State. You know, I'm anxious to work with him. So, I mean, it'd be great to have Aaron back. But, you know, Will and Mason, you know, I'm really excited to get started with those guys.
So Mason Rudolph just got a little mention from Mike McCarthy at his introductory press conference. You missed it. Mason Rudolph gave the most heartfelt, passionate love letter. Thank you to Mike Tomlin on Twitter. Shocked everybody because I assume Mason had some hurt feelings over the way Tomlin handled that Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett quarterback competition and pretty much left him out of it, even though he ended up being the best of the three and bailed Tomlin out and got him to the playoffs that season and almost got him back in the game against Buffalo. And in this love letter, Mason Rudolph saying of Mike Tomlin, quote, "You taught me, challenged me, and stayed patient with me." He was patient, all right. He tried to do everything in his power multiple times to play other guys over you. So that was, I think, Mason Rudolph doing the classy thing and taking the high road. I have noticed here in the hoopla that is Will Howard and the debate that is bringing Aaron Rodgers back, that Rudolph is the forgotten man at quarterback, which surprises me a little bit, Chris, and here's why. For years, we have heard from the Mason Rudolph party, this third, almost like the Green Party of the Steelers.
The Reform Party, yeah. Ross Perot, for the old heads.
They're an independent, but they're a vocal minority.
Ralph Nader.
They're very loud, and they get on talk shows and in chats and on Twitter and stuff. And Chris Hoke, I think, might be the president, and I think the secretary might be Mark Cavalli. And Chris Adamski is like the stenographer. And we've heard about these guys for years tell us that if given a chance, Mason Rudolph could be an NFL starting quarterback, that he just needs a shot. He just needs an opportunity. And we've heard Mike Tomlin blamed for the stalled development and growth of Mason Rudolph. So you remove Mike Tomlin and you bring in a guy who has a much better reputation with quarterbacks. I think that's, say what you will about how much credit you want to give McCarthy for Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott. He still is, because of the nature of his upbringing in football as a coach, he's worked more intimately with quarterbacks than Mike Tomlin, so it stands to reason he knows more about quarterbacks than Mike Tomlin. So you bring this guy in now who works better with quarterbacks. You would think if these same people who have been trumpeting and championing the cause of Mason Rudolph, that they would be using this coaching change to say, finally, here's a guy that can actually see the talents and abilities of Mason Rudolph and get them out of him.
It's Mason's time. They've finally done it. And here comes the air raid to Pittsburgh.
And go into it with a completely clean slate, no biases, no, well, this is Kevin Colbert's guy and wasn't my guy or something stupid like that, or, I liked a more mobile quarterback or athletic quarterback in Trubisky, whatever it was. Here's someone that is just going to go into it with a completely fresh, new, blank slate with Mason Rudolph. And I'm just surprised that we've not heard really anyone call into our station or tell us that we're forgetting about Mason Rudolph and he should finally get his chance to be the quarterback. And the only thing I can think of is, did fans sour on him that much from what he did in that Bears game and what he did briefly when he came into that Buffalo game after Aaron Rodgers got broken in two by Joey Bosa and was bleeding? Like, was it? I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, I'm not saying he played great in those two games at all.
He threw a YOLO ball that got picked off against the Bills.
It was horrible. That was a really bad interception. I think
it was bad, Mason.
In that
game. And then the Bears game, it was just whatever.
I think you could make the case even his interception early in the Bears game was the case of maybe DK Metcalf not doing everything to go get a 50-50 ball. I thought that was a great
play by the Bears DB.
Right?
Was it Nashawn Wright or whatever?
It was.
I thought that was a great play.
Okay, so all right, so we're tipping our cap the defensive player there. Either way, it's Super Bowl week. He didn't have a Neil O'Donnell Super Bowl 30 performance against the Bears. So I would think that these people now would want to say, Mike Tomlin's gone. Here's Mason Rudolph's time to shine. But for whatever reason, there's been none of that. And even like in the way McCarthy talked about the quarterback situation, like it felt like in the middle of talking about Will Howard, the light bulb flickered on for a brief moment. And he's like, oh, crap. Mason Rudolph is still on the Steelers roster. I'll feel bad if I don't just staple him on to this sentence about our quarterback. So he did that. But in no way did he extol the virtues or sing the praises of Rudolph whatsoever. He just wanted to include him to maybe make it so he didn't, if the word got back to Mason, he didn't feel bad about what got said there.
So you're wondering what could have possibly changed from
where's the flood?
The toast of the town.
Right. Where are these Mason Rudolph believers that we've had amongst us for years? Why aren't they right now, 412-928-9370. Does anybody out there, do you still think Mason Rudolph should be given a chance to be the Steelers starting quarterback? Yes or no? And based on the reaction, I'll get my answer. If nobody calls in, well, then I have my answer. He is completely done in the minds of fans. They've gone from last year thinking, hey, maybe this guy is actually better or should be given a chance to play. He came off the bench in that Cincinnati game when Rodgers hurt his wrist and played really well. And there were fans that got excited about him again. When he plays, since that year he came in for Pickett, for the most part, he's done a good job. And we've got Chris Hoax and Mark Cabali saying things like Cabali has said he's the best backup quarterback in the NFL.
Well, Cabali stopped, but hold on. Crucially, Cabali stopped doing that when Rodgers got here. So that explains why Cabali...
No, he did that this season. He said this guy's the best backup in the NFL.
He stopped doing any of the Mason Rudolph. I mean, maybe if Rodgers falters, give him a chance because he was a Rodgers guy through and through. I mean, I think it's a couple different factors. One, he goes and there's virtually no market for him after the 2023 season. There wasn't a team banging down the door like there will be, frankly, for Malik Willis to give him like a real honest-to-God, like short-term market value shot to be a starting quarterback.
Which is interesting because he beat out Willis in Tennessee, which is funny.
I'm aware. But even Justin Fields got more money from somebody than Mason Rudolph did. Granted, it was the Jets, but still, he got treated like a guy that people still could paint like their dreams onto as a quarterback. Hey, we can make something of this. We're the Jets. We're idiots, but we can do this. And Mason's time in Tennessee was pretty, I would say, nondescript. He was better than Willis, obviously, but that was a bad team, and he did not elevate a bad situation.
He was not good there.
He wasn't good. He came back here, and instead of when he actually got put in the game, recapturing like completely the lightning bolt magic of, oh my God, I just watched Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett for basically 1 3/4 seasons. Where the hell has this been? And it was good quarterback play, like objectively good.
Yep.
Go into Seattle and just beat the Seahawks good.
Yep.
You got like typical backup quarterback on the road against Chicago, backup quarterback against a good team, the Bills. And I think that here's the other thing about him. He's always been a backup quarterback and therefore has always been a beneficiary of backup quarterback syndrome. Do you know what one of the only cures for backup quarterback syndrome is, Pony?
Become a starting quarterback? Third string.
Third string quarterback syndrome. And we've seen Mason Rudolph, and even all of Mason's backers have seen him, and now you've seen him kind of level off. Who's the guy who you've never seen that you can paint all of your greatest aspirations on?
I know, but
Will Howard.
Yes, but my point is, if people are saying, hey, Aaron Rodgers will be better under Mike McCarthy. They played together. McCarthy's a better coach. Mike McCarthy can actually get something out of Will Howard. Mike Tomlin could not. Well, then why wouldn't that apply to Mason at all? It should. What, he can work wonders with Aaron Rodgers at 42 and with Will Howard 6th-round pick, but he can't do anything for Mason Rudolph?
I would say Mason Rudolph is not really like, in terms of his style, any quarterback that McCarthy has ultimately had success with. Prescott can move around. He tries to win from the pocket, but he can absolutely move around and run. Rodgers at his peak was obviously extremely mobile. Alex Smith, who it didn't work out for with Mike McCarthy as his OC,
he was
still
really
a good runner of the foot. Yeah, really good athlete, obviously. Mason Rudolph is a throwback. He is I want to stand here. I can run a little bit if I absolutely have to, but I want to stand here and I want to chuck it around. And I think he probably doesn't fit. He's an air raid quarterback. I don't think that's really necessarily the same. Oh, God. I don't think, air raid and West Coast are not the same thing. Mason Rudolph is an air raid player.
Here's Joseph in Hopewell on the topic. Hello, Joe.
Oh, hey, man. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Always great to hear from you guys.
You too.
I was one of Mason Rudolph's biggest fans. Guys kept calling me out, so I'm listening to radio, so I figured I better call in. So I was a little bit disappointed in Rudolph's performance when he came in. It really soured me out a little bit. But now we have a new coach. If we can get Aaron Rodgers for about $15 million for 1 year, let's keep Rodgers and let's let these other guys compete for second string.
This is going to shock you. I would rather see Mason Rudolph, even though I don't think he and McCarthy systems-wise are a fit. I'd rather actually see him than Rodgers. I don't want Aaron Rodgers back.
So, Joe, you've let the dream die of Mason Rudolph being a good starting quarterback, huh? You're done with that.
No, I was very shaken by his performance. I was expecting him to come in and move the ball and really look like he looked sharp, and he really didn't impress me. I wouldn't say that I'm completely out. But
okay, thank you. Gotcha. How much did he really play?
So it sounds like for one of the ultimate Rudolph backers, like basically him playing like a true backup quarterback and not coming in and being this jolt of energy was a legitimately changing experience.
Isn't that the guy that compared him to Joe Namath? Remember that?
I believe it is. Was that Joe and O'Hara?
No, that's Robin O'Hara was also a Mason guy. But Joseph and Hopewell, I think, is the guy you said.
Yeah, you're right.
He had Namath qualities
I think
to him.
so. I think that once you saw him come back in, because let's be honest, that 3-game sample, I know the Ravens game was played in a monsoon and you kind of threw it out, but he still was like 19 of 20 in that game. Once people who liked him saw him come in a spot where they could have really used him to deliver one of those performances, and he didn't, I just think that changed opinions on him.
Here's Mike in Baldwin. Hello, Mike.
How's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, I think with all three of them, it's kind of the same deal that they'll be able to do a little bit more without having to worry about the middle of the field. I think it'll make them all flourish a little bit better. I didn't really want Rodgers to begin with, but I think even he will look a lot better being able to use the whole field. I think that McCarthy side of it will really help in that. Yeah, and even giving them all an open.
Yeah, but that's still, like you're saying, like what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You're not saying that you actually still hold on to the hope or belief that Mason Rudolph is a good starting quarterback in the NFL. I'm not hearing that at all.
Well, I think it's hard to judge just because of what they go against. He really didn't expect to go in for Rodgers, I'm sure, but when he did, he just kind of, as you said, YOLO chucked.
But isn't that the whole point of, but isn't that the entire point and purpose of being a backup quarterback is you don't expect ever to really go in, but when you do, the expectation is you've got to perform a little bit. You've got to be ready at the drop of a hat.
And I actually think that's when he's played his best. He came in
when teams haven't been prepared for him.
Right. Here's a question for you, Mulsey, and for you, Donnie. Who do you honestly think is a better quarterback, Mason Rudolph or Will Howard?
Mason Rudolph. Because I've seen Mason Rudolph play well in NFL games that counted.
Wow.
I go with Mason.
Man. And just so people know, when you support Mason Rudolph there, Don, you're not doing it in the same way Kabali does or Hoke does, where you're actually like a Mason Rudolph fanboy. You're saying that as a dispassionate observer of him. You're not you're not someone that is like, I said he was going to be great, so I have to maintain this ridiculous belief in him the whole way through. No, you're saying that as a pretty objective Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, again, with the Howard thing, and yeah, I would love to see this guy just surprise everybody and end up being good. People are hyping it up because they haven't seen him do anything. Like if Mason Rudolph came into the same situation where he was drafted post-Ben, the hype train would be going crazy. Even more so than what it is for Will Howard. And then we'd finally see what the guy is, and it's like, okay, Mason Rudolph is a pretty average player.
I think that if Ben had actually, said, I don't want to play for Todd Haley, and had actually retired prematurely, and Rudolph was now the next man up, I think they would have given him a chance to be their starting quarterback, Chris. I think he would have been the guy at that point because Colbert believed in him that much, and the owner did too, and I think they would have kind of
forced it. There probably would have been a small part of Colbert. Colbert was never a guy to get into like public, whatting matches with like players who clearly were taking shots at him. But I think Colbert would have relished the opportunity to be proven right about Mason and maybe like subtly stick it to Ben in that regard. Pony, just to be very clear, you like recoiled like Donnie and I had each punched you in the stomach when we said Mason is a better quarterback than Will Howard.
Yeah.
How would you answer your own question?
I would say Rudolph, but I don't feel good about saying it, which is why I recoiled. Because I want to believe that based on what Bruce Arians said, John Gruden, Ben Roethlisberger.
What quarterback has John Gruden actually developed as a head coach or an offensive coordinator at a high level?
I mean, he won a Super Bowl with Brad Johnson as his quarterback, Chris.
No. But was Brad Johnson the reason that team won, or did they have an all-time great defense?
No, they had a really good defense, yeah.
He got the best out of Rich Gannon in Rich Gannon's very late career. Name me one young quarterback, emphasis on young quarterback, that John Gruden's developed.
I mean, he went to the playoffs with Chris Sims. I don't think that's an easy task. Now Chris Sims
Would you say that Chris Sims
ranking quarterbacks on a show with Mike Florio.
Yes, which means that Chris Sims was like at most flash in the pan. My point is that like I would like us to put a moratorium on John Gruden being this like soothsayer with young quarterbacks, because the fact of the matter is the guy never developed one worth of crap in his entire career as a coach.
Here's Chris in Wexford. Hello, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing? Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, guys. And man, I called in to disagree with Malsey, but that take he just made about John Gruden, I couldn't agree with more. I'm so sick of hearing about John Gruden being some quarterback whisperer.
Wow.
You were so right on that one.
You were ready to go at Chris, and all of a sudden, 30 seconds ago,
it's much like Mason Rudolph. I came in off the bench like Mason Rudolph and just started slinging touchdowns, and he had to agree with me.
I agree with them a lot, and I called in actually, guys, to talk to you about the Patriot rivalry thing. That's why I disagree with Chris.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to say I'm with you on that one, Pony, and I got a good story of why I hate the Patriots so bad and why I consider them such rivals. At like 14, I mean, I have been congratulations on all my success. I've had season tickets all my life, but at 14, I was at the 2001 AFC Championship, and my memory to this day is still we're down 11 points at halftime. Everyone is wondering what's going on with this team, and Sheryl Crow comes out, and all I can think of to this day, I can still hear "Fun in the Sun" in my sleep, and it's nothing against Sheryl Crow, but that song is just ingrained in me now.
Sheryl Crow performed halftime of the AFC Championship game in 2001 in Pittsburgh.
I think she did. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
She did.
And Sheryl Crow would have been a big bleeping deal at that point. She would be dating, I think. That was that during her fling with Kid Rock?
Lance Armstrong.
I think that she would have been.
Wouldn't she have been with Lance Armstrong?
I think you're right.
Then?
Wow.
A true singer-songwriter, by the way, Pony. Those are going out of vogue.
All I want to do is have some fun. That was a classic. That was a banger when that came out in the mid-'90s. You think B94 played that thing about 1,000 times? I'm going to guess yes.
Yeah, I mean that was a pop song, but it was more of like a folksy rock song. I still like that one. That one's kind of
aged
an
well.
Unusual song. Yeah, 9-9-1 by the way is Mason Rudolph's career record. Pony, does Will Howard even start 19 games?
Right now, my gut says no.
Does he win 9 of them? Does he throw 30 touchdowns, which Mason Rudolph has to his credit in the NFL so far?
Texas, I'm the Edgar Steiner Associates fan. Texas, I'm personally law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike Tomlin got a heartfelt thank you from Mason Rudolph. He thanked him for teaching him, challenging him, and staying patient with him. Could have fooled me. Do you still believe in Mason Rudolph? He's been the forgotten man in the Steelers quarterback competition. Now he has a better coach who knows quarterbacks. Do you still have faith in Mason Rudolph to be a starting quarterback in the NFL? We used to have hundreds of people who felt that way, who would call into the station constantly and say those things. How about now? 412-928-9370. Let's get to a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops at Virginia tonight. The number 18 ranked Cavaliers host the Panthers at 9. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Don. Frigid temperatures outside, and hopefully, fellas, it's not frigid inside, specifically in the bedroom. If it is, you can thaw things out, you can heat things up, you can get some help for yourself so that the fail horn doesn't start playing. You just need to check out Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. Showing up, in fact, does matter, especially and particularly during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you with that as well. And guys, as you are well aware, but I will remind you again, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat. Oh, yes, that famous group chat, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Ethos. Learn more and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. Sam Darnold led the league in turnovers during the regular season, but had none in the NFC Championship game. Drake May turned the ball over 5 times during the first 2 rounds of the playoffs before the AFC Championship game, then had none. Who do you trust more on Sunday, and which defense can make up for the mistakes their QB might make in the biggest game of the season? I'm Adam Abdallah.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with West One Sports. Knicks and the Wizards in D.C., and let's stay right on the cat rebounds train. Karl Anthony Towns' name has been involved in a ton of trade rumors over the last few weeks, and it has affected his scoring. He's averaging just 12 points in his last 4 games. However, not his rebounding, as he's averaging 17 over the same stretch. The Wizards are dead last in rebounds allowed to the opposing center, so this is a great matchup. I'm going over on cat rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a local, family-owned business that has been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
CarCare.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, it's Pat Boyle with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Utah and Indiana square off tonight with two teams embroiled in trade rumors over the past few weeks. But I think Indiana is the much more focused team heading into this game. After a disastrous start to the season, they're above 500 in their last 13 games. And Utah has some of their best players ruled out for this game already. It may be a back-to-back for Indiana, but they're at home, and I'm surprised they're barely favored in this one. Utah is dead last in the league in defensive rating over the past 15 contests. I also like Indiana to go over their team total tonight. I'm riding with the home team to take care of business. I think they blow Utah out. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Cloudy but clearing overnight, the low 12.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Back to your phone calls on Mason Rudolph. He offered up a heartfelt thank you to Mike Tomlin on Twitter, even though I felt like Tomlin went out of his way to make things hard on Mason Rudolph. A caller did point out earlier in the show that Tomlin defended Rudolph against the Myles Garrett allegations, and that could be the reason why Rudolph was so kind in his reflections and memories of Tomlin as Steelers coach, which makes sense. We're asking you to tell us, if you now that Mike McCarthy is here, a guy that has a history of getting the most out of quarterbacks, if you feel like Mason Rudolph should be given another shot at 412-928-9370. There's also the breaking news of this Ryan Kennedy moron, although maybe I should be careful how I talk about him.
He's coming after you, Pony.
He is very litigious. He sues. It's now official. Fox 2 in Detroit. He is suing DK Metcalf, Chad Johnson, Shannon Sharp, Ford Field, and there might be a couple of other entities in there, but those are the big ones.
It's classic. When you try to sue for a ton of money, you name as many defendants as you can and hope that they all turn on one another.
$100 million.
Is he going to have the same lawyers who were sitting next to him at that sham of a press conference he put forth?
With his backwards hat?
Running the suit?
That looked like a SNL skit? Yes, I believe so. Yep. $100 million. You know what? I feel like this guy is at least going to become a millionaire because of this. He's going to get
wondering if there
millions.
are any countersuits. There probably aren't any countersuits that at least I can think of right now that could be filed against him.
Okay, what would they be?
I'm like trying to think of it. I'm just trying to think if there was anything.
Metcalf's going to sue him for being mean?
No, I mean, that's what I mean. I do think he's going to get money out of these people, and he's going to make a healthy chunk of change out of this. And those lawyers are going to make a healthy chunk of change.
Does that make you mad, Donnie? Am I alone in being upset that this guy is going to become rich because of his stupid fan behavior?
Yeah, I think it's annoying, but it's the world we live in, too. People always just looking for that easy way to make a buck, baby. We live in a very sue-happy universe.
Well, you
haven't noticed.
You know who I blame for that? George Washington
China?
Duke.
Oh.
You know him, Chris? Google him.
One of the great side characters in the Rocky franchise, even though it was in the worst movie.
I was just going to say.
Touch me,
I just thought when you said... Yeah, I thought when you said, who do I blame, I thought you were going to go back to your favorite well.
I mean,
you've always got that eye on China.
Did they just come right out and say, the makers of Rocky, yes, this is a Don King character. We took Don King in real life and created a knockoff Don King for this movie, and we gave him the funny name George Washington Duke? Because that's what he is. He is Don King.
I mean, I don't know who else he could have been.
He is the fictionalized boxing promoter Don King. They even gave him Don King hair. They didn't even pretend to make it. They should have just called him Don Queen.
Ding.
Something like, yes, Donald Queen. All right.
Yeah. I mean, you can't even parody Don King, who I think, by the way, is still alive.
What?
I'm pretty sure Don King has not yet croaked.
I'm pretty sure Don
King.
Real
bad guy, by the way.
He is still alive,
coming.
94.
I knew if we spent more than 2 minutes on this, Moral Malsey would have come off the Here we go.
He did. Pony, he went to jail for manslaughter.
Oh. Well, yeah, that is bad.
Early life, bookmaking and killings.
That's a chapter on his Wikipedia.
On April 20th,
killings?
Yes. On April 20th, 1966, King killed an employee, 34-year-old Sam Garrett, in an open street in front of several witnesses for owing $600 in debt. Bad guy. And that was his second killing.
And he came back from that.
Yeah, he's from Cleveland, by the way. So I don't know if they claim him as a proud native son in Cleveland.
Here's Brian in New Brighton. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
I think Mason Rudolph was a product of the incompetence and environment around him, where for years we've had the horrible offensive schemes and the offensive coordinators, and everybody just thought, well, he could be much better. But then even I agree with you, listen to you guys a lot. Aaron Rodgers was good, but just I think having a quarterback even like him showed the incompetence of Mason Rudolph, because even when he went to Tennessee, they're like, oh, he went to a horrible offense and a horrible system. He can't be much better. So I think he was just a product of being in horrible offenses and horrible systems.
Wait, so you're saying that Aaron Rodgers, with the way he played here, made Mason Rudolph look worse? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because it was an actually confident quarterback that though he struggled at times making throws and playing the quarterback the way that Aaron Rodgers did, pointed out that Mason's marginal at best.
I mean, I would still say that Mason Rudolph in his lone playoff game with the Steelers played significantly better than Aaron Rodgers did.
Not even a question.
You're going to have one-offs here and there.
I mean, they're pretty. I mean, like we value playoff games and grade playoff games as more than just one-off games.
By the numbers, Mason Rudolph's 2023 three-game stretch is the best three-game stretch of quarterbacking the Steelers have seen since Roethlisberger's heyday.
He had the highest passer rating in the NFL for those 3 games. Here is Scott in the car. Hello, Scott.
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call.
Can you take me out? Can you take us off speakerphone?
I can.
Go ahead. Actually, that's worse. Call back, please, another time. Here's Paul in Washington. Hello, Paul. Paul? I hope everything's okay with Paul. Andrew in East Liberty. Hello, Andrew.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just like to say, with Mason Rudolph, I think he is a great quarterback. I think he was great coming out of college. And
wait a minute, you think he's a great quarterback? Did I hear that right? Great?
I think he's a great quarterback. I'll tell you why. I'm a purist when it comes to quarterbacks. I believe in the 6'5", see over the line, drop back in the pocket passer, and that's what Mason Rudolph is. And he is one of the last of the Mohicans, in my opinion, of that type of quarterbacks. And he never got this chance with the Steelers. I don't think Mike Tomlin really let him unveil himself to the team and to the league.
So do you think there's a chance that Mason Rudolph right now is actually the best quarterback on their roster, better than Aaron Rodgers and better than Will Howard?
I wouldn't say he's so much better than Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers has too many injuries, and he'd be a waste of money for us to invest in. I think Mason Rudolph, he has that youth. And like I said, he's a drop-back passer, and that's what we need. And he's accurate, and he has a strong arm. And
he's 30 years old. He's young compared to Aaron Rodgers, but everybody in the NFL is.
I'm still hung up on the great comment. He's a great quarterback.
Well, hold on. I'm also hung up on. Now, the caller is giving his opinion here, and he's saying, I'm a throwback. I like the 6'5", stand, look over the line and just throw it from the pocket. Problem. Pretty much every coach in the NFL has moved on from that archetype. Like the Bradys, the guys who are cement-footed, who navigate the pocket, but otherwise stay
I
in
wouldn't
there and try
say
to make all their plays.
I mean, Jared Goff is
okay. Like Stafford is 6'3" or 6'4",
so is Stafford.
and he tries to run in the pocket or keep it in the pocket. But Drake May and Sam Darnold, especially May, but definitely Sam Darnold,
especially May,
they can both move around. They're bigger guys, but Darnold had a 50-yard touchdown run when he was with the Jets, so he can scoot. May can really move.
Yeah, I don't think of Darnold.
The archetype is not what people look for anymore.
Yeah, that's Josh Allen is the archetype, and Patrick Mahomes.
Or even Jackson, honestly, even though he's not that big.
I do think of Darnold as more of a pocket quarterback. I do think that mostly what he does. His rushing yard prop in the Super Bowl has got to be 5 yards? He's not a running really quarterback at all.
I understand that, but he can move. Like Mason, if you put Darnold and Mason Rudolph in just an athletic ability set of drills, one is clearly more athletic than the other. That's all I'm saying.
440, make the smart call to Buell. 724-443-5610, Buell Insurance. All right, coming up next, Donnie's biggest football topic of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 on Sunday, Seattle and New England, 6:30 kickoff. You can hear it all right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Hey, thanks, Don. You're going to watch a big game this weekend, probably. You're going to maybe be going to a party or hosting a party. You probably also like to snack both when you're watching games like this one and other sporting events, right? Make all those snacks taste better with Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip, made with the kind of ingredients that you would find right now in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial stuff either. I love Daisy French onion dip in particular. That's always been my go-to. Chips, wings, veggies, whatever I'm eating, it makes it all taste so much better. So do yourself a favor. Look for Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for the football guy. Donnie Football's biggest football topic of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors In need, stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radiothon Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate. Have the chance to bet on items like joining Starkey and Pomp for a round of golf. Presented by Dynegy, brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Details at 937thefan.com. Don?
The debrief, February 3, 2026. This little piece of news from Tom Pelissero in the last hour. After 7 years with the Steelers, running backs coach Eddie Faulkner expected to take the same job with the Baltimore Ravens. So now he gets to work with Derrick Henry.
So now it'll be his fault if Henry's out of the game and on the sideline late. John Harbaugh blamed the running backs coach there for not having Henry in the game when it counted. I don't think Jesse Minter is going to quite handle it that way. If he does, he's an idiot. The head coach should be able to say, wait a second, my best player is not on the field. Can we get him out there? That would be a huge mistake to do the same stupid thing your predecessor did. There is still this Mike Florio, I think, inspired, pushed idea that Lamar Jackson might not be their quarterback next year. I don't know if
that there's still ill will.
That he could end up with the Raiders.
Because Brady likes him so much. And then he had that one tweet that made people think he might be jumping.
Yeah, kid.
I'm pretty sure the Raiders are taking Fernando Mendoza and that he's going to be their quarterback. I know Mike. I don't discount Mike because Mike talks to people who tell him reliable stuff. But I do think Lamar Jackson still ends up in Baltimore and stays in Baltimore, and Mendoza's the Raiders quarterback.
I'd rather have Mendoza on a rookie contract than a third contract for Lamar Jackson as he goes into his 30s.
I'm glad you clarified that the amount of money you need to pay Jackson does strip away your ability to build around him and not just doing. I thought for a second you were going to say, you know what? I'd take Mendoza at $50 million and Lamar on a rookie deal. I thought you were going to do that.
I mean, it's not far-fetched when talking about a guy that is so dependent on running, and when you took the running away from him this year, we saw what a pedestrian quarterback it made him. Is he going to be still such an amazing athlete in his 30s?
I don't know. I think that's reasonable, but I also think he is owed a little bit of deference on the idea that with a new coordinator, the passing, which I think has always been scrutinized heavily, but statistically at least has mostly been very good, could uptick. Like, I don't think it's by any stretch of the imagination ridiculous to consider that Lamar Jackson will refine and continue to get better as a passer as he enters his 30s.
Donnie, I have a question for you. I'm looking at Josh Allen, who was just on TV over my shoulder doing an interview for Fox Sports. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have not been to a Super Bowl. Justin Herbert has not been to a Super Bowl. Joe Burrow has, and he's also been to an AFC Championship game. So why do you think it is that people that do our jobs, who talk about football for a living, why do so many of them say, oh my God, the Bengals have let down Joe Burrow, when they've actually gotten to a Super Bowl with him? They've gotten him two of the best wide receivers in the NFL. Meanwhile, the Bills haven't gotten Josh Allen to one, the Ravens haven't gotten Lamar Jackson to one, and the Chargers haven't even sniffed one with Justin Herbert. So why do the Bengals get more bad press than those three teams? I don't understand that. Help me understand that better.
I think there's a couple of reasons there. They have an owner that's easy to jump on for being frugal with how he goes about things. They haven't really put any sort of resource into their defense, which I think people will just easily say, well, you know, that defense is what lets down Joe Burrow. I also think a little bit is that especially the Ravens and the Bills, more so the Bills than any of the other three you mentioned, but the other three are pretty constant playoff teams, and the Bills and Ravens are almost always true threats to win it all. I know that the Ravens didn't make it this year, but Lamar had injuries going on pretty much all season. Whereas the Bengals, they got to the Super Bowl, they got to the AFC Championship, and they haven't even been back to the postseason since. And they've had Joe Burrow, and they've put up... I think a lot of people also jumped to, not this past season, but the one before, where Burrow and Chase just put up laughable numbers, and they still didn't make it to the playoffs.
So I think, not that the Pagula ownership group, that Terry Pagula is exactly right now being viewed positively as an owner.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
He, by the way, greenlit another move today, or pushed through another move that I think is very bad, in the sign of a bad owner, but that's neither here nor there. Steve Bisciotti, I think, broadly speaking, is regarded as a pretty good owner. Would you guys agree? Like, just the way he, like, stewardship of the Ravens, yes. I think, broadly speaking. I think the first point you made is the main one that explains why this happens, why Pony brought this up. Mike Brown is rightfully he's the punching bag, I think, even more so than Mark Davis among NFL owners, because he's cheap. He's proud of being cheap. And the perception is that, like, Joe Burrow, if he were in a competent organization where, like, the owner does try to surround the players with, like, the tools they need to succeed, that Joe Burrow would be somehow kept healthier by that team, and that it wouldn't be such a Mickey Mouse operation. But I think Mike Brown is a rightful and easy target, and that's why you get this.
That was a Donnie Football Debrief.
See that other little story I was referencing about Pagula?
I did.
Not good.
So Eddie Faulkner off to the Ravens. Scott Tolzien staying put in New Orleans. It sounds like the next Steelers offensive coordinator is another guy with Pitt ties. How do we feel about the staff Mike McCarthy is putting together? Donnie had a take on this that got hundreds of thousands of impressions on social media. What did he say? We'll tell you next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. I'm going to tell you guys right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. And yes, sadly, it is the last game of the year, but FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. And today's is a 30% profit boost on running backs, the rushing yards, over-unders, alt rushing yards, most rushing yards, etc. I've been beating this drum all day, and I'm going to say it again. Kenneth Walker over 76.5 yards in this game. The Seahawks running back looked great against the Rams in the NFC Championship game. He's the only real rusher in that backfield. There's backup running back as a third down type back who catches the ball and blocks. The running back behind him, his name's George Halani, and then you've got Cam Akers, who barely plays, who I thought was out of the NFL. It's going to be Kenneth Walker's game, and if the Seahawks have a lead, you know they're going to run the ball a lot. So I love him over. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration to max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 #1 sportsbook for live betting is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring